This is going to be a massively long video. I'm so sorry. I tried so hard to get this under 2 or 3 hours, but yeah, I was cutting out like uhs and milliseconds of pauses. Yeah, this is about as best as I could do. I should have written a script for this. I'm so sorry. So I started this project over 2 years ago. Eventually I decided to just do the episodes ranked videos. So initially I just kind of canned this project. But yeah, with this massive file on my computer and all the work I had done, I decided, yeah, might as well finish it. The original recording was me just listing the characters in order of times they appeared, ranking based on that. But I decided to just kind of morph it into me tier ranking, giving my thoughts on every character, but in the order that a number of times they appeared. Okay, so the ranks are pretty much the same as the episodes ranked videos. Yeah, so S favorite meaning like these characters are ones, they would be in my favorite characters video. If they're in that video, they're definitely in here. And down to F hate, these are the characters I just absolutely cannot stand. So C is kind of alright neutral. These are the characters I like fine. I guess the difference between C and D is that C is kind of like, yeah, they exist. I have really no problems with them. D is more like no opinion, meaning I just don't remember hardly anything about them, or, they have some serious issues. And yeah, I think they all kind of speak for themselves. Yeah, so again, I tried so hard to get this video down to like a reasonable length. You know how long the original recordings were, like unedited? Over 9 hours and 30 minutes. Jeez, I need to get a life. I will warn you, a lot of this video may seem like me just overanalyzing stuff. But again, these are purely my opinions. Don't take these as like the hard truth, the gospel. Please don't do that. These are just my views. People keep asking me like, well, what are my thoughts on this guy, this guy? I think this is kind of give you a general sense of, tier ranking just my general thoughts on all these characters. And I double checked my notes for this video so many times, but even then, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some errors in this, so yeah, sorry about that. If you find any, please let me know in the comments. Oh, and like most of my videos, a foul language warning in some places. Alright, so you're probably wondering why I'm only doing season 1 through 21. Simple answer is just to keep things simple, and that's saying something given how long this video is gonna be. The two main things are, the BWBA era, the whole dynamics with the international episodes, just the amount of background characters and all that, it would just be way too much for me to juggle, and honestly, I just haven't really seen much of post-season 21, so I just feel like I couldn't really give good opinions. Yeah, so basically I'll be going up until Journey Beyond Sodor. So yeah, I'm only going to be including character appearances between season 1 and 21. And yeah, there are some characters who only had one appearance in that era, but had another appearance or two later on in BWBA. I will definitely acknowledge that. Probably have a special section for it, but yeah, I'm only including the era I just talked about. And now let's get into some ground rules for this video. First off, I'll tell you the characters I am not including. So, first up, I'm not including any human characters. And also, add on to that, I'm not including any animals. And then next up, I'm not including any ghost engines. So, yeah, Proteus would fit in this category. Obviously, Rusty's ghost engine, Percy's ghost engine, yeah, I'm not going to include those. And that also applies to, characters like Boulder, I guess, Supernatural. And also, I'm not going to be including, random pieces of rolling stock as, a collective, basically. So, yeah, I'm not going to be counting every appearance of General Troublesome Trucks or, the Red Skarloey Railway coaches. They have to be singular, specific characters. So, again, the Skarloey Railway coaches, even though they have faces, I'm not including them. But I would be including characters like Annie and Clarabelle, Scruffy, Spiteful Brake Van, Old Slow Coach, etc. And then finally, the character has to be established to be sentient, basically alive. So it doesn't necessarily need a face like City of Truro. It needs to be... So here's a character I won't be including. Tiger Moth. It's debatable as to whether he's alive or not. It's alive. I know in a magazine story he had a face, but in the show itself, it's just very up in the air, so I'm not going to be including Tiger Moth. Yeah, the same thing with, like, the boats, the old tramp steamer and all that. Yeah, the character has to be established to be alive. And then finally, but most importantly, I'll establish the type of appearances I'm including. So, basically, I'm not including cameos. And the word cameo, the definition is quite subjective, so I'll make that a little more concrete. But basically, I'm kind of just going off of the wiki's definition. So, for the purposes of this video, a cameo is when a character appears physically or like in a flashback or whatever, but is not acknowledged at all, whether that be by the narrator, other characters, or the character himself speaks. Yeah, so here's an example. In Percy Takes the Plunge, Diesel's appearance is a cameo, in the background at night. Even though he has the horn sound, that is still a cameo. Whereas Bill and Ben, even though they're not officially named, that is a true appearance. So yeah, I'm basically saying the character doesn't have to be named or, like, speak for it to be a true appearance. But, like Bertram and Derek are great examples. Another important thing, the character has to be acknowledged singularly. So when I say that, what I mean is, here's an example. In Steamroller, Sir Handel puffs by the sheds, and the narrator says, the other engines laughed and said, "Look at his steamroller wheels." So, basically, unless the characters' names are acknowledged, that collective would be a cameo for whoever was in that group. So, Duke. Yeah, so that would not count as an appearance for Duke if he was in a group of characters who said something. Alright, starting off with characters who only appeared once, and I mean once in total, so no cameos later on and all that. I'll get to the ones that did in a sec, but yeah, so these are characters who just appeared only once. And start off, we've got old Spidey, the spiteful brake van. This may sound weird, but I'm going to put him in B. Kind of the same reason as Scruffy. Just the way he went out, his fate. It was just so brutal for this show. I mean, is he dead in that final shot of him? Like, he's probably the first character to die on screen, if that's the case. But yeah, he's just a great example of, a one-time appearance character who just got such brutal karma. I mean, Scruffy at least was repaired, or at least in the TV series, but my God, yeah, this was just, I love it when it goes just totally dark like that. Yeah, there was a lot to say about such a minor character. Alright, next up, we've got the City of Truro. Yeah, so this does count as a character because, they established that he is able to speak and all that. Let's see, I'm going to put him in C. I talked about this in my episodes ranking video, but I do really like how they simplified the story adaptation from Railway Series to screen. I mean, they just established who he is without having to say much, with how they introduced the word celebrity. Yeah, I mean, there's literally not much to him. It's kind of funny, like, he's the only engine on Sodor, pretty much, that has no face at all. I mean, I think it wasn't until I saw this image here where I realized, no, he had no face at all. I used to think, like, was his face kind of hidden? Did he just have a very small face you couldn't see? But, yeah, literally not much to say about him. Then we've got Smudger. Yes, so I'm going to try and keep my own nostalgia aside. Obviously, the thing with Smudger is I think it was more because of just, I had this vague memory of this creepy green engine from Grandpuff. Kind of scary. And then when I started watching Thomaskin on YouTube, I realized who he was. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm sorry, I have to put him in A. Just the way that he, in such little screen time, the way he was portrayed, especially in the American dub where he had that very strong gangster accent. "Listen, Dookie." I'm sorry, it's just so funny. Obviously, I made a movie about him. What did you have in the TV series? Like a 30-second appearance? But yeah, I always was curious why they decided to make him a brand new character as opposed to Stanley. And where'd the name Smudger come from? It's such a... But yeah, I mean, I think you all know my opinions on this guy. I don't know, just funny in a creepy in a funny way. I'll put it that way. Next up, we've got Bulstrode. Yeah, I'm also gonna put him in B. Bullstrode's always been a weird case because he had so much merchandise. I'm talking about before he appeared in All Engines Go, yet he had just one appearance, and I'm not talking about counting any of those where he appeared without a face, but yeah, kind of like Smudger. It's just I always like the just grumpy barge. Bullstrode's just sick of life, all that. And again, one reason I don't think Special Attraction is as bad as other people say is the crash in Bullstrode. It's just so funny. Honestly, he would have been great for like a Bulgy rides again type story. Bullstrode swims again, floats again. I don't know. Alright, next up we've got the horrid lorries. And yes, you're like, oh, am I missing some? Again, wait, I'll get to those. But anyway, here are the horrid lorries. You're probably gonna be baffled by this choice, but I'm sorry, I have to put these in S. These three guys, they're just so funny. Just peak of, kind of the same reason as, Spiteful Breakfan and Smudger. Just, they're the greatest example of, like, a character or characters who appear once and never again, but there's a reason they don't appear again. Just the accidents these three get into, especially the one who fell off a cliff. By God, that is comically brutal. And that's the word. Those are the words I keep using. But I'm sorry if I'm sounding like a broken record here. But by God, the driver surviving, the lorry just going straight off a cliff. And also, the voice Alec Baldwin gave them made it like 20 times better. What's that steaming lump of scrap iron doing here? Be off with you! Oh man, I just can't get over how much I love these guys. I think if I redid that favorite episodes, Horrid Lorry would definitely be in it. And I'm so glad I got to see, or at least one of their models at Drayton Manor. And next up, we've got another one who I've probably taken too much of a liking to, Bertram. Alright, so, Bertram and Smudger, are they the same engine? Who knows? The search for Smudger will answer that. So, again, obviously, I'm trying to take nostalgia aside. Oh, boy. Smudger, at least, it's just his character that, I really like. Whereas Bertram, I'm gonna put him in B. Difference between him and Smudger, wow, I mean, my section on him in this video is probably 3 times the amount of time he actually appeared in his only episode. What was it? I think I wrote it down. 26 seconds in total. The reason, I did a whole video on this, but sum it up, Bertram is more, not so much the character himself, but just the vibes he gives off. It's just so eerie, so creepy. I mean, just look at this picture here, the Smudger face. Yeah, I think, again, he's one of those characters that had, such a small role, but, it was always stuck with me. It's just the fact that he first appeared at night. Again, I don't think he was intended to be, merchandise-only character. I'm pretty sure that he probably would have appeared later on. In fact, I think there was concept art that showed him as a different type of tank engine. But yeah, so I'm putting it in B. B for Bertram. Alright, here's another one of these strange one-time appearance characters. Oh boy, Thumper. Yeah, Thumper definitely, unlike Bertram, you can definitely tell Thumper was made solely for merchandise, but, oh my God, I hope you don't hate me for doing this, but I have to put him here because I just think he is, even though he's unrealistic, damn it, he's such a cool design. And I think when I first got his wooden railway toy, I think it was in Madrid airport or somewhere in Europe. I remember, my mom used to bribe me with toys so I'd be quiet on planes. So that's how I remember getting him. But yeah, I mean, even though he's pretty unrealistic, it's something about him, just such a interesting. I think it's just the amount of gears and motion his model has. It's just always fascinated me. And when I brought him to Engines of Sodor, the reason I gave him kind of like that stoner voice was because I read somewhere, I think it maybe been a take-along card, but like he is such a cool dude, basically. He thinks no job is too big for him, so that's kind of what I based it off of. Alright, next up we've got Billy. Alright, yeah, this is a bit of a controversial one. I know a lot of people don't like Billy. I'm hovering between C and D, and I'll explain why. Comparing Billy with Charlie, I'm going to put him in D because I do think he does have some major issues. But comparing him to Charlie, And in fact, I have a theory that Charlie was basically replacing Billy. In fact, I read somewhere Billy was supposed to appear in the CGI series. But anyway, so the reason I like Billy better than Charlie is because Charlie is kind of like that annoying kid who makes jokes that just no one likes and all that. Whereas Billy, he's annoying, but he's unapologetically, well, not even annoying, just he's basically a redneck train. I'll put it that way. He's just unapologetically kind of, he looks like, if there was a character from Trailer Park Boys who's a steam engine, it'd be him. Although I think that fits the logging locos more. But anyway, basically, yeah, I think Billy, if he had appeared more, he definitely would have had some potential. Yeah, I do agree that a lot of his, just, how he ignores Thomas, I do think that gets really annoying. But again, I feel like just the way he's designed, he's jackass. That's the word I'm looking for. He's just such a jackass. That kind of gives him a pass. And again, another unpopular opinion, I love his orange color. I know, like with Murdoch, it's so tacky, but I just love it. I'm sorry. And then, let's see. Next up, we've got Hank. And so, Hank had potential. It's just something about him where, I'm going to put him in C. I'm pretty neutral on him. I do like, he's just a kind American engine. That's what I really like. A lot of big engines, they're very boastful, bullies, whereas Hank is just, it's nice to see like a nice big engine come, especially, wanting to give a helping hand. Heave-Ho Thomas, I really hate that episode, but it's not because of Hank. It's more, just, again, Thomas being such a jackass, like, no, I'm not a little engine. Oh, God, I hate those types of stories. But anyway, and also, I'll say this, Hank's whistle is probably my favorite sounding whistle. Other ones would include Spencer and Gordon, but I think Hank had a lot of potential. Flora, on the other hand, she's basically nothing. There is nothing about her. The design, that's it. It's a cool design, but my God, I don't remember a thing about Flora. So I'll put her in here because she's pretty harmless. I think I saw, in fact, maybe this picture was taken there, but I saw her model at Drayton Manor. But yeah, I mean, literally, it's just her design and nothing else. Tram trouble. Again, what happened to her? I'm sure what happened with a lot of these season 12 characters is when they switched to CGI, they just didn't want to go through all the effort of creating all these new characters. Did any character introduced in season 12 appear again? I guess not. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. Next we have Colin the Crane. Yeah, Colin is exactly the same as Flora. Just no opinion on him. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember a thing about him. In fact, I just kept forgetting he was even a character. What was it, the Party Surprise? Yeah, I think that was his only appearance. So, yeah, same as Flora, same reasons. Just nothing. Alright, finally we've got Splatter and Dodge. Yeah, so obviously out of all these characters so far, these have the largest screen time, but, it's kind of a skewed statistic because it was a 90-minute movie. I'm gonna put them in A. I think they have some really funny moments. What I really like about them is just, they're acting really smart, trying to act really smart, but in reality, they're like dumb as rocks. Like, empathetically. What does that mean? I don't know. It's a good word. Yeah. What encapsulates that perfectly is, Enterprising Engine 93, I think voiced Splatter. I don't know who voiced Dodge, but in that Magic Railroad parody, it just kind of going off on that. That was a great, encapsulation of the characters. Alright, this next category I'm calling 1 plus cameo. So these are the characters you're probably wondering, wait, did you skip some? Yeah, so these are characters who had one official appearance and then, made a cameo or two later on. And I'm also including in this rank characters who appeared once in season 1 through 21 and then appeared later on the BWBA era. So yeah, that's why I'm gonna have Bradford and Hannah here. I felt these guys deserve their own separate rank, but anyway, let's start with the Class 4, or is it the Diesel or Class 4? You know, I'm just gonna call him Class 40. That's what his name board says. I'm gonna put this guy in B. Yeah, I said this before in my episodes ranking video, the season 4 section, where, my god, the way he just goes into catastrophic failure just because he sucked in a bowler hat. Just, oh my god, it's just so pathetic. It's hilarious. And yeah, the noises he makes, it's kind of just, I mean, it is called bowled out. You could say it's bowled out, goes into a farting storm. But yeah, so this guy, his model was used in Rusty to the Rescue. And if it was on the mainland, I think that could be intended to be him. And then he had a full appearance in a bowled out. Is it bowled out or bowled out? Someone correct me. But yeah, I'm really surprised they actually went ahead and did bowled out. I mean, they could have just used Diesel, but, it probably wasn't a cheap model to make. Yeah, this is just a funny guy. And next up, we've got Derek. And Derek, I think, had a lot of potential. Yes, we've had nice Diesels before with Boko and Mavis, but it's something about Derek where I feel like Derek's really reflecting on what I was doing with Boko in his NWR Origins, where, I'm sorry, let me rank him first. I'm gonna put him in A. Again, because for one, I love his design, even though apparently it was very unreliable. It kind of looks like, double-sided, like a double-sided lightsaber. I know that's a very odd comparison, but, so what I was saying is, you just feel really bad for him. He's just such a kind Diesel, especially a nice contrast to what you think he'll be, Diesel with a toothache. Out of all the characters introduced in Season 5, the ones that didn't appear again, what happened to Derek? So when he was sent back, was he sent back for good, or was it... They said he was sending him to the works. I don't know. The thing is, with a lot of these engines who appeared in Calling All Engines, if they had the models around, he had a cameo in one of the songs Going Up a Hill. First off, why are you not showing his face? Second, if you had the model hanging around... Even if he had just made, cameos afterward, through various episodes, that would have been something. But what a waste. Again, he had a lot of character potential. Why did they not try to jam in, as many characters as possible, if they had all the models working? And next, oh, I guess I did this out of order. I know why, because originally I put Scruffy in the 2 rank, but, well, first off, I'm going to put Scruffy in A, too. I get same reason as Spiteful Break Fan, only much better. He's a character that exists to tell a lesson, He just gets ripped apart. It's just such great karmic justice. I mean, Toad stands by, just such, a fist of justice. I know that sounds really cringy, but such a, funny character. The voice George Carlin gave him, and I guess Alec Baldwin, too. I mean, Michael Angelis, too. Pass the word to the others. I'm coming apart! Bang! I can understand why he was repaired in the TV series, but I don't know. He deserved his fate. It was just kind of like the final Oliver's taking back his throne. So originally I had him appearing twice, plus a cameo in Double Teething Troubles. But, when I realized, no, it's not really confirmed that it's him. And even if it was, it's a cameo because they never give his name. But yeah, they put his face on the front truck of the mine. So, next up we have Dennis. So, Dennis, I think, kind of like Derek, I'm going to put him in B because I don't know. Kind of like with Billy, if he had appeared more, they would have been he would have appeared higher up. And I'm going to put him in C because I'm neutral. The fact that he only appeared once, I get it really just... Or, no, he appeared in Thomas's Day Off, and then he had a cameo in The Great Discovery. Actually, I'm actually going to put him in B because a lot of Diesels, introduced before then were just, brutes, big bullies, sneaky guys. Where Dennis, he's just a lazy ass, unapologetically lazy. Kind of like Duncan in a way. And again, I really love his design, so, I think Dennis had a lot of potential, because he had, a solid personality. I think there was a lot they could do with him. But, yeah, again, I don't know why he was never used again. That's really all I can say about Dennis. Alright, next step. So again, now we've come to characters who appeared once between Season 1 and Season 21, but made other appearances in, BWBA. So, first we got Bradford, and I don't know. I'm not really a fan of Bradford. Yeah, I don't hate him, but just I feel like his character has great potential. I like the idea, just this very strict anal brake van, but it just wasn't executed very well. It just came off with him. I think it was because there was no resolution really to his story. And again, it's been so long since I've seen his episode, but the way that he just suddenly disappeared at the end with no like message or resolution. He just yeah, he just kind of came off as a dick. And again, he's supposed to, but it just wasn't really just not a very well I'm at a loss for words here, but he's just I'll put it this way, he wasn't funny. He was just very anal and like, very rigid, but just not in a nice way. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a nice way, but yeah, I've never really liked Bradford. Did he ever get merchandise? I don't think he did. Correct me if I'm wrong. And finally, we've got Hannah. Yes, this is Henrietta, just color corrected to be yellow. There's no PNGs of Hannah yet. I'm gonna put her neutral. I do like the idea of complete opposite of Henrietta. Being an old-fashioned coach who loves going fast. I think that's a very clever idea. But that's pretty much it. So I think she's all right. And I think, yeah, she did appear later on a season of BWBA. Alright, now we're moving on to characters who appeared twice. And first up, we've got the Flying Scotsman. Yeah, so to explain this, he appeared in Tender Engines, albeit very camera shy, I'll put it that way. And then he appeared later on in The Great Race. And he also made appearances later on, the BWBA era. I think the Flying Scotsman broke Butch's record of, like, the longest time between first appearance and when he actually spoke. Oh, and I'll just say this now. I'm not including Big Mickey. I think his appearance was just supposed solely for a joke, so I feel like it would just... Anyway, let's see, B or C? I'm gonna put him in B, because I really do like the rivalry between him and Gordon. It's not quite like Spencer, it's more, subdued. Yeah, I guess that's the word. What I'm saying is, a Flying Scotsman, he's boastful, but it's not like he's, extremely pompous out loud, like Spencer is. It's just more of, tongue-in-cheek, Yeah, but I also like how they he still cares about his brother, telling Gordon, you need to stop now or else you're gonna explode, basically. As far as the way they brought him in, I thought they did a pretty good job. In the Railway series, he was very much, on the side of Gordon. They're definitely that brother relationship, a lot nicer. And that was probably because, they're both very rare preserved steam engines. I would have liked to have seen that, but what we got, it was pretty nice too. Well, I guess, Tender Engines, and I talked about this in my episodes ranked video, but the whole plot itself had to be simplified very much. But if they were able to do the city of Truro, I think they could have gotten away with doing Flying Scotsman. In fact, they could use a dummy model, but, for what we got, I think it was pretty good. I'm so glad I finally got to see the real Flying Scotsman at the Severn Valley Railway. He was hiding out in one of the stations as I passed by. And next up we got Caroline, who only appeared in Train Stops Play and Lady At's Birthday Party. Oh man, I'm gonna put her in A. Just kind of like Bulstrode. She's just so, in fact, the face here just explains it all. She's basically, she's like a 90-year-old grandma with a grumpy grandma with dementia, but, definitely good-hearted. And again, I think a lot of it has to do with the voice both Carlin and Baldwin gave her. It's just, oh my god, it's just so funny. It's just like, I'll try, sir. I'm hot. My engine will overheat. This base is too hot for my circuits. Yeah, honestly, that alone just makes her so funny. Why didn't they use Caroline more? Just such a funny character. She made a few appearances later on as cameos, but yeah, I think there was a lot of potential with Caroline. If you haven't checked it out, Terrier's 55 Stepney did a great story with her called Sweet Caroline, I think, because they had the song in it. I thought that was a really great story, Caroline being saved from scrap, basically. Alright, next up we've got Old Slow Coach. Yeah, same thing with her. I thought there was a lot of potential with Old Slow Coach. She only appeared in Thomas Percy and Old Slow Coach and Happy Ever After. Yeah. And especially the fact that her face is the only one that, the 3D face with the movable eyes. I think she would have had a lot of potential, especially, like with Oliver or Duck, Great Western. Yeah, I'm putting her in S because, again, I just love her design. There's something about Thomas Percy and Old Slow Coach. Just such a sweet episode. I think it was because I always had this memory of her as a child, fond memories, and I didn't remember what her name was. And then I saw her as a wooden railway character, and she was the last wooden railway character I got, I think, before I outgrew quotation marks outgrew Thomas initially. No, I think it was after I outgrew it. What, 2007? Yeah. How did I get? Anyway, regardless, I really like Old Slow Coach. It's just her color scheme I really like. It just reminds me of like chocolate eclairs, brown and cream. Yeah. I think a good simple way to sum it up is Old Slow Coach is basically a great representation of Season 5. The whole, not like the crash or scary Season 5, but, just the warm summer days, bright colors, good feels. Yeah, do you guys know what I mean? I feel like she's just a really good representation of that. So that's why I've always had just such a huge appeal of her. Yeah, again, probably a character I have way too much interest in, but I've always really liked Old Slow Coach. Alright, next up we've got Lady. Yes, a bit of a controversial, not controversial, but difficult character, I'll put it that way. Obviously, is she canon or not? I'm gonna put her in C. I really love her design. Yeah, I don't think it's a real engine, if I remember correctly, but yeah, it's just something about it. It just looks so posh. I do like in Calling All Engines that they treated her as just like she appears in a dream. I thought that was a really clever way around it. Again, she doesn't really do much, but I like her fine. So that's why I'm putting her in C. Okay, so I should add, I recorded this before Brett Alcroft died, and had I redone this whole video right now, I probably would have put Lady a rank higher. As I've said so many times, I still think Magic Railroad isn't perfect, but I think Lady is a great example of, the overall theme of, what was the quote, like, the magic's not gone, it's just safe inside you, and that is, honestly, a very adult message, too, just so universal about, the little things in life that keep us going and all that. Alright, next up we got Hector. Yeah, Hector appeared in Hector the Horrid and, what was it called? It was an episode with James and it was snowing. What was it called? Honestly, Hector, I think, teaches a really good lesson for children. I think his episode, it's a great lesson on how people who act very mean can act. There might be a reason for that. They might be, afraid, might be hurting inside. So that, I think, is a really great message for children. So that's why I really like Hector. Again, I wish we saw more of Hector. Just something about his face. He kind of like Umber, very thin, very toad-like. I know it's a weird term, but yeah, I really like Hector. Next we got Hugo. So, again, correct me if I'm wrong. He appeared twice in season 1 through 21. He probably appeared afterwards, so I'm going to put him in C. He's fine. I really love his design. Rail Zeppelin. I always find it funny. Like, you look at the actual basis. They've, like, flattened the front, the real-life basis. The nose stuck out a lot. Again, I just don't really have much to say about Hugo. He's a cool design. I think a fun character. He's alright. Him trying to fly. Yeah, it's funny at first. It did get a bit old, but he's fine. Alright, finally we have Carly. Yeah, I've never really been a fan of Carly. I mean, she's harmless. It's not like I don't know. I really have no opinion on her, so I'm gonna put her down here in D. I don't know, D or C. It would kind of, no opinion. I'm gonna put her, that doesn't mean I don't like her, nothing. I was about to say, she kind of sticks out as a sore thumb with that bright yellow, but at the same time, a lot of cranes like that, are those bright colors in real life, so I guess, there's just nothing I can really say about Carly. Alright, now we come to 3 appearance characters. Characters who appeared thrice. And first up, we've got Bulgy. Yes, so... You know what? I'm gonna put Bulgy in A. Or I was thinking of putting him in B, but again, it kind of like the Class 40 and Horrid Lori. It's just kind of funny. The character who appears once just to teach a lesson and all that just gets such a ridiculous fate at the end. I mean, wedged under a bridge. I mean, yeah, I just love those sorts of characters. But I think it's really clever how Bulgy I'm sure he was based off of like the rivalries between railways and roads in the UK. Again, just Bulgy's fate though, just getting wedged under a bridge. What I really like is, in season 7, I mean, we saw him in the background in one of the Stepney episodes in season 4. But in season 7, he is brought back to life. But in an interesting twist, he decides, you know what, passengers aren't for me. I want to try something new for a change. And of course, he goes back, it was like cameos in, what was it, season 12. But yeah, I thought that was a really nice, character twist. He shows how he develops as a character. And he appeared in the CGI series. I think he was the last, quote-unquote, returnee, and he was definitely not expected. I certainly didn't expect him. He just kind of showed up out of nowhere. But yeah, I'm pleased that they brought him back. Alright, next up we got Fergus. I'm also gonna put him in A. I think a lot of people find Fergus really annoying, and yeah, he is really annoying, but I feel like that's kind of the point, very anal, about the rules and all that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is mainly just his design. I mean, as I've said before I got his wooden railway toy, I just used Trevor as him. Kind of like a lot of things. I always use Rheneas as Duncan, but yeah, so Fergus only appeared 3 times, all in season 7, and apparently, I think the reason was his model was damaged when filming that rock fall scene in Bill, Ben, and Fergus, so yeah, I mean, that totally makes sense, because, they wrote a whole song about him, you'd think they would have appeared again, but, yeah, I mean, again, I just really love the design of Fergus. A fun little, I don't want to say jerk, because he's not jerk, but he's like the old grandpa who, keeps nagging you, but you understand why. It's nagging you for your own good, I'll put it that way, yeah. And then, next up, we've got this character Neville. Yeah, Neville's a very weird case. So, I was talking about old Slow Coach earlier. I take that back as far as last wooden railway model. It was actually Neville who was the last one I got. So, 2006, it must have been, but yeah, 2005 season 9. I actually never saw his episode as a child because that was literally right when I stopped watching Thomas. So yeah, I got a model of Neville, never saw his episode until I started watching it again. Yeah, I'm gonna keep him in here. I think he's alright. There's not much to him, but well, first off, I'm gonna be saying this a lot, but kind of like Fergus, I really love the design. I've seen his basis at the Railway Museum in York. I'll always remember I was playing the episode on the computer. My dad came by, and he was like, Neville? What on earth kind of name is Neville for a Thomas character? But, I mean, yeah, it's a common British name, isn't it? Old-fashioned one, Neville Chamberlain and all that. His face is his face is a lot like Thumper, and, yeah, I mean, just look at it, like, frog-like. Yeah, so Neville appeared in Thomas and the New Engine, and then his other speaking role was in Best Friends? Yeah, that was it, CGI series. And then he also was one of the engines Emily and Whiff went by, so I'll be saying this a lot, but what was the point of it? They could have used him in some other episodes. Yeah, there's really not much to Neville, but I like him fine. And then we got Madge. Yeah, Madge from season 11. I'm going to put her in B. I think she's, again, it's been a while since I've seen her episodes, but yeah, I think she's, I really like the episode of her driving with Duncan on her bed. Yeah, she's very, kind of like a mother figure, but at the same time, not afraid to take risks. It kind of like a kid going out with his aunt who's not as, rigid as their mother or parent. Do you know what I mean? Don't tell your mother about this. I'm sure the reason Madge never appeared in the CGI, and probably this is the case for a lot of characters, the Scarlowe engines, it took them 3 or 4 seasons to get into CGI, so, obviously, I'm sure that's why she never appeared again, but, Yeah, I wish I would have seen more of her. I just love the design. Something about it. Three-wheeled truck. Yeah, she kind of looks like a frog in a way. Not the face, but just headlights, I think. Yeah, just such a. I just love these types of, odd European British road vehicle designs. Alright, next up we've got Merrick the Crane. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen Blue Mountain Mystery. I'm gonna put him in D. Just no opinion, but I say no opinion for the same reason as Carly and Col. Well, he's not pointless like Colin was, but yeah, I just don't remember anything about him. Owen, at least, and I'll get to it when I get to him. But Owen, at least, is a very strange kind of machine that you didn't see before. But yeah, I mean, I literally have no thoughts on Merrick. And finally, we've got Gator. Go get myself some gators. Yeah, so, I don't know if you saw my, cringy Tale of the Brit, or, when I reviewed all those specials, but I think it was like 2015. It was just me recording with one image, but yeah, I was a bit harsh on Gator. I was just talking about, like, there's nothing to this relationship between him and Percy. I admit now I was a bit harsh on that. I'm gonna put him in C. He's fine. The design I really like. We just don't really know much about him. Like, why was he there in the first place? I never understood. Like, I think he's supposed to be Argentine or Bolivian, Colombian, one of those. So I should have given him like a Spanish accent, like Victor. Yeah, I mean, the design is really all I remember. Yeah, it's very cliche, but I do like, the messages he, gives to Percy about being brave and all that. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I remember him. Alright, now we come to 4 characters, and there were 3 characters who appeared 4 times. It's kind of ironic. Yeah, so first up, we've got Duke, and, I mean, you know where I'm gonna put him. I mean, he was second favorite in the favorite characters video. Yeah, what else can I say about Duke that I already said? Just such a great, wise father figure, and also just, like, the mystery around it. Just his story, it's, I mean, again, what else can I say? It's so sad, but, just really funny at the same time. Just him sleeping for, like, what was it, 30 or 40 years? He was buried in the shed, and the guy just suddenly pops through the roof. You can see why, I love making Search for Smudger, and I'm sounding like a broken record, but I wish we would have seen him again. It'd just be interesting to see how he would have interacted with Scarloe. Yeah, and as probably tons of other people will say, I'm sure the reason he never appeared after season 4 was because, they had to repaint him into Bertram, and then, if they didn't make a big model for Sir Handel, yeah, I can see why they didn't do Duke. But, it's a real shame. Yeah, Duke's just such an inspirational character. And this next guy, another guy who what else can I say that I haven't already said? George. Yeah, he was like 9th or 8th on my favorite characters list. Of course he's going in S. Same reasons as Bulgy, Horrid Lorries, I've said this before. Steamroller is such a great episode. Not just like story, but, technical wise and all that. Just his rivalry with Sir Handel. The way I described it in my favorite characters video, I think sums it up perfectly. George is like that one lone protester, screaming Bible passages that no one pays any attention to. He's just that pathetic. But then, in season 5, so his appearances, he appeared once, Steamroller, and then season 5 he appeared in Lady Hat's Birthday Party and By George. And then after that, his only other appearance, excluding cameos, was Calling All Engines, and he didn't speak. Yeah, maybe he had amended his ways by then, but oh my god, By George, the episode, oh my god, just so insane, the just mayhem he causes. I mean, you've all heard me talk about it before, just like, what do we do, just pave over the road? Yeah, seems legit. Listen for the steamroller. Yeah, I mean, that episode, Road Rebel with Rollers. That's probably my favorite Engines of Sodor episode. Kind of going back to just, brutish bully characters getting such savage karma. Yeah, there's George. I think he was supposed to appear in the pack, but I would have loved to have seen him in the pack. And finally, we've got Glynn. I think, Adventure Begins obviously doesn't follow the continuity that Audrey established, But honestly, it was kind of clever how they created this new sort of canon where Thomas got number one because, the number one engine originally was just useless, or I guess not useless, but you know what I mean? Just this tiny little thing, and they just abandoned him. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in A. Just especially his interactions with Steven. I just think you're so clever. I think Glenn is probably the greatest example of a very obscure Sodor fact that only an extreme nerd would know, being brought to like a general audience, coffee pots and all that. Yeah, I thought they did that really well. Glenn his voice is kind of like what every person trying to do Scarloey does. Hello, my name is Glenn. I'm a Welsh engine. What am I? Thomas. Yeah. Alright, now we're on to 5 appearance characters. Cinco, Sank, Funf. First up, we've got Diesel 10. And yeah, you know where I'm gonna put him. I frickin' love this dude. As I said many times before, he was by far the best thing to come out of Magic Railroad. I can definitely see why he was the only character who continued on to pretty much present day almost. Yeah, I mean, what else can I say that I haven't already said? But just Neil Crone's performance, it just made the character so funny, but, so intimidating at the same time. And that's just such a good balance to have with a villain. As I said before, I think Keith Scott would have done great too, but Neil Crone just gave it that comedic edge that, yeah, I still find him so funny, and I also really like, yeah, it's a very fictional, crazy design, but it's not, like, overblown. I mean, this looks like something, even though in real life it's probably illegal, this is definitely something I could see working. And again, as I said before, I always liked how he was kind of like a specials-only character. It just didn't really feel right seeing him in, what was it, season 17? And I think the crew probably realized that too, because he never appeared again. But yeah, I mean, most people I know, if I showed them Diesel 10, they'd probably recognize him. And also, as I said before, I wasn't a fan of what they did with him in Calling All Engines, but I thought it was okay. Like, because, it's generally established that it's a different canon, and, it brought him back into the lore, I guess. Yeah, and, Day of the Diesels, I thought he was used pretty well. Yeah, I had that cameo at Misty Island, the end of Misty Island Rescue. I remember seeing that footage on YouTube. Someone had recorded it in the theater. This must have been, the special came out in, like, the fall of 2010, so this must have been, like, July or something. And I was thinking, where on earth is this from? Did someone make this up? Well, then when I saw Misty Island Rescue, there he was at the end of the credits. Yeah, very nice tease of the next special. Yeah, nothing else I can really say about him. I just love this guy. Alright, next up we got Arthur. I'm gonna put him in C. Yeah, there's not really much to him. I like him fine. Yeah, I'm kind of just neutral on him. He's, I talked about this in my episodes ranking video. There's not much to him compared to the other Season 7 newbies, particularly on that New Friends DVD, but yeah, he's got some fun moments. His intro episode, I think I put it in this neutral category, but Something Fishy, I think, is a great episode. Yeah, I like him fine. When I rode the Bluebell Railway, I rode a tank engine similar to his. Arthur is I think it's an IVOT class, the big, long tank engines. I used to think any engine that looked like that was an IVOT. In fact, I have a model of a similar type of engine, only it has a 4-wheel bogie at the back instead of 2. But yeah, I guess, no, there's so many different types of these. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I can say about Arthur. He's fine. Alright, next up, Molly. I honestly don't remember hardly anything about Molly. It's funny because until I made this video, I thought she had only appeared once in her debut episode and then cameos later on. But no, she's made a few other speaking roles here and there. I'm gonna put her in D. I don't dislike her, but yeah, there's just not really much to her. Bright yellow. That's literally all I remember. Funny enough, whenever I look at her, the character Croven I created, whenever I look at Molly, I always think of what I used to imagine Croven would be when I was a little kid. Yeah. Yeah, that's literally all I can say. Well, I mean, I guess the face, yeah, this proto image, she has a large face, whereas in the actual episodes, she had a small one. Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. I'm glad they changed the face. This one looks really creepy. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, there's Molly. Alright, next up we've got Owen. I'm gonna put Owen in C. What he has over Merrick, the crane, is that he's a design we've never seen before. He's basically, the winch, if he had a face, like from Peter Sam's accident, or Duncan Duncan. Yeah, but, that's pretty much all I remember about him. It's nice to see, a different type of machine have a face. Merrick was just a crane. But, I don't dislike either of them. Again, I just have no opinion on them. But, Owen gets slightly elevated for the reason I just talked about. And finally, let's see. Got Judy and Jerome. And when I say Judy and Jerome, I'm only counting when they had faces and were, actually referred to. But bottom line, I'm not counting, every breakdown train, like in season 1 and all that. I'm also going to put them in neutral. I think it's very clever, them giving cranes, personality. Well, I guess they did that with Rocky, but I don't really have many thoughts on them. It was a nice surprise seeing them. What I really like is just how they're always portrayed as old geezers just sleeping and only wake up with an emergency. It reminds me of Mermaid Man from SpongeBob, whenever you say evil, he just suddenly goes into panic. He's like, evil! But yeah, there's Judy and Jerome. Alright. Now we get to characters who appeared 6 times, and boy, there are a lot of them. Let's see how long this section's gonna be. Alright, we're starting off with Murdoch. Probably a ton of you are gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna put him in S, but you can understand why. This is why I made that Murdoch's Misadventure. He's just a character who I've always had a strange fascination with. Yeah, I guess kind of like Bertram and Smudger. I think a lot of it is just to do with the design. But I just love big, these big 9Fs. Big engines with smoke deflectors. And so, yeah, I think that's, why I've always had such an appeal for him. And the color, too, which, again, I'm sure you're all thinking, what the hell is wrong with you? But I love orange. Yeah, out of all those engines who appeared in Season 7, him and Arthur, and excluding Fergus for obvious reasons, him and Arthur seemed to get the short end of the stick. So Murdoch, appeared a few times in Season 7. Season 8, he had a non-speaking role. I think it was in Percy and the Magic Carpet. Then he was one of those engines that laughed at Emily and Whiff. And then he had 2 roles in Season 12. One speaking, excellent Emily, and the other was Thomas puts the brakes on, I think. So yeah, he was kind of just in the background. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just unapologetically like Murdoch. Sue me. I just love big engines. I have a theory that maybe he didn't appear in the CGI at all because Hero kind of took his place. They're both very similar engines. Murdoch's theme, I think, is gorgeous. And I may have said this on Twitter before, and I hope this isn't going to generate a lot of controversy yet. Sometimes I wonder, and probably not intentionally, Murdoch has a lot of autistic traits. Loves his peace and quiet, not very social. He can be a bit blunt. Yeah, I'm not saying that was what they intended. I just always thought that was an interesting connection. Kind of like Henry in a way. He's a gentle giant. We didn't really have that before in the show. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so, he's the biggest engine on or is he? At least at the time he was introduced. Anyway, yeah. So, I love Murdoch. You can see why I wanted to make that Engines of Sodor special. I just always had a strange appeal of him. And, with his model, especially being so big and intricate, I would have thought they would have made use of him. Next up, we've got Freddy, or Fearless Freddy. So Fearless Freddy was introduced in 10th season, so this was after I grew out of Thomas initially, but I'm going to put him in A. I really like this guy, and I like him because he seems like a character Audrey would put in as far as the design. There is a lot of confusion about, the history with him, like, when he arrives, Sir Handel recognizes him, but Scarlo and Rheneas don't. So, was he on the Mid-Sodor Railway? I guess you could say that because, they didn't officially establish it, but, they made it seem like the Mid-Sodor was just the Skarloey Railway before it closed. So I guess you could say that. if you saw the Search for Smudger remake, I established a new continuity where he was on the Mid-Sodor, and then he came while Skarloey was being repaired, so that's how Skarloey wouldn't recognize him, but Sir Andal does. But yeah, I'm really sad they didn't bring him back to the CGI series. I think they were planning on, but yeah, I mean, he's a nice addition to the Skarloey Railway, and I just love his gray colors and all that. I got to see his model at the Audrey Extravaganza. That was really neat. Is there anything else I can say? Not really. Yeah, I've always liked Fearless Freddy. And we've got Jeremy the Jet Plane. Now, he's kind of a weird one. If you don't know, I love planes. It's my second biggest interest after trains. But the thing is, he appears he speaks in his debut role, and then he appears a few times afterwards, but he doesn't speak after, I don't think. Yeah, I'm torn on this. I think I'm going to put him in C. That kind of pains me to do that, but the problem with him, Jet Plane, and this is probably why they didn't have many of them, is, when you're, have an airplane in the Thomas universe, especially a jet plane, one that can go really fast and long distances, there's just not really much potential, or not much you can do with them, because, he takes off, and he goes away, and, comes back, yeah, like in his debut episode, what was he doing? Like, taking kids to a picnic? Are they, like, rich kids who chartered a plane to, like, take him on a picnic to the mainland or something? I mean, wow, talk about a waste of fuel and money. Yeah, I think, they never established really what type of plane Jeremy is. I think they said he's a mix between, like, a BAC 111 and, kind of like a business jet, basically, like a... I don't know. I'm not an expert that much on business jets, but like a Learjet 45, Bombardier Challenger. But yeah, so I wish Jeremy had more speaking roles. I feel like if Audrey had introduced a jet plane, it probably would have been like a 737 or some British, or maybe even the Concorde. But I love Jeremy's design. I love airplanes, but yeah, there's just not really much you can do with him. Then we've had Norman, supposedly Dennis's brother. Yeah, so out of all those engines who were introduced in Day of the Diesels, it's weird because I think Norman has had the least amount of appearances after. Even Sydney, who only had like a 10-second laughing role, has appeared more than Norman. Yeah, so I'm trying to... It's kind of hard to decide where to put... I'm gonna put him in the same rank as Jeremy, C. Again, there's just not much to him. The other Diesels, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm missing something. The other Diesels have, like, a solid personality, Sydney, very forgetful. Paxton, very clumsy but friendly. Den and Dart, kind of bumbling but well-meaning. Do you know what I mean? Norman, what's Norman? He's just Red Dennis. In fact, kind of like what I just said about Murdoch and Hero. Maybe they replaced Dennis with Norman. But yeah, that's pretty much all I can say. And it's funny because, I think only one of the bases was ever built. What was it? The Bully Diesel? So I found that interesting. But yeah, that's literally all I can say about Norman. Up next, we've got Luke. Yeah, I'm gonna put him in B. Misty Isle, Blue Mountain Mystery, if you heard my opinion, I think the final act gets very clumsy. Yes, I know, engines may have had valid reasons for... Well, it wasn't necessarily that. It was more of, the fact that Thomas puffs... What was it? He puffs onto Owen. It just tries going down narrow gauge tracks. I mean, Jesus Christ. But, that's aside the point. I think Luke himself... he's a nice, likable character. I like the lessons, he teaches in the special, hiding from guilt and all that. I really like his design. What is he, like, Kara Stewart Wren? If you guys ever remember, I think there was a locomotive Soda Island 3D made called Rishra, 2006. I think it was an Indian locomotive, but, that's always what Luke reminded me of. In fact, it may be a similar basis, same basis. But yeah, I like Luke. He's a fun little guy. And I'm going to put, Winston. I'm going to put Winston in the same rank. I think he was the last, correct me if I'm wrong, he was the last character made by Nitrogen Studios, because I think he was the last introduced in Season 16. Just some funny moments of him, the Fat Controller being a really bad driver. Those always gave me some laughs. My mom actually got me Winston as a the wooden railway toy in 2015 as a joke. Yeah. Sometimes when I have memories of driving around, and you get stuck at a railroad crossing, and you wait for the train to come, but it isn't a train. It's literally a truck, and I say truck, American truck, so lorry, converted to, like, rail wheels. So yeah, I think Winston has some fun moments. Next up we got Timothy. And if you mention Timothy the Ghost Engine, you're gonna be sent to the coroner, for shame. I don't really remember much about Timothy. I think we're gonna put him in C. I don't really have many thoughts on him. He's fine. Again, I really like the design. The interactions with him and Bill and Ben. That's all I really remember, though. I'm curious as to when he actually came to Sodor, because, he was already established as, having, kind of like Fergus, he was established as having been there for a while. So, I'd be interested to find that out. He's fine. I don't really have many thoughts on Timothy. Next up, we've got Reg. Yeah, so I'm trying to remember stuff about Reg. I think I'm also going to put him in C. I don't remember much about it. I'm trying to remember, correct me if I'm wrong, did he, I think he had some, like, funny moments where he was, kind of like happy personality while crunching up scrap, moving scrap. Was he the one who did that? But yeah, I mean, you can see where I just kind of like Timothy. I just don't really have any thoughts on him. He's fine. And next we've got Skiff. Skiff is kind of a weird character. I think I'm also gonna put him in C because, I don't know, just something about a sailboat on rails. I think it's something where he's fine. I like his arc with Sailor John. Again, I don't really have many thoughts on him, but it's just something, I think it's just his design. It's just very confusing. A sailboat on rails. And, it works in Legend of the Lost Treasure, because I think Sailor John just put those wheels on to try and adapt. But, he's fine. I've been saying that a lot, but, I don't really have much to say about Skiff. Alright, finally we've got Mike, Rex, and Bert. They all appeared the same number of times. Yeah, so it's kind of weird because should I rank them based on, like, the Railway series personalities or, like, a combination of both? I'm gonna put them all in B. I still remember that day, finding out that they were going to appear in Legend of the Lost Treasure. At first I was like, is this a prank? But what was it? 10 years. 1995, 2015. 10 years after the last time they, had a Railway series character. And not only that, after they appeared in Lost Treasure, I thought they were just going to be kind of background characters. But no, they adapted their actual stories. Yeah, I mean, that is something I did not expect. Yeah, I was hoping one day maybe they'd try the Coldy Fell engines. I think out of all three of them, I think Rex is my favorite for a few reasons. Well, I think it's mainly because he seemed to be the smart one, and also, he always stood out to me because he had that accident, Useful Railway. Yeah, kind of like the same, you remember engines who have extreme crashes, same thing with Henry. Bert is also a fun, just not snobby. Bert is kind of more like Henry as far as personality-wise, just kind of grumpy and like a bit spiteful. And then Mike is definitely like the James of the Railway. It fits with his color. But yeah, I thought they brought them in pretty well. Just trying to think of anything else I can say. I don't understand why they never made Rex for Wooden Railway. Why couldn't they do all three of them? In fact, Mike was made, if you didn't know, Mike was made, long before Lost Treasure at, kind of just a single. I think that makes sense because he's the most iconic out of the three. Alright, now we come to characters who appeared 7 times. And first we have one of 2 characters who are like the equivalent of Boba Fett in the Thomas universe. The other one being Duck. But when I say that, what I mean is, a minor character who has such a big fan popularity. Yeah, so I'm going to put Boko in B, where I put the last 3 guys. Unlike a character like, an underused character like Duke, I can definitely see why they felt like he didn't have much potential. Interestingly, I always argue that Duke and Boko are the only major Audrey characters who didn't appear at all, like return at all in the hit era. I think probably what happened is there's not really much to him. He's just a friendly diesel. Yeah, he had a pivotal role in the Railway series. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was he the first, aside from Rusty, was he the first friendly diesel? Yeah, I don't know. I think he was. But, so in that way, he was kind of a pivotal character there. But maybe it was because of his name, just Boko. It'd be like naming a steam engine 57XX, a steam engine. It's just not very memorable. So, but I get, that's not necessarily a bad thing. What I'm getting at is, I think what happened is he didn't appear after season 5, and when they started introducing new character, these new friendly diesels, like Salty, Paxton, so forth, I just feel like, that he just wouldn't really have stood out. And yeah, that's sad, but again, I can kind of understand that. It's still though, it would have been nice to see him again. Just working on Edward's branch line. Him and Derek, I think, would form a good pair. Oh, and another interesting thing about Boko is I think Boko and Derek are the only standard gauge engines who live on Sodor who have not interacted with Thomas at all. Is there anyone else? Yeah, I can't really think of. But yeah, I like Boko. And also, I forget who did this video, but it was someone made a video analyzing how basically the fandom saved Boko. And yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to do with my NWR Origins episode with him. Just developing his character where he started off as a typical, disliking steam diesel engine, but when his class started becoming too unreliable, he started feeling the obsolete and prejudice way quicker than the other diesels. So yeah, I thought that was a really great character dive into. I always think that going back to Boko's name, yes, they have Diesel, but I don't know. I feel like because he's the first one introduced, that kind of gets a pass. But if they were to give Boko a real name, for some reason, he looks like his name would be Barry. Yes, I don't know why. It's something about his face. He just looks like a Barry. Probably also Vicar or Victor, based on his class type. As a child, I think Boko's angry face is probably the scariest angry face, topped only by, I think, Henry and Diesel 10. But, when that shot where it was, his face was the whole screen, do you mind? Man, that was such a creepy moment. I don't want to, again, I'm not trying to say he's nothing, like there's no potential with him. I'm just saying, maybe if they'd given him like a funny accent or something, I don't know, he would have stood out more. But I guess what I'm saying is I like him fine, but I do kind of understand why we didn't really see him didn't see him at all after season 5. Alright, next up we've got Scruff. Scruff the Scruncher. I'm also gonna put this guy in B. I don't know, just something about his design. It's like he's half diesel, half steam engine, even though, yeah, he's a steam engine, but yeah, it's just an interesting design, and just the idea of a character who doesn't like to be clean. I just think that's a funny idea. Also his voice, too, especially in the US dub, I always found pretty funny. He sounds like, this old gangster who's been smoking a lot, but, he's afraid of being cleaned. I don't know, that just makes me laugh so much. He sounds like Scruffy. Yeah, you know what I mean? But I'm trying to think. Yeah, him and Whiff are make an interesting pair. Alright, next up we've got a pretty controversial character, Samson. I actually had to do a lot of research because I didn't remember hardly anything about this character, but I'm glad I did. I do not like this guy. But whether to put him in E or F, I'm torn. Oh boy. I'm gonna put him in F, but it would be like the highest rank you could give, F+. Just for the fact that the type of character he is, he's basically, the one word I can describe him with is asshole. Yeah, and obviously, there's tons of other characters like that, but here's my main issue. He doesn't serve a purpose, and he has no redeeming qualities. So, comparing him to Bradford, Bradford, yeah, is a asshole as well, but I feel, well, first off, Bradford's just such a minor character, and then also Bradford's purpose is to be, the asshole brake van. Yeah, in fact, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there an episode with both Samson and Bradford in the BWBA era? Yeah, and characters like Gordon are also arrogant and pompous, but at least they're funny, and also Gordon has good qualities about him. A character like Spencer, again, he serves a purpose as to be the foil for Gordon, and same thing with Diesel. Whereas Samson, it's kind of hard to put this in words. Yeah, obviously there's other very annoying characters, but yeah, just something about Samson, the type of character Samson is. It's just the fact, he's too proud to ask for help. I mean, it'd be one thing if he was too shy to ask for help, and at the end, he learned a lesson like, oh, maybe I should ask for help. But, and then again, the next episodes he's in, it just goes completely out the window. Yeah, I just don't like these types of characters, and I'm sure we all know someone like this in real life. It's interesting because Samson's sent for scrap. The overall idea, I think, could be pretty funny. Just scrapping the most random things. I think that could have some very funny potential. It would have worked if, I think, Samson, well, like his debut episode, it would have worked if Samson was just a complete idiot, and, he arrived. And at the end, he realizes, do you guys see what I mean? What's that quote? Like, never attribute malice to what can be explained by idiocy. It's kind of the opposite like that. Had Samson just been a blithering idiot, yeah, it would still be annoying, but I feel like that could have been a funnier premise. But no, he's just such a stubborn, stuck-up asshole. I'm sorry, I keep using that word. Yeah, Samson sounds like a combination of Mr. Bean and Rolly from Bob the Builder. And funny I say that because, I grew up with the US dub with Bob the Builder, and in the US dub, Rolly just sounded like a young boy. But when I first saw the UK version, it was just so jarring hearing Rolly speak because he sounds like, drunk Mr. Bean. So yeah, that's where I get that, impression from. But yeah, he's the first guy to go in this F tier. I really don't like Samson. Alright, next up we've got Ryan. I'm not really a fan of Ryan. I don't hate him like Sam. So Ryan's a different type of character. I'm torn because it would be some rank between C and E. The main thing is, I don't want to say no opinion or forgettable because he's definitely not, but he's just basically a carbon copy of Stanley, only purple. And I say that because, he takes Thomas's coaches, all this. Oh, God, where should I put him? I'm going to put him in D. Well, then again, I just don't remember you know what? Yeah, I'm going to put him in D because, I'm sorry I'm going back on what I just said, but the only thing I remember about him is, him being the, Thomas mad at New Engine. But, he doesn't really have any. And that's strange because I know he has episodes afterward, especially with Daisy, but that's where I'm going to put him there because that's literally all I remember about him. Maybe it was, I think he was voiced by Eddie Redmayne in Sodor's Legend of Lost Treasure. I think they changed it when he appeared in regular episodes. Probably couldn't afford Eddie Redmayne for the whole series, but yeah, I'm just going to put him in D. I just feel like putting him any lower, he doesn't deserve that. Alright, next up, we've got the pack characters. So, I know what I did. So, with the pack characters, I'm going to put these guys to the side. So, as far as, like, a number of appearances, what I did was I ranked the pack care anytime in the actual TV series, so not including Jack and the Pack spin-off. I counted any time a pack character appeared as one appearance of the pack. So, season 6, and then, Great Discovery, and then, I'm gonna do a separate section on them. Alright, now we come to characters who appeared 8 times. My favorite number, 8. And starting off with, what's this guy's name? I'm sorry, I'm very forgetful. Sydney, yeah. Yeah, 8, I'm sorry. But yeah, forgetful Sydney. I'm gonna put him in B. Sydney's a very weird case. Again, most of those Diesels introduced in Day of the Diesels are, but him especially because he was how do I put this? He only had like what 10 seconds of appearance, not even that. In David Diesel's, he just laughed and he was on the hoist. But the thing was, it wasn't like Bertram. On his bio, on the wiki, I saw like his full character information. Before the special came out. Talking about how he was forgetful and all that. So he was definitely a fleshed out character. So that just raises so many questions for me. Like I'm wondering, like, was he originally planning on having a larger role in that special, but they cut it down? But then later on, they decided, get back to him, especially because, it was the change of the animation. He didn't appear again until the change of the animation studio. Dave Diesel's 2011, season 17, 2013. So yeah, what was the deal with this guy? Him, Paxton, etc. Norman. Yeah, very weird case. I don't really know why, but I've just always had a soft spot for Sydney. Just, sometimes being a forgetful character can be annoying, but I'll give him this. He's not like anything we've really seen before. Very forgetful. Well, that makes him stand out. I think it's mainly because I just really like his design. He's one of those Class 08s, but it's both the blue color and the face, the shape of the face. It's not square. It's kind of a, what do you call this? Same shape as Derek's face. Yeah, I think, Sydney's just an example of, adorably stupid. I'm sorry to put it that way, but I've always liked Sydney. I think with Sydney, it could have easily gone into, like, with being the forgetful character, it could have easily gone into being a really annoying, kind of like with, well, not Sam, just Jar Jar Binks, basically, or, those type of characters, but I thought that they handled him pretty well. Yeah, he's just a friendly guy. Next up, we got Stafford. And yeah, so I'm gonna put Stafford in. Do I even have any space? Oh God, I'm running out of space here. I'm gonna put him in C. Yeah, there's not really much to Stafford. I think he is like design over character, but again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. One thing I really do appreciate is, when they brought him back in season 17, Steamy Stafford, I don't really like that episode, but I do like how, I feel like if it wasn't for, Stafford could have easily been, like another Flora or Hank, appearing in the season, and then, the studio switched, and, just completely vanished. Especially since he only appeared once in season 16. But no, they kept him in the limelight, I really appreciate them doing that, I think I've seen Stafford's basis at the National Railway Museum. It's an interesting character design. I think any issue I have with Stafford is not really Stafford himself, it's just more of like how he's used. Like Steamy Stafford is, another one of those stupid Three Strikes episodes. Although I will say, using Spencer as the main character for that I thought was a great choice. But yeah, that's literally all I can say about Stafford. And finally, we've got Caitlin and Connor, who both appeared 8 times. I don't know. I'm gonna put these guys in D. I don't... It'd be C or D. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in D. I don't dislike them, but the problem is, and again, I know Railway Realism is not like the Audrey critic, Rule 55, but I think the main issue I have with Caitlin and Connor is that they just feel very out of place, especially, at the Ulfstead Castle. Yeah, kind of hard to describe why, but again, just having these big American steam engines taking the exquisite train from the mainland to the castle. Again, I'm not a big stickler for railway realism, but it just doesn't feel right, It would be like having a big boy take the Queen's train, or, something like that. Caitlin is, I think, a more subdued version of Marion. I'll get to Marion later, but very rambunctious. I think, I wasn't a fan of episodes like Not So Slow Coaches, but again, I think she's fine. Connor, I think, I just don't really remember anything about, aside from his design. Bill or Ben, I love Bill and Ben, obviously I'll get to them later. I did not like Bill or Ben. I thought that, I don't know, Connor just... They kind of did Connor dirty in that episode. And I'm not saying that these two engines can't exist on Sodor, them pulling the regular express, that'd be fine. It's just something more about, them being these special, special exquisite engines, going to the mainland and all that. Yeah, that should be a job for, like, a Flying Scotsman type. Alright, now we're moving on to characters who appeared 9 times. And what better character to start off with than Stepney? Yeah, I mean, you all know Stepney's a pretty complicated character as far as, trying to figure out, does he live on it just, juggling the different interpretations of him, his railway series, TV, real life story basis, but, I'm gonna put Stepney in A. Yeah, I've always really liked Stepney. I do admit a lot of that is the physical look. He's just such a classy, posh engine, like that yellow I just can't get over. That yellow, green, red. Oh, it's just so perfect. Yeah, I've gone on about, my issues with Rusty to the Rescue so many times, is, how he was brought to the TV series. And again, I don't dislike Rusty to the Rescue at all, I must emphasize. I still freaking love that episode. Again, it's just more, I feel like those issues, they just always confuse me so much, but honestly, taking that out of the equation, I think Stepney in the TV series was done really well. Again, though, it's kind of always hard to determine, like, is he the Bluebell Railway? Is it just some heritage branch line on the island of Sodor, or does he come from the mainland, to visit? But yeah, regardless of what canon you believe, my canon, if he ever appeared in Engines of Sodor, it was like he would come back and forth and visit from the mainland. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of a mix between TV and railway series. But anyway, Stepney is, as you all know, represents like I think he was the first steam engine to be preserved. That's what the Bluebell Railway's mission was. So he's definitely a really important character in that way. Stepney himself, as far as his character, there's not much to him. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Stepney's very much, very optimistic, very laid back, just kind of taking life as it goes, just, happy guy. Yeah, kind of like Edward in a way. He doesn't let anyone push him around, really. Anyway, so what I was about to say was, what makes Stepney so memorable, I think, are his stories, railway series and TV series. Train Stops Play, especially Bowled Out. I just love those episodes. Bowled Out particularly, Yeah, it's just karmic justice, overtaking that Class 40 diesel. But, then you got Stepney Gets Lost. By God, that's among my top 20 favorite episodes. Just so dark, yeah, and I think, also what made him stand out, the voice Alec Baldwin gave him, this very Cockney accent. And, yeah, isn't Stepney a district in London? Yeah, kind of like Boko, I can definitely understand why they didn't really do much with him after season 5. Yeah, he was just there, like, on the branch line. Edward would go visit him occasionally. Yeah, I can definitely see why. They probably just didn't know what to do with him, given how complicated his backstory is. So, yeah, but at the same time, that appearance in, what was it? It was in season 12, Rosie's Funfair Special. That was just out of nowhere. Like, yeah, that was, I love seeing him again, but man, that was like one of the most random appearances ever. Yeah, I've always liked Stepney. I think he's one of my dad's favorite characters, because he had the Stepney book as a child. And I had the privilege of seeing the real Stepney the last summer at Bluebell Railway. So yeah, just such a beautiful locomotive. Bluebells forever! Alright, next up we've got Captain. I'm gonna put him in C. I don't really remember much about... Well, he's a character that serves a function, basically. Being the boat, the search and rescue boat. So that's why I'm putting him here. I really like his design, but... Yeah, he was the first boat character introduced since Bulstrode. Were there any other, like, boat characters introduced? Oh, yeah, Skiff, but... Yeah, him, Skiff, and Bulstrode, yeah. But anyway, yeah, again, there's not really much I can say about Captain. I just really like his design. My dad's a big boat guy, so I don't think I've ridden on this particular one, but, yeah, I'm gonna put him in C. And finally, we've got Millie. Let's see. I'm gonna put Millie in B. Yeah, I really like her design. That's something I've been saying a lot recently, but what I like about Millie is I've always had a fascination with, she very much reminds me of a steam engine you'd see in, like, a theme park, yeah, an estate, a zoo, things like that. Yes, I like the idea of having a specific engine used to go around the castle. That's just such a unique idea. Yeah, and also I like the fact that she speaks French. Kind of good parallel with Victor. Yeah, there's Millie. All right, now we're up to characters who appeared 10 times. And starting off, we've got Mighty Mac. This might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm gonna put Mighty Mac in A. I think a lot of people don't like that, or should I call him, them, I'm gonna call him them, just because it's two characters. Anyway, I feel like a lot of people don't like Mighty Mac because they feel like just I'm gonna screw up a lot with these, but I think they feel that they are a very simple character, like them being attached to each other. Push me, pull you attitude is just too simplistic. But I don't know. I find Mighty Mac's first episode really funny, especially the part where they're like they're trying to get to the right points, and then there's like, oh, we've made it. Then why are the passengers over there on the other side of? Yeah, that I think is such a funny moment. But yeah, I can definitely understand why people would find them annoying. I just love it, just the overall concept, having a conjoined characters. As you may know, they actually recently it was revealed that in the 6th season they had come up with an engine called Little Giant, same basis, only it was orange. And I'm pretty sure, they decided not to create that character, but I'm pretty sure they just had that idea on the back burner, brought it to season 9. And yeah, when I rode the Festiniog Railway, I think it's called Double Fairly, Meriden Emery's, I think was the specific one that took me, but they look so much better with buffers. I mean, that's the case with a lot of engines, but yeah, it's something about them having buffers makes them so much more appealing. I don't know why. Like Freddy, I'm really sad that they didn't appear again in the CGI series. I'm sure they were planned on, but for whatever reason they weren't brought back. Yeah, because I feel like them and Freddy, they were pretty solid major narrow gauge characters. I thought Hit did a really good job with them. Yeah, I mean, you can see why I wanted to do that Search for Smudger remake. That joke of Brackley joking that he was going to saw them in half to both be in the picture. But yeah, I mean, I still remember the first time my dad was, I must have been watching it on the computer, and my dad came in. And I just remember his reaction, like, what on earth is that type of engine? And funny enough, like on the Festiniog, when the Double Fairly came, I remember a little kid saying something like, did that engine work at Chernobyl? I shouldn't laugh at that, but oh my god, yeah. Probably kind of like Murdoch. I just always love these guys for probably too much than they're worth, but yeah, I love Mighty Mac. Alright, next up we've got Bell. Yeah, kind of like what I was saying with Gator. If you saw those special reviews I did back in 2015 or whatever, yeah, I was definitely way too harsh on Bell. But I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. It just a steam engine with water cannons. That just seems like a very odd. I don't know, should I put her in D or? I'm gonna put her in D. I don't think she's that bad. I just think she's just such a stupid design. But, I just realized something. When I rode the Bluebell Railway this last summer, Bell's basis is the engine I rode on the way back. 80151 or whatever. Yeah, it's similar to Arthur. But, yeah, so I just looked it up because I was trying to figure out, did her basis actually have these water cannons? No, they didn't, but yeah, that just makes it even more confusing. But yeah, I guess that is an interesting thing I didn't know. Yeah, that's literally all I can say about Bell. Oh boy, this next one. I don't know what other people think about Marion, but I find her so freaking annoying. You know what? I'm gonna put her in F. I've tried to get softer on Marion by watching more episodes, but it's sad because I understand what they were trying to do. They were trying to make her like a quirky character with the. I feel like Lexi from Journey Beyond Sodor is a much better way of doing that. Lexi, yeah, is very quirky, but Lexi was funny. Just the different voices she would do. But Oh God, just what's in my shovel? Oh God, I'm sorry. Who cares? Yeah, I really do not like Marion. I think when she was first introduced, I didn't really like her, but she probably would have just been in the E category. But Legend of the Lost Treasure, that whole subplot about her thinking there was magic engines. Oh my God, like yeah, the fact that she was like sticking her bucket out in front of like the little Arlesdale engines to stop them, chasing them basically. That's just oh, I just hate those sorts of characters. And yeah, so yeah, she was voiced by Olivia Colman, but after she won the Academy, kind of like Eddie Redmayne. After she won the Academy Award, and I guess went to play the Queen in The Crown. They probably couldn't afford her anymore. But oh yeah, sorry, I really do not like Marion. And the same thing with Philip, and I'll get to him. But sometimes I do feel a little sympathetic. Having ADHD and all that. You keep going on, and you just can't read social cues. But oh, sure. It's just people I know who are like Marion. They just really drive me up the wall. So yeah. Alright, now on to characters who appeared 11 times, with these three. And the first of these three characters is, Butch is one of the strangest examples of I don't even know the word to use, but you know exactly what I'm trying to say. So obviously, I should make it clear. I'm including his appearance in Horrid Lorry because he was referred to by name, even though he didn't have a fit. Wait, I've just realized something. Oh, I'm gonna get sidetracked. He didn't have a face when it was he came to the docks and the narrator mentioned him, but I could have sworn he has a face when he's on that the road before the lorry goes off the cliff. So oh my God, that I have to go look this up. Okay, so I just looked at the episode, and honestly, it's really hard to tell. I was sure that you could see his face here, but yeah, it's really hard to tell. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, what was the deal with this guy? What? I guess I should rank him first. Well, even that's kind of hard because I think for the same reason as Bertram, I'm more inclined to put him in C, but I'm gonna put him in B. I actually do have a lot of nostalgia for this guy, and that's weird because Butch didn't have a speaking role until I was, a teenager, basically. So 1998, 2011, 11, season 15. 13 years, 10 seasons. Again, what was the deal with this guy? Well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna be rambling a lot here, but there's just so much confusion with this guy. You can see why, but yeah, so I kind of have some nostalgia of Butch. Because he's one of the characters I clearly remember buying. This was the case with a lot of characters, but for some reason I remember Butch specifically. I bought him from the local toy store, and then my mom and I went to Starbucks to get, I would get my chocolate milk and all that, like early 2000s. So, and then I also had that Leap. If you guys am I too old, or does anyone else remember what are they called? Leap pads, those sorts of things. Where I had that rare book where it was like Butch's only speaking role until the 15th season. So yeah, I do have a lot of nostalgia as far as that. And again, he's just a cool design. So, but anyway, what on earth was the plan for this guy? When he finally did appear, I'm not a fan of, what was it, Stuck on You. I think it's a funny concept, but I don't know. You kind of like up and away. It was just a bizarre concept that just wasn't used great. But regardless of that, I like him in the CGI series. He's again just making him speak was just such a strange experience. But I'll say this: for some reason, who's the actor? Rupert Degas, I think. The way he speaks sounds so fitting for that character. It's kind of hard to explain why. But yeah, he's kind of like Harvey off the rails. Yeah, always friendly. I'm going on a bit of a tangent, but yeah, literally nothing else I can say because it's just such a confusing character. And next up, we got another road character, Elizabeth. I remember seeing Elizabeth introduced for the first time because, as I've said many times, season 6 was the first season I remember seeing for the first time. I'm also gonna put her in B. I'm trying to think of the word to describe. I'll just put it this way. I think Elizabeth is a good example of a bitch. I'm sorry to put it that way, but, old hag, how do I put this? A grumpy old bitch. That's literally all I could say, but you know what I mean? I hope I don't sound sexist or anything, but I think it's mainly just the overall idea of this snobby old... I, I'll put it this way. I mean, obviously, a character like that, you would think that it would get really old, really annoying, unlikable, but I think what makes it work is that, well, first off, the fact that, the relationship of her and the Fat Controller, she was the Fat Controller's first truck. That was something you don't expect. And I think it works because she's very much she's kind of like the female version of Fergus. Yes, kind of anal and all that, but, for your own good. Yeah, and as I said in my Season 7 ranked video, at first, I was kind of like, she is really rude to Thomas. I wasn't really a fan of that. But, after Season 7, where they have that reconciliation, I think that solves that. So, yeah, I mean, her design, I absolutely love. Kind of like Arthur, for some reason, they just couldn't seem to get her color right. Merchandise. In the TV series, she's definitely bright red, kind of a darker red, whereas, like, her merchandise was more just maroonish. I think Elizabeth's just another good example of old technology proving itself. Just this cranky old bat proving that she's still got a lot of steam in her. No pun intended. Alright, oh boy. Philip. Oh boy. Oh, that shadow... Even that shadow texture is really bad. You know what? I'm gonna put Philip in F. Kind of like Marion, I do understand what they're going for, and there are definitely, more so than Marion, but people I've met like Philip who are, I just described Elizabeth as, grumpy old bitch. Philip, I think, two words that describe him, little shit. Yeah. I freaking hate this guy. And what I was just saying was, it was really difficult at first because I know so many people like Philip. The fact, having ADHD and all that, I wanted to say I relate to, I mean, I'm not hyperactive like Philip, but, I would want to say people would relate to him because of how hyper he is, but, this guy really gets on my nerves. The more I watched it, I was just like, yeah, this guy, I hate this little shit. I think a lot of it was that really cemented it. When he was first introduced, I thought he was annoying, but he probably would have just been an E, dislike. But I think it was, he just would not shut the up about that supposed race he had with Gordon. The fact that he keeps going on and on about it, even like in the songs, like, holy shit, this little shit. My God, this is getting really profane, but, I mean, I'll tell you later on who my least favorite character is. Philip's not quite that, I'll put it this way, I think it was more the fact that they kept using him. If he appeared now and again as just an annoying little thing, he'd be annoying, but, he would have some kind of funny charm to it, kind of like Charlie, although Charlie's nowhere near as bad. Oh yeah, I haven't done Charlie yet, spoilers, but yeah, Charlie's nowhere near as bad as Philip, or Billy, yeah, that's a better comparison, but, oh my God, I hate this little guy. There's only one positive I can give, and that's the fact that, what is he? Is he a diesel? Is he like is he electric engine? What is he? It's just really funny, like, even though he's a little shit, having such a little engine, I think is really funny. I don't know why. I like his design. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. He's one of the few examples of an American engine given British adaptations. I think it works pretty well. But other than that, Jesus Christ. I'm sure we all know someone like Philip, some little shit who just will not shut the fuck up. Yet, sometimes I feel bad because I think everyone can relate to, especially, if you're on the spectrum, being cringe. That's the word, cringe. Everyone's always so afraid of appearing cringe. But Philip is just... As I said before, I think Lexi is a better example of the, hyperactive, quirky person. But yeah, I mean, I'm going on a whole tirade about this guy. Also, that episode, one of the few episodes, was it from the BWBA era, or was it later, earlier? Philip's number. I think that had interesting potential, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the overall message of that episode, it just ended suddenly. You know, kind of like with Bradford, but it was like, oh, what's my number? I don't know. Who cares? Like, he never finds out. And it's just like, oh, it doesn't matter. Wait, what? That's, you're like cock block. Oh my god, I'm using so much vulgar. Oh man. I never thought I'd get so passionate about this guy. Negatively passionate, but oh my god, this guy. Yeah, Philip. Little shit. Alright, sorry for that long section of negative energy. Now let's get some positive energy with characters who appeared 12 times. What better character to start off with than Terrence the Tractor? I'm gonna put Terrence in A. That might be confusing to some people, but I know this is I'm probably overanalyzing, but something about the fact that, Terrence, the only facial expression he ever had in the model series was just happy. And even more so, it wasn't like he just had one face mask. He had several face masks, but they were all a version of happy. And I find that so funny because, and again, I'm sure this wasn't the intention, but it really is quite a good representation of his character, where he just, these characters all insult him and are like rude to him, like Thomas, Bertie, and yet, Terrence is just there smiling like, oh, okay, yes, and, comes to rescue them later on. Like, he just doesn't give a shit about what people say about him. And that's what I really like about him. Yeah, he's like you go to like some old happy man, start yelling abuse at him, and the old man is just sitting there smiling like, oh yes, thank you, oh yeah. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I also have a lot of nostalgia for Terrence. Just the fact that my town has a history museum, and outside they have a tractor like Terrence. What is the model? A Caterpillar or whatever the brand is, but a tractor that looks exactly like Terrence. As a little kid, I'd always like jumping in. When you pulled levers, it would make sounds. Just such fun childhood memories. Terrence's basis is something you would see pretty much anywhere, I feel, not just in the UK. What I always found, well, two things about Terrence. First off, that triangle on his forehead in the model series, I just, as an adult, I realize they say it's supposed to be a widow's peak, but that would imply trains have hair, and I know they have eyebrows, but I'm thinking too much into it. So, when I was a kid, I just assumed it was like, kind of like Salty's cap, or, something like, part of his engine. Kind of like Caroline here, how her face is part of the headlights and all that. So when they took away the triangle, I can understand why they did that, but it just kind of made him unrecognizable. It's just very odd seeing him without it. But then the other thing is, Terrence was such a key character. His last speaking role was in Season 5. Aside from Bertie and Harold, I think he was the most iconic non-rail character. In Season 6 and 7, he had some non-speaking roles here and there, but then he just completely vanished. Like, completely. He wasn't in the background or cameos, like Trevor, at least, you'd see him here and there. And then, he suddenly appeared again in a small role in Great Discovery, where he didn't speak. And then after that, he was gone again, just completely. It wasn't until very late in the CGI series, Season 21, along with Bulgy, he was one of the last, quote-unquote, returnees, So yeah, I'm just curious as to why did Terrence just suddenly stop appearing? Was there a reason for that? Because again, he was such a key character. Was he he was in the Railway series at least. He was correct me if I'm wrong, he was the first non-rail character introduced. Yeah, I don't know what the deal was. But anyway, yeah, so I've always liked Terrence. Terrence's design I just find always so fascinating. Alright, next up we've got Toad. Toad the brake van. Honestly, I'm going to put Toad in S. I like Oliver better, but I think Toad is one of the best rolling stock characters. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he was the first rolling stock character to have a lead role, busy going backwards. I'm trying to figure out the words to use to describe why I like Toad. He's a very posh character, but very friendly. What I'm saying is, he's definitely very high upper class, but he's not snobby. Especially, the voice Alec Baldwin gave him. Just something about his interactions with Oliver, both having this very high-class English accents. It's just so, wholesome, chivalrous. Is that the word I want to use? But just stuff like the conversations they're having, just advice on life and all that. I don't know, it's just, I don't want to use the word cute, but you know what I mean. Oh, I'm always going backwards, Mr. Oliver, but I have forward-thinking views. Yeah, I mean, as I've said so many times, I think Alec Baldwin's voice was pitch perfect. But yeah, just having Toad be this very high-class, posh character, a friendly, posh character, I don't know, I just love it. I mean, you all know, Busy Going Backwards is, among, like, the top 10 best episodes of the show. Just so much, yeah, he didn't have many roles in the Railway series, so kind of like George, what they did with him after the Audrey era, it's just so great. Yeah, not just season 5, but season 7 as well. It's just so funny. What was it, Snow Engine, where he starts off thinking snow is magical, but at the end, when Oliver has that turnaround, Toad is like, oh yeah, I probably don't think that anymore. Perhaps, Mr. Oliver. I always found it interesting how, in the CGI series, it seemed like he was given more to do than Oliver. And, I mean, I'll get to Oliver in the CGI series when I get to him. I wasn't a fan of what they did with him, but I just always found that interesting. What else can I really say about Toad? We all need a Toad in our lives. That's a very odd statement, especially if you take it out of context, but yeah. Alright, next up we got Stanley. And don't you dare say, welcome, Stanley. So Stanley is kind of, he's a lot like Murdoch, where much more the physical design I like than his actual personality. I don't want to say there's not much to him, but, he's just the typical new engine that, comes. I'm going to put him in B. I really love his design. I do think, yeah, I'm trying to emphasize why Stanley works as opposed to Ryan or Ashima. I really think Stanley's a very, understanding character. I know it's a weird term to use, but, Stanley realizes quickly on that, he has sympathy for Thomas and realizes that, Thomas, I know that quote was very simple, like, Thomas isn't a bad engine, he's a sad engine. I know that's a very odd way of putting it, but I think that describes Stanley pretty well. He's very sympathetic, he doesn't hold grudges, I guess I'll put it that way. He first appeared in The Great Discovery, he was the last completely non-CGI character. And, it seemed like they were kind of building him up as a new main character. But then when the show went to full CGI, he had cameos now and again, but he was kind of just dropped. Fortunately, he came back. I think it was season 15 when he finally actually had a speaking role again. But yeah, he's another example of, like, these characters who were planned on being part of the main team, but were just forgotten about. Is there anything else I can add? I mean, I love Stanley's whistle, even though it's Thomas's whistle pitched down. And a lot of people disagree, because, his color arrangement is very odd, but that's why I like it. Kind of like with Billy, it just looks so classy, especially the silver funnel and all that. Just something about it. I think it was because he's the first. You don't really see many just plain white engines, and I know that sounds weird, but yeah, just something, kind of like with White Chocolate. It's something you just don't really see much. It makes him stand out. Yeah. And finally, we've got Flynn. So, Flynn is a character who, character-wise himself, I actually really like Flynn. I'm gonna put him in the same rank as Stanley, B. So, what I was saying was, Flynn himself, I like fine. Again, what I was saying with Winston, this is something you'd see in real life. I haven't seen a fire truck on rails, but, just trucks on rails, road vehicles being converted for rail use. So, unlike Bell, I can definitely see this being used in real life. Well, no, it wasn't his debut episode. Again, it's very confusing. Season 15 and Day of the Diesels, I think they were switched, but no. He was canonically introduced in Day of the Diesels, But then in season 15, Fiery Flynn. I mean, I don't think I need to tell you why that's such a shit episode, but what I was saying was that episode doesn't ruin Flynn for me. I mean, yes, Flynn is a complete idiot. I mean, again, what else can I say about Fiery Flynn? That everyone's beaten it to death, but you take that out, Flynn is, he's a likable character. Again, he's just such a cool design. Yeah, it's just an interesting aspect to the show. I always found it interesting how he had an American accent in both the US and UK dub. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about Flynn. Alright, now on to characters who appeared 13 times. And the first character in this rank is honestly someone that I was not expecting at all, and that is Duncan. Yeah, I'm honestly shocked. I say that because Duncan and Rusty and I've said this many times before, Duncan and Rusty always seem to be like the most iconic of the original narrow gauge engines. Yeah, I mean, as far as merchandise, it just seems like everybody knew who Duncan was. I would expect someone like Sir Handel or Rheneas to be in this rank, but definitely not Duncan. But, now that I think about it, I'm sure it's because, as you probably all know, he didn't appear when all the other guys reappeared in CGI in season 16. I think he was mentioned in Don't Bother Victor, but obviously I'm not counting that. But there's actually a specific reason for that. When the animators went to the Talyllyn Railway to take measurements for, like, the CGI models, take measurements of all the basis engines, apparently, Duncan's basis was away being mended, so yeah, that would make sense, but then that begs the question, why not just use his original TV model? Or, wait, didn't they do that? All the other characters, didn't they just measure their models for, like, proportions and all that? I don't know, did they want to have the Skarloey engines be more realistic? I don't know. And I have to say, something about the CGI, I mean, it's not a big deal for me, but the CGI model of Duncan kind of does look a bit off. I think it's the cab height, something about that. Anyway, now, where to rank him? You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna put him in S. I love this guy. He's not my favorite narrow gauge character, but, oh man, this guy is hilarious. Yeah, it just comes down to the type of character he is. Well, first off, the Scottish accent, and then he's such a quotable character, kind of like Gordon in a way. And not just his quotes, but, quotes said about him. Or, like, there was two that always come to mind. One is, funny enough, the two I'm thinking of, one was only in the books, and the other was only in the TV series. But anyway, first one of the engines said, like, he used to work in a factory, and that explains his colorful language. I'm just getting all these hilarious images of Duncan swearing at factory workers. But the other one, was only in the TV series, where the Fat Controller was saying, with his funnel, if you get stuck in the tunnel again, I shall find ways to cut you down to size. In other words, your career is on the line. Need I say more? Oh my god, that is just such a funny quote. Yeah. And as far as Duncan himself, I mean, always send Rusty packin', silly diesel, clever me. Again, I just love doing that voice, and I'm sure a lot of other people do too. Yeah, both Carlin and Angelus, and Baldwin too, or at least in season 5. Just the Baldwin get hit. It's basically the way I can describe it. It's like a mix of Cockney and Liverpool. Skarloey will take my favourite place in the sheds. They all fit him really well. Yeah, I mean, what else can I say about Duncan? Just, as I've said so many times, I think what really describes his character well, if it was him that met George instead of Sir Handel, Duncan would have just told George to go himself. Like, go your mother. I mean, just probably go in some foul tirade, then yeah, that would be it. Yeah, and also, one thing I've noticed about Duncan is, his episodes, especially after the Audrey era, seem to always be the best of that season's, the narrow gauge section of episodes. So, Duncan gets spooked. Duncan. Yeah, just the way, like, he goes off the cliff, just the way he's just like, help! I'm sorry, that just always has me in stitches. And season 7, Runaway Elephant, even the hit era, it's Duncan in the Old Mine. Yeah, I really like that episode, and a lot of it is just I've always had a fascination with mine shafts. Same reason I like Put Upon Percy. But anyway, another thing I didn't anticipate, he didn't appear at season 17 either. He didn't appear again until season 18, I think. Duncan in the whatever episode, I don't know which came first, but I really do like Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger because it's such clever having the grumpiest character dealing with an even grumpier character, if you know what I mean. I think the message of that episode, yeah, it's just such a great message. Like, you can't please everyone. I mean, you can see why that Blame Game episode's so fun to write for him. Just all these ridiculous, there's nothing positive to say. Then keep your little Scottish mouth shut. God damn it, Sir Handel! Yeah, Duncan is the type of person, and I said this in other videos, who would use, like, workers' rights as an excuse to be a lazy ass, not like you go out protesting, but not, like, genuinely. He'd just use that, like, the type of person who says, like, oh, I'm having a toothache, I can't work today, Yeah, I mean, what else can I say about Duncan that I haven't already said? Okay, now we've got 3 characters, and these 3 guys are not very well liked, to say the least. Let's see, Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand. I don't know why they switched order, but yeah, so my view on them, well, first up, they all appeared the same number of times as far as speaking roles, but Ferdinand made, I think he made a cameo in season 17, so he was the only one that had appearances past the, what do they call it, the nitrogen era, but again, it was only a cameo, so I'm not counting that. As far as where I'm going to rank them, this might surprise a lot of people. I'm going to put them in E, just dislike, and yeah, hear me out. I do not like these guys. Dislike. I do not like them. But I don't think they're that bad. And I'm sure you're all angrily typing in the comments, how could you put Marion below those logging locos? But I think it was because Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand are a lot like Mater from the Cars movies. Mater and these 3 guys, the same type of character, bumbling, redneck, just, I hate to use this word, but retarded, basically. Redneck trash. And kind of like Billy in a way, even though I hate them a lot more than Billy. I feel like that aspect of their character does kind of, again, maybe because it just gives me lower expectations for them, but I kind of give them a little more slack because of that. It's really hard for me to describe why, but I always give these types of characters more of a pass because just the type of characters they are, again, redneck trash, that on its own just leads to some funny moments. So yeah, I'll say this, in Misty Island Rescue, I don't think they were that bad. It was more of, especially season 15, and again, it's been a while since I've seen a lot of those episodes, but when they were, I'll put it that when they were paired up with other characters, it just seemed to really get really annoying. For some reason, like I was talking about funny moments earlier, for some reason, even though the joke makes no sense at all, it was something like Ferdinand, I think, when they met the Fat Controller for the first time, he called him boss, which, again, I don't really understand the joke, but just something about how it was delivered. Oh, hi, boss! And just the Fat Controller just looks completely astounded. I think of the music, too. Yeah, it's a joke that doesn't make any sense, but the way it was delivered, just so funny. Yeah, so, another thing is, they do, Ferdinand especially, he does give me a lot of memories of, I did a video on this, but my childhood steam railway was Roaring Camp in the Santa Cruz Mountains. That's where, like, Day Out with Thomas would go to. But, they also have a narrow gauge line where, the train goes throughout the woods. So whenever I see Ferdinand, that always reminds me of those, what do you call them, like Shay locomotive, the ones that are very intricate with all the gears and all that. So yeah, Ferdinand does remind me a lot of my childhood. Bash and Dash too, yeah, the characters themselves are pretty stupid, but I really like their designs. Again, just going back to nostalgia, they just really capture North American railroading, especially logging railroads. I mean, I really like the design of these two. But yeah, I'm not gonna try and convince you all that these guys have good qualities. Again, that's why they're in dislike. As I said before, in Misty Island Rescue, I thought they were, kind of getting on my nerves, but I don't want to say tolerable, but yeah, just kind of getting on my nerves, but that was it. It was when they were interacting with all the other characters, I think that, yeah, they started to really grind my gears, no pun intended. Hey, anything else? I just don't think they're as annoying as other people think. But that's my opinion, and yeah. Okay, so now that everyone else has stopped watching the video, let's get on to some characters that I do like. So it's another multiple characters who appeared the same number of times, and that is Den and Dart. Okay, so I don't know what other people think about these two, but honestly, I really like this pair. You know what, I'm going to put them in A. I think it's something about, it's kind of hard to describe why, but it's kind of in the same vein as Splatter and Dodge, albeit Splatter and Dodge if they weren't full-on antagonists, if you know what I mean. And when I say that, just the fact that the banter between the two, and I say that because, again, this sophisticated banter of these two characters who are just not the brightest, Den particularly. I just love these type of character dynamics. Yeah, they're a lot like, again, I was about to say Ernie and Bert from Sesame Street, but, are any of them grumpy like Bert? But I guess you could, yeah, that is a good comparison. Ernie and Bert, these two characters, they're not brothers, but just, the way that they bounce off each other as far as dialogue and all that, what he means is, I just found that such a great character dynamic. I guess one thing I really like about them is, in Day of the Diesels, if you just saw a picture of these two, Den particularly, you would have probably thought, like, oh, it's just another, bully Aryan Bert type Diesel. But no, they're actually, again, just bumbling but well-meaning. That's a very odd combination of words, but you know what I mean. Just such charming. I guess stupid in a charming way. I'll put it that way. And again, kind of go similar to Splatter and Dodge, just pretending to be smart and all that, but just, especially I feel like, Dart is always trying to correct Den, trying to make sure Den doesn't make a fool out of himself. I really like how they're very industrial type diesels. Yeah, I think that's mainly because of their colors. They very much do look like diesels you'd see in like on an oil refinery, or yeah, I mean, a diesel works. I always found it, I was about to say, I always found it so weird that Dart was given a Hornby model, but now that I think about it, the same reason Hornby made a Murdoch model, I'm sure it was because, it was such a common diesel, his basis, so they could just repaint one. I saw Den's basis at the Bluebell Railway. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a charming. That's the word I can use to describe both. Just such a charming pair. Alright, now we've come to characters who appeared 14 times. And the first one in this rank is, a very interesting case, to say the least. Daisy the Diesel Rail Car. So, this is going to be weird. I'm actually going to put her in A, because I really like this character, but it's not necessarily, how do I describe it? It's more of what she could have been. I'll put it, so I have to explain this. So first off, appearances. So it was Legend of the Lost Treasure. She had that small appearance at the end. Before that, she only had 4 appearances, despite being quite a key character in the Railway series. So it was Daisy, Percy's Predicament, Bullseye, and then a non-speaking role in Calling All Engines. And obviously, Rusty to the Rescue doesn't count. In fact, I don't think that was even intended to be her. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, just 4 appearances. So naturally, I'm sure a lot of people like me were just wondering, like, what on earth happened to her? Like, again, she was quite a key character in the Railway series. Why did she just disappear all of a sudden? Well, there's actually a specific reason for that. That explains quite a lot, honestly. Apparently one of the producers of Shining Time Station thought she was too, sexist. Yeah, like the makeup, just her overall attitude. Very overly feminized. I know that's probably not a good way of putting it, but you know what I mean. I'll put it this way. I don't agree with that decision at all. I think that's definitely too much leaning into an overreaction of political correctness. But I do understand where he was coming from. Especially being the first female engine introduced. Tons of makeup, very sassy, just flamboyant, lazy and all that. I can definitely see why one would consider that problematic. All these arguments, product of its time and all that. So, in Mavis, she was the one who gave advice to Mavis about Diesel's no better. Where in the TV series, she was replaced with Diesel. So, yeah, another case of American interference. As an American, I want to apologize for that. But, and I guess season 4, Shining Time Station was no longer really a show then. It was just like the direct-to-video, I think. The Conductor's Tales, is that what it was called? So, yeah, I think that was it. So, the reason I put her in A is because I feel like she's kind of a missed opportunity. Because just her overall growth, we only see those 3 episodes. Well, yeah, 3 episodes, and one of them is like 2 seasons later than it should have been. So it was one that the story was in between Daisy and Percy's predicament. So that kind of throws it off too. I made that argument about Oliver owns up. So it kind of does. What I'm saying is, especially if you look at her in the Railway series, she was quite a key character. I mean, again, the first female engine, but she had quite a lot of roles later on. And so I think it was a missed opportunity because when she got over that whole sassiness and all that, I think she could have become a really funny character. And I say that because she could have evolved into a very I'm so sorry to use this word, but the badass bitch. Again, I'm so sorry to use that term, but you know what I mean. Just the female character who, not grumpy like Elizabeth, but the one who just doesn't take any nonsense, always roasting people. Yeah, so I feel like that's kind of what she was evolving into, and that could have brought some really funny moments, like in season 5, that season 5 through 7, I think that could have, she had a lot of potential. Another thing is that I've just always loved her model in the model series, not because of all the, female traits and all that. If I see any comments about, being attracted to female traits, I'm gonna hunt you down, but you know what I mean. It's so sleek, it's so, for some reason, and I know it's more accurate to the real-life basis, but when she was made wider in the CGI series, it just looks like a completely different character. Yeah, I know that sounds odd. I'm not fat-shaming or anything, but God, some reason when her model came wider, it just doesn't look the same. You know what I mean. It's something about her physical model. It just looks so perfect. I think the horn sound too. Yeah, the colors. So, the thing is, though, when she came to the CGI series, it was pretty much out of nowhere. I mean, I don't think anyone expected her to just suddenly show up again, especially, given how little she appeared in the original series. I do think, yeah, she has some funny moments, but she did kind of revert back to that, lazy personality, and yeah, again, it does have some funny moments, especially with Ryan, but I don't know. I think it was kind of a missed opportunity. Just being, the sassy rail car, it was kind of the same thing they did with Oliver in the CGI series, and I guess Duck too. They went completely back on, the character growth, so she's now just that one note, stereotypical female. Yeah, I'm sorry to put it that way, but that's kind of what she became in the... Again, going back on, I think there was a missed opportunity. She just kind of became, a one-note character. And I say that because I do think that was the whole issue that they saw with, the original series from Shining Time Station. And again, I'm not saying I agree with that decision, but yeah, I have a lot of nostalgia with Daisy. I think, again, the theme tune she had... going back on how I was talking about her 2 episodes in season 2 were, they went straight to video with the George Carlin narration. So, and I think because of that, they never appeared on Shining Time Station. Maybe something about that made it that the VHS had such horrible audio echoing, basically. Narration would be fine, but like the music and sound effects were basically echoing. So it gave this very odd, like, filter to Daisy's theme, made it more very electronic, warbly, something like you'd hear out of Doctor Who. So I have lots of memories of that. I got her wooden railway model at the York Railway Museum, so this would have been like 2005, I believe. Kind of like a lot of characters, I'm sure I'm not the only one, but before I got her model, I just used an express coach to pretend to be her. Yeah, it's a long section, but there's Daisy. Alright, now we come to another character who is a special case. Yeah, Sir Handel and Daisy have quite a lot in common, being a key Railway series character who appeared a few times and then just disappeared in the TV series for quite a while. Sir Handel's going in S. He's my second favorite narrow gauge character after Duke, and the third would be Duncan. I feel like I've already said a lot of what I love about Sir Handel, but he's just, as I've said so many times, comparing Sir Handel and Duncan, Duncan's just unapologetically lazy, just very grumpy, grouchy, and all that. But Sir Handel is more like, he's just such a quotable guy. I mean, it's like comparing Gordon and James, I'll put it that way. His overall attitude, I think, it's just priceless. I mean, what else can I say that I haven't already said about Steamroller? I mean, just, you pretend you're as good as me? Actually, I'm better. Goodbye. Ooh. Yeah, that is one of the funniest roasts in the show. Yeah, so I think like that quote perfectly describes Sir Handel's character. Yeah, so I think it's obvious the reason he didn't appear after season 4 for a while was, when they made all the standard, large-scale models of the narrow gauge engines for season 5. Yeah, they probably had, with their budget, they definitely had like they could only do a certain number. As sad as it is, Duke I can understand, but, well, I don't know, Sir Handel, if I was in that position, I guess it would be very hard. That said, though, I think they could have, especially with they still use the narrow gauge, the original models in some shots, like Rusty and the Boulder, By George. Oh my god, I've just thought of something. Why didn't they have Sir Handel, the first scene of By George, Scarlowe and Rheneas, why didn't they have Sir Handel in that scene? That would have been such a great callback. If you still had his small-scale model, yeah, that would have been perfect. Yeah, they could have, all these small-scale models, they could have still had them around in the background, as cameos and all that. But yeah, I mean, so he didn't appear again until season 10, I believe. Yeah, season 10. So his model was actually his small-scale model was repainted into Proteus for season 9, and I'm sure creators decided to bring him back afterwards, and I'm glad they did, especially because it's strange seeing Sir Handel have more appearances than Duncan. That just shocked me. But again, Duncan was absent for a while in the CGI series. But again, I would have thought that Sir Handel would have had the least number of appearances, excluding Duke, obviously. Yeah, I mean, what else can I say that I haven't already said about Sir Handel? I just love this guy. When he reappeared in season 10, he definitely did change quite a bit. They say he matured. It's not as bad as, say, like, Scarlowe. It's like Sir Handel matured and then Scarlowe regressed, put it bluntly. But, yeah, it's not quite the same. But, there's still hints of his original feistiness, I'll put it that way. I will say, though, his new series model always just looked really off. I keep using that word to describe poor models, but I don't know what it is. It's something to do with, I think, maybe the saddle tank is wider. I don't know what it is, but it just looks so different to his original season 4 model. Maybe it's the cab height. But what I was saying was, you can have characters mature, but still have them be the same character. I mean, obviously, you could argue Thomas could be like that, or Percy, but characters like Sir Handel are just so fun to write for. So clever, so hot-aired, but, kind of what I was saying about what Daisy should have been, Also, I think Sir Handel has some of the funniest facial expressions in the show. I don't know, they just look so angry in all these shows. Just something about, maybe it's because, like, the shape of his eyes and his mouth, but yeah, I mean, these are just so priceless when he gets angry, and I always love these. They capture the Railway series faces so well. So yeah, there's Sir Handel. Okay, next up we've got Rosie. Yeah, so I've always had like a mixed view of Rosie. I'm gonna put her in C. I think she's fine. Yeah, that's the word I meant, fine. I do really like that they repainted her as to, you can do pink on engines, but it has to be done in a specific way. It's really hard for me to describe, but yeah, I guess Caitlin's a better example. Well, I guess that's more purple. But yeah, these colors are a lot less. Something about Rosie just being bright pink, that just really just threw me off. It's an eyesore. It's just like, a Barbie as a train. I'm glad that they repainted her. But the strange thing about Rosie is when she feels like they're trying to make her a main character, but either they keep forgetting or because, she hasn't actually appeared that much, especially in the CGI series. She's always there in the background. She's had a few speaking roles here and there, but maybe it was because, kind of like with Daisy, they thought her just being bright pink engine, maybe they thought she wasn't that marketable. I don't know. So Rosie's always been kind of a strange one. So yeah, I just don't really have many thoughts on Rosie. So the interesting thing about Rosie, and I'm sure this is just a coincidence, but Rosie's basis, it's an American engine, but they brought some to the UK, gave him like some British features like buffers and all that. And apparently they actually replaced some of Thomas's bases, his tank engine basis, like working on the docks, I think, or shunting. So, again, I'm sure it was just a coincidence, but that really does add an interesting layer to Thomas and Rosie's rivalry. Yeah, I've seen people do stories on that, really interestingly. Yeah, so, again, there's just not really much I can say about Rosie. It's always weird, like, it felt like they were trying to have her be a main character, but for some reason they couldn't, or they just kept forgetting. I don't know. I just always found that weird. Alright, now we come to the 15 appearance characters, and we start off with two characters, Ari and Bert. So, Ari and Bert first appeared in Season 5. Their one appearance in that season was Stepney Gets Lost. And, interestingly, Bert didn't speak, and then they never referred to Ari by name. So, I'm curious, does anyone know, who could tell me in the comments, had they decided Ari's name when they made Season 5, or did they just tag it on later? I do know, somewhere I read probably the wiki, that when they were on the website, like in the 90s, they were just referred to as the Yellow Diesels, so yeah, I'm curious about that. But anyway, and also, kind of sidetrack, what is it with Bert in the Thomas universe? Lots of Berts, Iron Bert, Bert the Small Engine, Bertie the Bus, Bertram, yeah, and Ari. Is Ari short for something? Harris? But anyway, so I'm gonna rank Ari and Bert in A. I really love these guys, but the thing that kind of prevents them from going into S is, I'll explain. When they first appeared, they were honestly, in my opinion, the scariest characters in the show. Intentionally, at least. Yeah, just the fact that they only appeared at night, and just all the lighting effects on them, the red, and you couldn't really see what they looked like. Yeah, they were really creepy, and so I compare them to Bertram because, because they had that one appearance, it was just so fascinated. Like, I wanted to see what these characters looked like during the day. And so, obviously, they appeared again Season 6, but, their models had been given, like, the Season 6 treatment. You may already know, they were repainted into Splatter and Dodge, but anyway, so, what I was saying is, seeing a behind-the-scenes photo of, I think it was Aries model, Season 5 colors, was on the level of seeing the Magic Railroad deleted scenes. Yeah, because it does confirm, like, they were a dull shade of yellow, and yeah, it just, again, the environment they appeared in made them really scary. Yeah, so, sorry, what I was saying was, The reason I don't put them in S is obviously because when they returned in season 6, they were, downgraded quite a bit. But I don't necessarily see that as a negative thing. I really do like seeing them again, and yeah, I still like them in that era. But had they stayed in that, just mysterious, spooky, evil vibes, they definitely would have been an S. And interestingly, in season 7, they were almost back on that level, when they just suddenly appeared and Fergus breaks the rules. Yeah, that was really creepy. Well, I never saw that episode as a child, but yeah, I can see that being really creepy. So I've seen a few people say that maybe Arian Burt should have only appeared in Stepney Gets Lost, and then maybe again in Fergus Breaks the Rules, and then have Splatter and Dodge in Middle Engine. That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure. I'll just put it that way. I'm kind of mixed on that because, yeah, it'd be great to see Splatter and Dodge again. I mean, that role definitely does fit their characteristics, but I guess my opinion is I don't know. Yeah, I'm still kind of torn on that because, they have some really funny moments down the line, and, Arian Burt, and it did bring him back into the spotlight. Yeah, I guess the episode Halloween is kind of a good mix where, when Ari and Bert are in the scrapyard atmosphere, they can still be pretty scary, but, as soon as they think they're being chased by a ghost, they become complete cowards. Yeah, Ari and Bert have some really funny moments later on, Thomas and the stinky cheese and all that. So, yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, it was a character regression, but it's one I'm willing to accept. It's not like Scarloey per se. Maybe they had a similar thing that Diesel did, where an off-screen redemption after Stepney Gets Lost. I don't know. They're kind of like Bertram. They're the characters you always that stick with you for, odd reasons. Well, I guess I wouldn't say odd, but, really scary characters. Okay, next up we've got Charlie. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to put Charlie in dislike. I don't hate him, but I do not like this guy. And I'm sure you're all wondering, how on earth can you put Billy up here, but Charlie down here? Well, again, it goes down to the reason that the type of character Billy is, dumb redneck trash, also with the logging locos, why I don't put the logging locos any lower. Just the type of characters they are. It really does, for me at least, make them more tolerable in that, it gives them more, it fits within their character, I guess what I'm saying, of them being completely, moronic and, stupid. So that's why I give them a pass. Where Charlie, he's just purple. Yeah, the best word I can use to describe Charlie is that he's basically interference. So, he's comic relief, but, he's not just like general comic relief. He's the jokester character, and that can be really hard to pull off well, especially in a kid's show. And obviously, I mean, I'm not the target audience, so by default, I'm probably not going to find any of his jokes funny, but it's not so much the jokes, it's more of the fact that, again, interference, the plot kind of just screeches to a halt when Charlie's on screen, so he can either tell a really bad joke or in his first episode, he kept teasing Thomas like, oh, maybe you're not fun at all. I don't know, and that just makes him come off as a complete dick. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's really hard for me to describe this, but I think you can understand what I'm saying. The humor of characters like Bill and Ben, it flows naturally. It just comes from their dialogue with each other, the banter. It's part of the overall narrative. Whereas with Charlie, again, as I just said, the plot kind of just stops so he can say some really bad jokes or just, go on with his antics. Yeah, and obviously, that makes him really annoying. Similar to Philip, although, again, nowhere near on the level of Philip. But, it's kind of like, that guy who always goes up to you when you're trying to do something. He's like, hey, want to hear a joke? Want to hear a joke? Yo, mama. That episode, I forget what the title was, but, him and the elephant. I hate that episode, but honestly, I don't blame the engines for just completely ignoring him about the Not now, Charlie, that was it. Yeah, I don't blame him, and that's why I find Charlie really, not insufferable, but, definitely gets on my nerves. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I can say about Charlie. I don't hate him, but, he just really gets on my nerves. Finally, we've got Steven. And, I was just talking about not liking Charlie. I'm actually gonna put Steven in A. I think Steven, I mean, he's not really comic relief per se, but I like this guy a lot. I think it's because I was just talking about comic relief. Steven, his humor comes from just, like, his wit. Yeah, he's kind of like how do I put it? The old grandpa who likes to joke around. Kind of a contrast with Duke. Duke's very stern and all that, but Charlie, I mean, not Charlie, Steven, very friendly and likes to make lots of jokes. And the jokes are legitimately funny. Like, I know it probably sounds simple, but when he told Percy, like, no, I didn't see knights in shining armor, and I didn't see dinosaurs either, before you ask. Just in general, that's probably a pretty corny joke, but I don't know, in the context of Thomas, I thought that was really funny. Just, again, his wit. Yeah, what I was saying with Glynn before, him and Glynn form a very interesting pair, both being these very ancient engines, like almost the oldest you can get, them on Gordon's Hill going so slow. Here's another example, when Spencer, I forget what episode it was, but when Spencer was stuck or passing by Steven, he made a joke like, Steven's too slow. Steven's like, well, they call me the Rocket. I'm the fastest engine. And then Spencer's like, well, yeah, maybe in comparison to a horse and cart. Yeah, that's a perfect example. Just the jokes that Steven and Glynn have together. I really like that pair. Yeah, and just, it's great seeing them actually bring a real old engine into the universe. I mean, before Steven, I think the oldest engine was, I guess, Scarloey. Yeah, I think Steven was a great addition to the cast. Okay, so now we're skipping numbers for the first time in this video. No 16 rank. We go straight to 17, with the only character in that rank being Trevor the Traction Engine. Yeah, so, you know what? I'm gonna put Trevor in A2, the same rank I put Terrence. Yeah, Trevor's just such a likable guy, just so kind, so jolly. I mean, how can you not like Trevor? Well, okay, I better address this up front, too. I'm not gonna say the word, but if you've seen things like YouTube poops and all that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, a quote Trevor says a lot, people have used it to make some, pretty nasty jokes. No, Trevor's not that. I mean, do I even need to say that? Like, within the universe of Thomas, I mean, it's a kid's show. I mean, it's in the same vein of trying to analyze why the trains have faces. You just can't do that. Yeah, again, I'm not going to say the word, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. And no, I don't think he's that. Yeah, it just goes back to, him being such a jolly character. That's what it is. He's so friendly. He's just simple kindness. That's the best way I can describe it. Yeah, I mean, his story is just so wholesome. I mean, he was the first rescue from Scrap's story, and it wasn't epic like Escape or Rusty to the Rescue. It was very, like, simple. But, yeah, again, it's just such a wholesome story, and that really carries on to... A lot of Trevor's stories are just so wholesome. Like, Edward Trevor and the Really Useful Party, as I've said before, is a hugely underrated episode just for that reason. Just something about, like, this kindness we need in the world, raising money so that sick or poor children can go on a beach trip. Yeah, I mean, Trevor's just such a wholesome guy, and he's always happy to help. I guess I'll put it that way. He has no grudges. So, going as far as his appearances, I'm just looking it up right now. So, he obviously first appeared in Season 2, and then in the classic era, he only had a cameo in Season 4, but he was a pretty key, like, he kept appearing now and again in the classic series, having speaking roles. I'm sorry. He had a cameo in both Season 4 and Season 5. But anyway, yeah, so he was one of the key non-rail characters. So in the Hit era, unlike Terrence, who just disappeared, Trevor was still there, but he only spoke once, apparently, throughout the whole Hit era, so Season 9 through 12, and that was only in Henry and the Flagpole. Until I looked it up, I thought he didn't speak at all in the Hit era. Because he appeared, obviously, again, he appeared in the CGI intro, because it was just a remake of the Hit one. And so he had a cameo, I think it was Emily and Dash, Season 15. And then he didn't appear, well, again, he had another cameo in Season 19, Very Important Sheep. And then he didn't become a full character again until Season 20. Yeah, is there anything else I can add about Trevor? I've always been so fascinated by these, like, steam tractor engine things. Yeah, you see models of them like in museums and all that. In farming museums, go to fairs, you'd sometimes see them. I remember, I think I must either saw a photo of it or I saw it in real life. I saw a traction engine that had, it was like Trevor, but it had caterpillars like Terrence. So yeah, it was like a mix between Trevor and Terrence. What do you call it? Trerence or Terver? Oh, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, I mean, what little kid doesn't love all these intricate cog things, steam traction engines? Yeah. And the one character who appeared 18 times is Hiro, the Japanese train, master of the railway. I'm gonna put Hiro in B. I think what do you think? If it weren't for the fact that he was claimed as the first engine on Sodor, all that nonsense, he would probably be an A. But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't think I need to tell you that Hiro obviously couldn't have been the first engine on Sodor. I mean, yeah, what about Glenn? What about, not Scarlet, but Steven? Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge, stickler for realism, but yeah, that just kind of... It's ridiculous, to be honest. But aside from that, honestly, I mean, I think I've said this before, I think Hero of the Rails is vastly underrated. When I first saw it, it honestly made me excited. It was a great intro for the CGI series. And then, of course, after that, a huge letdown, obviously. But, I'll have to do a discussion on Hero of the Rails another time, but, the chase with him, Thomas, and Spencer, it's quite epic, and, yeah, I mean, Hero's just a kind, wise old engine. I love this guy's design. I'm sorry I keep saying that, but it's true. So elegant, this design. Interestingly, Hero decides to leave at the end of the special. Yeah, that's a nice twist. Not that I don't like Hero, but yeah, that's something I thought was really, something you don't see coming. But then, of course, he just comes back, literally in the next season. So, yeah, I mean, he appears now and again. I'm not a stickler for realism, but, it's just the logistics. How does he keep getting back and forward from Japan? I mean, it's not like the Flying Scotsman or Stepney. He can just come over the bridge, but I'm thinking too much into this. But, yeah, I mean, there's not much I can really say about Hero, but I think he was a great addition to the overall cast of characters. Yeah, I mean, Hero of the Rails, again, I think is really underrated. Alright, now on to 19 appearance characters, and we've got 2 in this rank. First up, we've got Whiff. And I'm going to put Whiff in the same rank as Scruff, B. I think I like Scruff a little better, but I like Whiff a lot, too. Yeah, I mean, who doesn't like Whiff? Is that a popular opinion? I don't know. But, yeah, Whiff's just the type of character who just doesn't give a shit about what others think about him. He's like, maybe the most extreme example, he's just, very dirty engine working at the garbage dump. But, he's proud of it. Just does his work with pride. It's just very respectable. Yeah, he's the first engine to have glasses. Actually, at least in the TV series, didn't the ballast guy from that Arlesdale book have glasses? But anyway, I was about to say Whiff's a better version of Philip, but then when I really thought about it, no. I mean, yeah, you can see why the engines like Emily wouldn't want to be around Whiff, being stinky and all that, but I guess I wouldn't. No, Whiff's not comic relief. I'll put it that way, but he has qualities that people may not like, but, at the same time, he's just such a friendly guy. I always found it funny or interesting how, I mean, I love Whiff's design, and but interestingly, I've seen his basis at the Railway Museum in York, what is it, Aerolite, and I always found it interesting because that engine is very shiny and, clean, bright colors, so I always wondered why they used that engine as opposed to just some generic, tank engine that they can make really dirty, black covered in soot, or, I don't know, maybe they thought green is associated with garbage more, rubbish. Yeah, I'm using the American version, but yeah, I mean, there's not really much I can say about Whiff. I really like his whistle for some reason. It just suits him so well. It's like Thomas's whistle if it had too much to drink. And the other character who appeared 19 times is Paxton. Kind of like what I was just saying about Whiff and Scruff. Since I put Sydney in B, I think I can put Paxton in B too. Paxton, I think, is I'm trying to think of a good way to describe it. He's like the bumbling but well-meaning Diesel, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much I can say about Paxton, but I do find it really interesting how, kind of like Sydney, although to a much lesser extent, he appeared in Day of the Diesels, just like a very minor role in the season after it. But then finally, Blue Mountain Mystery, he actually got a lead role, or not lead role, a major role. So, yeah, I'm glad that, as I said before, all these Day of the Diesels, they finally developed more. I forgot to say this for Sydney, but for my Oliver to the Rescue video, I actually was originally going to use Sydney, but that when I thought about it, though, I thought it wouldn't really work that well, because, if Sydney keeps forgetting things, he forgot where he came from, it just wouldn't really have the same impact. So yeah, that's why I decided to use Paxton for Oliver to the Rescue. Yeah, good choice. Yeah, again, there's not really much to say about Paxton. He's just the friendly diesel. But he's not like a generic friendly diesel, I'll put it that way. He is unique in his own way. Again, he's more like, unlike, say, Boko, he's more like youthful, timid, bumbling. I hate to use that word, but, always gets into scrapes, but, well-meaning. But, he's not stupid like Sydney, I'll put it that way. And again, this is an odd comparison, but I feel like Paxton's a standard gauge version of Peter Sam. Again, just being well-meaning, always anxious, though, and, yeah, Paxton's a likable guy. Okay, so there was one character who appeared 20 times, and that is Donald. And I'm going to talk about Donald when I get to Douglas. He'll be coming up pretty soon, hint, hint. I mean, if you know me, have seen a lot of my videos, I think you can guess where I'm going to put him, up in S. There's no good front CGI image of either Donald or Douglas, so yeah, I had to use this one from the side. But Donald appearing less than Douglas definitely makes sense, just from my overall memory and all that. It just seemed like Douglas always had more roles. But interestingly, though, Donald was the only one of the two who appeared in Season 5. They were all cameos, so I'm not counting them. But yeah, I mean, Donald's duck. So yeah, that's something I learned recently. Okay, now we're on to characters who appeared 21 times, and the first one is Big Shock Douglas. Yeah, I mean, you know where I'm gonna put Douglas, down in here. Or actually, no, let's put him up here, yeah. I mean, what else can I say about Donald and Douglas that I haven't already said? I love these two guys. I guess I'll make this note. Unlike Bill and Ben, when they appeared on their own, either Donald or Douglas singularly, it actually works fine. Bill and Ben can do that too, but it just felt odd when you just had only Bill or Ben, if you know what I mean. And I was thinking about why, but now I'm thinking probably the reason is Bill and Ben are specifically designed for one job, working at the China Clay Quarry, shunting things around, whereas Donald and Douglas are just general goods engines. Yeah, it would be like having only Ari or Bert appear. But anyway, yeah, again, what else can I say that I haven't already said about these two? If they ever appeared in a movie, like if they appeared in Magic Railroad, Billy Connolly would be a perfect voice for them. It'd be quite funny, too, just, the swearing. When he hits the brake van, he's like, "You're a f***ing it's to take a shit on you I'd be wanted." I'm so pleased that they decided to keep them black. In the Railway series, I can't tell you how many times I would confuse them for Edward. Especially this shot here. This painting of Coldy being lowered on the tracks, I always thought this was Edward. But yeah, Donald Douglas, they just look so good in black. Yeah, black engines in general, I just love the color. And I'm not talking about like black industrial, covered in soot and all that. I mean black like classy, very shiny, well kept, clean, and Donald Douglas are perfect examples of that. Even though it's probably not accurate to their basis. Well, I guess none of the original engine's whistles are accurate to their basis, but what I was saying was Donald and Douglas's whistles in the model series. Oh, I just love the sound of them. Yeah, the CGI series, yeah, it's all right, but it just kind of changes the character, honestly. And I'm sure I'm not the only one. I was introduced to the country of Scotland through Donald and Douglas. Donglas and Dugnold, tongue twister. Their character theme, and again, I've said this so many times, their character theme, I think, is my favorite out of the engine characters. Yeah, and as I also said, their Heart-Shorten theme for Season 7, I thought was not bad either. Yeah, and also the theme, when was it, like Season 21? Or 20, sorry. I really like that theme too. I always keep forgetting Donald and Douglas actually appeared in season 11. The key characters who disappeared, Duck, Oliver, etc., many of them returned in season 12, but then I keep forgetting Donald and Douglas actually returned in season 11, Gordon and the Engineer. So yeah, and I think they had a deleted scene cameo in Edward the Great, but were they mentioned in Edward the Great? I'm glad that they came back in the CGI series. I kind of do think they kind of became similar to Daisy, and I guess Duck and Oliver too. They were kind of just, I don't know, Love Me Tender, I'm not really a fan of. Just, twin dilemma, twin arguments. That's kind of what they reverted to. I feel like Donald and Douglas work really well as a team, a united front, And I say that because, like, in the Deputation, it's just, and I've said this so many times, but it's just inspiring, the engines really appreciate their character, and so they team up to tell the Fat Controller that they want both of them to stay. Especially from engines like Gordon and all that. It's just such an inspiring episode. At least they're appearing in All Engines Go. That's something I didn't expect. Going back onto Season 5, as I said before, Donald was the only one who appeared, and they had Donald's duck. Because you know how in Season 6, Baldwin didn't give him a Scottish accent. And, I've gone on and on about that. But so I've always wondered if they spoke in Season 5, would Baldwin have at least tried something? I always thought, either it would be the salty voice, or it would just be something like Duncan's Season 6, where, it's just gruff, like, I'm Donald Douglas, we're Scottish. I mean, that would be something, but, I've talked about that so many times. Definitely among my favorite characters. I think they're, in the top 5. And, is there anything else? Donnie and Dougie. Alright, the other guy in this rank is Peter Sam. PP Sam. I don't know where to put him. A or B? I'm trying to figure out. I'm gonna put him in A. I really like this guy. That's why I'm real like. But what I was about to say was he's very laid back compared. Obviously he's kind of like the character that the audience can most relate to. I guess I'll put it that way. So you could argue maybe Thomas in a way, but so what I was saying, he's not super grumpy or flamboyant or, snobby, like Duncan or Sir Handel, but he's also very young. He's not, or at least in the context of the story, he's not like the wise one, like Skarloey or Duke. I was just comparing him to Paxton. Peter Sam's, very eager, happy to work, hard worker, but very well-intentioned, but, also kind of anxious at times. I think that's a good way of putting it. So I don't really have many thoughts on Peter Sam. What I just said, I think, describes his character pretty well. Is there anything else I can add? You'll probably notice Horace looks, from my Horace series, looks a lot like Peter Sam. In the large-scale era, so actually, no, I was about to say he doesn't do much in the large-scale classic era, Season 6 and 7, but 5 through 7, but Season 7 he actually did quite a lot. He had a lead role. But what I was saying, Season 5, he didn't speak at all in Duncan Gets Spooked. And then Season 6, I think he only had 1 or 2 lines and faulty whistles. And I say that's interesting because I saw a photo of Alec Baldwin holding Peter Sam's model, so probably didn't remember who this character was. I guess, Peter Sam's, whole funnel saga, that's really inspiring too. Same vein as Henry and his Henry and his rebuild, Alright, now on to characters who appeared 22 times. First up, we've got Rheneas. And I'm gonna put Rheneas in A, same rank as Peter Sam. So, I said Sir Handel's probably my favorite narrow gauge character, at least out of the main ones. I think Rheneas is my favorite visually, best looking narrow gauge engine. It's kind of hard to describe why. I think it's because he doesn't have saddle tanks. He just looks like a very sleek engine. I guess I'll put it that way. And just something about that very simple design. And Dalgok was the engine that pulled my train, actually twice, when I went to the Talyllyn Railway. Interesting how Rheneas has appeared more times than Peter Sam, but I guess now that I think about it, even though Rheneas only had 1 speaking role in Season 4, obvious reasons, he was away at the works, actually that kind of does make sense, because, they kind of always, they treat Rheneas like Skarloey's brother, especially in the newer series. But now that I think about it, Rheneas and Skarloey, they're not... Why are they called brothers? Or correct me if I'm wrong, do they refer to them as brothers, or are they just like friends? But I say that because, they're not the same type of engine. Same way you don't really, Den and Dart, good friends, but you don't consider them brothers. Anyway, yeah, so I mean, Rheneas I just have always had such a admiration for. Him and Skarloey, the typical, they're the underdogs of the railway, the old wise... What I really like about Gallant Old Engine, especially in the TV series, the way the TV series did it was a lot better than the books, where I think it was, in the books it was just windy, whereas in the TV series, yeah, they created like a huge storm, and just that atmosphere, the rain, yeah, it just amplifies how difficult that journey would have been. Yeah, I mean, comparing Skarloey with Rheneas, I think, especially in when they were young, in very old engines, Rheneas was more quiet and subdued, where Skarloey was, like, very eager. I was just trying to figure out, does that transfer over to modern times? I guess a little bit. That's pretty much all I can say about Rheneas. I really like him. Yeah, I think it's more just a visual look, but, again, he's just such an admirable character. Very gallant. Gallant old engine. That fits him perfectly. And then the other character, who appeared 22 times, is Porter. Okay, so... I don't really remember much about Porter. Yeah, he's just the friendly dockyard steam engine. I'm gonna put him in C. Yeah, he's fine. Again, it's been so long since I've seen a lot of his episodes, but, yeah, he's just kind of a nice pal for Salty. I guess I'll put it that way. Again, I like seeing an American engine on Sodor again. Yeah, is there anything else I can say about Porter? Yeah, not really. He's fine. Yeah, he has some good moments. Yeah, I mean, him, Salty, Cranky, it kind of makes up a good dockyard gang of characters. I guess I can put it that way. Okay, we're skipping numbers again. No 23. We go straight to 24 appearances. And the first of these two characters is Rusty. Okay, so I'm kind of a bit torn on Rusty as to whether to put him in A or B. So I say that because I like Rusty himself. I like a lot. Yeah, he is just friendly diesel. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was the first ever friendly diesel. Boca was the first standard gauge, but so. What I was saying was, yeah, I like Rusty himself quite a lot. It's just more of, sometimes, so they gave him a lot more to do in the TV series. He didn't really do that much in the Railway series, so that's great. But sometimes he did feel kind of forced in certain places. So, I always give the example of the scenes with him and Harold and Trucks. Yeah, it was just kind of awkward. It just kind of feel out of place in the story, like they don't contribute anything, but... I'm going to put Rusty in A. Again, I still really do like this guy. I guess what I was trying to say was, for every Rusty in the Boulder, you get, Rusty saves the day. And I always say, Rusty is probably the most iconic narrow gauge engine, I think. Most people I know would know who Rusty is. He's for merchandise. Yeah, especially, the orange color. I absolutely love that orange color. If you didn't know, he's actually called Rusty, not because of his orange color, but because of his builders, Ruston and Hornsby. So, yeah, Rusty. In fact, he was black in the Railway series, so it wouldn't have made sense there. But, yeah, I think Rusty just works really well as, like, the maintenance guy. He was kind of like, always to the rescue. I really like his episodes with Duncan, even though, like, the next season or two, their character development is just thrown out the window, but it's still. I think it's mainly just Rusty's design, just the type of diesel he is, just, I don't know how to describe it, stout. I know it's a weird word, but adorable's not the right word, but you know exactly what I mean. He's like a toy, basically, just so stout, so short, and I hate to use this word plump. I'm sorry, but yeah, his face did suddenly increase size in season 5. Does anyone know why they drastically changed his face when they made the large-scale model? Yeah, I mean, especially in episodes where they used both models, it's just really jarring. Like, especially as a kid, I would notice that. But, so there was an issue with Rusty where I guess they were trying to make him a gender-neutral character in his early appearances. Yeah, they never referred to his pronouns. Yeah, season 9, they actually started referring to him as a girl, but they quickly changed that, made edits, so now he's male again. Yeah, he's male in the Railway series. I don't want to get too into social issues and all that, but I feel like if you're gonna do a gender swap character in an adaptation, you gotta do it from the very beginning, like when Rusty first appeared. If she had first appeared and was female, I think I'd be okay with that. But yeah, I mean, as a child, especially because he was a male in the books, I always saw him as male. I mean, I've already talked about my issues with Rusty to the Rescue, as I said in the Stepney section, but, there's not really much else I can say about Rusty. I think Rusty just has a lot of nostalgia for me. Like, just seeing his merchandise, the orange color, it just really reminded me of Season 5. I know it's a weird thing to say, but yeah, do you know what I mean? Especially if I'd see that Boulder set that I sadly never got as a child, but I like Rusty. Okay, the second character is Harvey, and I'm gonna put Harvey in B. I feel like Harvey to the Rescue, I don't know what the general consensus is. I think it's mixed. I've seen people not like it because, Edward's out of character. I mean, that's such a minor bit. I don't really care about that. But, yeah, I feel like some people feel it's too simplified. Very simple, being different is good message. But, I don't know. I feel like, it's a very simple message. But the way it was, Harvey, I think, is a really practical way of conveying that message. Probably kids have heard it to death, but I do think Harvey provides that message in a very positive way. I guess I'll put it that. Very practical. Yeah, that's the word I'm using. So, I mean, I've always liked Harvey. Just his overall design. Just all the model especially. Just all these gears and very intricate and all that. These cogs. I always was fascinated by it. Yeah, I mean, Harvey just seems like a very down-to-earth guy. Very friendly. Kind of like, when Henry's sad, when you see Harvey sad, I don't know, just the face, it just looks really sad. I mean, you feel really bad for him, but, the face, I always joke, like, why does he have such a massive face? Does he have, like, some sort of tumor in his jaw? Is he eating marshmallows? But, yeah, I mean, I said this about Elizabeth, but I always found it weird how they never seemed to got his color right in merchandise. He was always like brown, whereas in the TV series he was kind of, burgundy. The CGI series, he very much more bright red, I guess. It's interesting, when Rocky started appearing, Harvey was he just kind of disappeared, but, I'm glad that they brought him back. And Harvey is one of those engines I do remember being introduced, again, because Season 6 was the first one I saw for the first time, or remember seeing for the first time. So yeah, him, Salty, and Elizabeth. Okay, so the two characters who appeared 25 times, if you've seen a lot of my videos, I think you already know my thoughts on these two guys. I mean, they're among my favorite characters, top 5 actually. Oliver and Spencer. So, obviously both are going in S. So let's start with Oliver. I mean, I'm going to be repeating a lot of stuff I've already said in other videos, but, for obvious reasons, I always preferred Oliver over Duck. I mean, just his intro story is just so fascinating, just so epic. Escape is one of those examples of a story I think that was done better in the TV series. And it's ironic because, in the Railway series, obviously they have more time. So more detail is given about how Oliver escaped, him hiding from diesels and all that. Where in the TV series, what they did brilliantly is it just, the fact that they made Oliver rusty, just the way he looks, and obviously the music helps too, but he's in a much more dire situation. So, yeah, I mean, it's much more epic. And as I've said before, like, what's really great about Oliver is he has a big arc after he's rescued. I mean, the fact he gets cocky, overconfident because he escaped from Scrap, but then, screws up with the trucks. Obviously, very humiliated at a very low level. But what he does just, as I said last time, he reclaims his throne. Do I even need to tell you how epic Toad Stands By is? I mean, it's the build-up with his music. Probably one of the most satisfying moments in the show. Just pure justice. And going on his music, it's pretty obviously inspired by The Great Escape. As a kid, I always wondered, why does his theme sound similar to the music from Chicken Run? And it's because both of them were inspired by The Great Escape. But I found it so clever how they morphed his theme, pretty much the next episode after Escape. They morphed his theme into, like, the calm, relaxing version, you know? Yeah, very fits the seaside perfectly. Yeah, his season 5 theme is beautiful too. I haven't read a lot of the Christopher Audrey books, but I do get the sense he didn't do anything in those. But yeah, I love what they did with him in season 5. I mean, Oliver's Find is such an underrated episode. Just, you know, the beautiful night scenes. Well, I guess it starts off beautiful, but then it gets really intense. I mean, what is it with Oliver and, like, intense night journeys? He made some cameos in season 6, and then, you know, had some regular appearances season 7. Yeah, Snow Engine's a cute episode. It's pretty funny. And then he kind of just disappeared, you know, like a lot of them. Duck, Donald Douglas, etc. I guess I'll talk about this more when I get to Duck. But yeah, so a key character who just disappeared. He didn't appear again until season 12, and then he was absent again until Tale of the Brave. He made a cameo, and then season 18, I think, was it? Correct me if I'm wrong. And yeah, in the CGI series, I wasn't really a fan of what they did to him. Kind of, you know, the same thing I was talking about with Daisy. They just kind of made him, completely reverted him back to that one-note character. You know, all he was just him going on and on about his escape from Scrap. And especially since they had already brought Duck back, you know, they wanted to differentiate him from Duck. So, yeah, I love seeing him again, but, yeah, I do think in the CGI series that he was kind of just, again, you know, given the Daisy treatment, just the one-note character. More so with Duck, but I'll get to him later. Yeah, so, and as I said before, Oliver and Toad just form such a charming pair. I mean, as I already said, just the English accents they have in season 5. As I've said before, I think Oliver's TV model is probably the most realistic, you know, compared to the basis, at least of the major characters. There's really not much else I can say about Oliver. Yeah. And of course, Spencer, I mean, yeah, again, what else can I say that I haven't already said? I mean, honestly, I think, yeah, Spencer is probably my favorite non-Audrey character. Yeah, as I've said so many times, Spencer is what introduced me to the A4 class, LNER A4, like the Mallard. You know, they're my favorite steam engines. Just such a amazing design. Spencer was really the first major steam engine antagonist. I mean, yeah, you had characters like Smudger, but other than that, you know, the antagonists were usually, you know, diesels or road characters. Yeah, so Spencer was quite unique in that way. Yeah, the comparisons I always say is, Spencer and Gordon are like Squilliam and Squidward. Yeah. So what always irked me about Spencer in season 7 is that they didn't put him in that 5 New Engines song. Especially since he was the main character on the cover of that New Friends for Thomas DVD. Yeah, the first episode was Gordon and Spencer, so Gordon and Spencer was the only time I saw him as a child. I never saw, like, what was it, Edward the Great and all those. Yeah, so after season 7, he appeared occasionally. It was usually 1 or 2 times in the season. So, yeah, he wasn't like a main character, but he was still there now and again. But starting in Hero of the Rails, you know, he was actually the main villain, which, as I've said before, I think was a great choice. And it brought him back, pretty much almost made him a main character. I think towards the end of the CGI series, you know, especially after BWBA, I think you saw less of him, but I'm so glad that they gave Spencer more to do. Again, because as a child, I just thought that was his one appearance, Gordon and Spencer. I'm so glad I got to see Spencer's model at Drayton Manor. Even just down to his whistle. His whistle is just so elegant. Again, it's probably like my second or third favorite whistle after Hank and Gordon. Anyway, yeah, so Oliver and Spencer, have they ever appeared in an episode together? I don't think they have, at least definitely not in the classic series. Okay, so now we're at the point in the video where these ranks are going to be skipping quite a lot from here on out. Yeah, so obviously no character appeared 26 times. We go straight to 27. And since we're now coming into the main guys, yeah, I'm going to stop mentioning that. Anyway, the one character who appeared 27 times is Skarloey. Largest number of appearances for a narrow gauge engine. And, yeah, at first I was expecting Rusty to be the highest rank, but now that I think about it, yeah, Skarloey definitely makes sense. You know, number 1, he was the original guy, one that started it all. Yeah, so I'm putting Skarloey in A2. Oh yeah, I just realized, I've put all the narrow gauge, at least the main ones, narrow gauge characters in S or A. Even Mighty Mac and Freddy. Wow. But yeah, I don't think there's any narrow gauge character that I don't like. But anyway, Skarloey, he's pretty much, like Edward, the role model, the father figure of the Skarloey Railway. It's kind of clever how they used Edward to introduce Skarloey in Four Little Engines. Big shock, I think you all know that Skarloey had a bit of a regression in the hit era. People say it started in season 7. I don't know. Yeah, a little bit, but I guess what I'm saying is the old bridge. I've said this so many times before. It's a great message about overcoming PTSD. I think. I just think Skarloey was the wrong character to do that. Yeah, but obviously after that, I forget, I forget what season it was, but the episodes where Skarloey ran down the incline and what was it, push me, pull you? Yeah. I don't think I need to tell you that Skarloey had quite a regression. Maybe it's because he's so old he got dementia. But in the CGI series, he kind of went back to what he was. I always preferred Rheneas, but that was just because, I think it was because I never had a Skarloey toy. I had a Rheneas toy from very early on, and again, I always preferred Rheneas's design. I guess and this isn't in the TV series, but seeing very old engines showed a very different side of him, kind of more so as to what he became in the hit era. Ironically, just showing like how when he was first built, he was very immature, the likes of Sir Handel. But yeah, so that I thought was a great twist. Oh, I guess I'll say this. I was watching Thomas and Tug's man said this in a video where, both Rheneas and Skarloey have their, gallant old engine moment, bringing the passengers to the station despite being broken down. He brought up something very interesting that I hadn't really thought about. In Gallant Old Engine, with the weather and being in the middle of nowhere, Rheneas didn't really have a choice. They were in the middle of nowhere, so he kind of had to get his passengers home. Whereas Four Little Engines, or Old Faithful in the books, the driver says, oh, we'll just have to get a bus from here. But Skarloey is adamant, he refuses. I'll get home or bust, despite being, completely lopsided. So I guess you could argue that Four Little Engines is more inspiring. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, but I'm not gonna compare the two. I mean, both of them have those gallant moments. Yeah. But the ending of Four Little Engines, I think that's a great way to wrap up this section where, he comes in completely just destroyed almost. And, he sadly remarks that, oh, I don't think I can do things anymore. I'm just so old. And then the driver says, oh, they can if they're repaired. You deserve it. And just, the ending music and, it's just, oh, such a sweet moment. So wholesome. I thought was a great way to end the first book. Okay, so with 29 appearances, we have Bill. Yeah, just Bill, no Ben. Yeah, I was not expecting that. As I said before with Donald and Douglas, Bill and Ben are definitely less separatable, which is the correct one. But anyway, big shock, of course I'm putting Bill and S if you've seen a lot of my videos. But, like Donald, I'll talk about my opinions on these characters when I get to Ben. But, now that I think about it, I do remember a few episodes in the hit era where it was only one of them who appeared. I didn't realize it was Ben. I'll talk about Bill and Ben's appearances when I get to Ben. Okay, now we've got 30 appearances with Henrietta. Yeah, a very odd case, to say the least. She's proof that a character can start off without a face, but then get one later on if they so desire. Or, it raises so many questions, is the face installed at the works? Does it have to be put on? Do you have to achieve some level of, sentience, or, I don't know, do you see what I mean? Just all these very weird questions, but, so, I'm gonna be before she got a face. I'm including appearances where she spoke or was referred to, so I'm not counting every single time you see her behind Toby. I don't know where to put her. I do like that they gave her more character. It was definitely something I wasn't expecting. I'll put her in C. She's fine. I do like, kind of like Annie and Clarabelle. Yeah, when she was first introduced, season 1 in the Railway series, she was, the stereotypical female coach, product of the time. But, she was turned into kind of like the, I guess, mothering mentor for Toby. Definitely, giving him a boost of confidence. Yeah, so I like those interactions. I'm curious as to why she gained a full gray face, whereas Annie and Clarabelle just kept their, what do you call it, fused into the wood, I guess, you know what I mean. I guess you could argue because they had that face from the very beginning. Yeah, I guess that would make sense, but... So, I mean, as I've probably said before, I never had Henrietta as a wooden toy, or any toy, so, I just used my, this wooden brake van, or red caboose, as Henrietta, and, yeah, I mean, it does look similar. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about Henrietta. Yeah, a bit of an odd case. Okay, now with 31 appearances, we've got this guy. Gee, I wonder who this is. Let's put him in F. Yes, Ben. So, Ben's actually not his real name. His real name is Obi-Wan. The reason he goes by Ben is because he's in hiding. He was actually, spoiler alert, the master of Darth Vader before he turned to the dark side. So, yeah, very interesting character in that regard. Yeah. I mean, say it with me again. What else could I say that I haven't already said? So, going back onto appearances, Ben appeared a few more times than Bill, obviously. The 2 times Ben appeared that Bill didn't was in Season 9, in Thomas's New Truck. Season 9, Bold and Brave. And then in Season 12, Gordon Takes a Shortcut. In fact, Gordon Takes a Shortcut, that's the only time either of them appeared. So only Ben in Season 12. Yeah, they were still in the hit era. I guess what I'm saying, they weren't like Duck, a key character who just disappeared entirely. They were still there here and again. I guess you could compare that to Trevor, but yeah, they did more than Trevor did in the hit era. Yeah, I can talk about why Bill and Ben work as comedic characters as opposed to Billy and, these 3 down here. It just comes down to how they were written. They're like naughty children, basically. They're very cheeky, mischievous, love playing jokes, but they're not jerks. Well, they're not unlikable, I guess I'll put it that way. Yeah, they're very good-hearted, and I think a lot of that has to do with Edward and Boca are very much the parental figures, and just like the interactions between them all. I think that's what really solidifies it. They get up to mischief, but Edward or Boca puts them in their place. But again, it also makes it more rewarding when they both save the day, like in Heroes. So I think that's a key reason as to why they work, why they're really funny as opposed to the other guys I just mentioned. Yeah, I mean, they don't always work. I'll have a big example, Buffer Bother. But also, what was it? Bill or Ben in season 17 where they got repainted. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that episode. I guess it's how the episode ended, It ended with them still in the middle of a prank, I guess. With Connor. But, another thing is, as I've said this before, they're just adorably stupid. I mean, just the way they mispronounce words, they misinterpret things, again, kind of like the oblivious children that they are. I don't know if I already said this, but they're also, like Henry and Stepney, Bill and Ben are also among my dad's favorite characters, because he had that Mainline Engines book as a child. So yeah, he knows Bill and Ben pretty well. So yeah, as a child, me and my dad would often quote Bill and Ben. So yeah, I guess that's another thing. I mean, the voices, I think, were the most memorable part, and especially Alec Baldwin, Carlin too. Yeah, and also, I really liked how in the CGI series, who is the actor? Jonathan Broadbent? The voice he gave him, I liked it because it wasn't childlike, but it just fit their stupidity really well. I know that's an odd way to say that, but yeah, I said this before, but I think what really solidifies the type of character Bill and Ben are, they basically make Gordon think he's about to be murdered. The biggest engine on Sodor, scared for his life from these 2 tiny little engines. I mean, how can you not laugh at that? So that's why Bill and Ben, I think, are great comedic characters. I've always loved them. And again, they're not just for comic relief. They do have some genuinely inspiring moments, too, like Heroes, as I said before. Yeah, I love Bill and Ben's color. That yellow, something about the shade of yellow, especially in season 2, I don't know, man. It's something about this shade of yellow. It's just so perfect. Yeah, so that's pretty much all I can say about Bill and Ben. Alright, 35 appearances. We've got two. First one is Mavis, the final character created by Wilbert Audrey. Let's see. I'm gonna put Mavis in A. I think Mavis is probably my favorite female character. I'm going to try not to go too much into a whole political dialogue, but I think Mavis is, unfortunate that it was in the last book by Wilbert, but I think Mavis is a much better female character than Daisy. I guess what I'm saying is Mavis is not an old-fashioned stereotype like Daisy. Yeah, again, I like Daisy too, but as I said before, I can definitely see why one would be a bit iffy about Daisy, where I guess what I'm saying, if Mavis was a male, really be no difference. It's not her, like, defining characteristic being female. I guess a male Daisy would probably be an extreme version of James, very flamboyant and all that. I'm getting sidetracked. What I'm saying is, I remember when BWBA was created, I remember people saying, there's not many good female key characters in Thomas. Well, what about this one here? Yeah, I'm not saying that Mavis was ignored or, she could have done more, but I'm not saying that. But I guess what I'm emphasizing is that they didn't really acknowledge Mavis as a strong female character, I guess. But again, I'm trying not to get into a whole political dialogue. I really like Mavis, just like her personality. She's very feisty, very free will. Just the interactions with Toby in her first stories, it's just really funny. Toby's very much a stickler for the old way of doing things, where Mavis is like free-willed. Wants some variety, shunts the trucks in different places. So I guess what I'm saying is you relate to both Toby and Mavis. Yeah, Toby and Mavis are kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to say father-daughter. That just doesn't sound right, but you know what I mean. So another thing is Mavis's season 3 episodes just have this gorgeous atmosphere to them. Like the snow, the sets, the music. As I said in other videos, Mavis's episodes just really emphasize how rural this part of Sodor is. You very much feel like the atmosphere of a quarry, just like in the middle of nowhere, especially in the winter. Again, the colors are really nice. Something about, what do you call these, hazard stripes? That and the black, just, again, kind of like Donald and Douglas, it's just so classy. Yeah, I guess that's really all I can say about Mavis. I really like this character. And the other character who appeared 35 times is Kevin. Yeah, so, I'm gonna put Kevin in B. Kind of the same reasons as Paxton. He's just such a likable doofus, I guess I'll put it that way. Kevin and their character interactions are just so funny, but also really wholesome, too. It's kind of like Oliver and Toad. Yeah, Kevin does have some really bad episodes, like Kevin the Steamy. Again, kind of like with Flynn, it's not necessarily on Kevin, it's just more of how he was used in those episodes. There's not really much I can say about Kevin, but it's just like he's a charming character, just a likable guy, and him and Victor form a really charming pair. Alright, now we're skipping quite a bit, going straight to 49. And with 49 appearances, we have Birdie the Bus. Yeah, definitely the most iconic non-rail character. I paused because there's two characters I haven't done yet who have appeared more, but I guess those aren't road characters, and you can probably guess who they are. Yeah, he's almost on the same level as like Annie and Clarabelle. He's just such a big part of Thomas and Friends, so I'm gonna put Birdie in A. I think the friendship he has with Thomas is just such a great example of, the Let's Have a Race, the song said, friendly rivalry. That is a perfect way of describing it. Just, it's a really good example of being friends with someone who's completely different and helping out each other. What really establishes this is the ending of Thomas Gets Bumped. I don't know why, but it's just such a wholesome moment, that ending scene. I think it's the music, but, Thomas gets back to pulling his trains and then meets Birdie, and, rather than, them boasting about which transport is better, it's more of like, I'm happy to share my passengers with you, you're such a good friend. And, he's basically saying, like, no worries, bro, I'm glad to share my passengers with you. We're bros for life, man. Yeah, that sounded a bit awkward, but you know what I mean. Both taking advantage of their differences and using them to help out. So Birdie wasn't the first character introduced; it was Terrence, who was the episode before. But yeah, Birdie's just really pivotal in that he established how big of a role non-rail characters can have in the series, TV or railway series. So yeah, I mean, Birdie paved the way for other interesting characters like Trevor, Harold, George, etc. Thomas and Birdie's Great Race is such an iconic episode, and Birdie's appeared. I think he's appeared every season. There were some where he only made cameos or didn't speak. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, so he didn't speak in season 4. It was Mind That Bike. And then the first few seasons of the CGI era, he didn't speak, but he was there. So yeah, although he doesn't have the most appearances, he's definitely, I think, the most iconic non-rail character. But Birdie again is just such a great example of being friends with someone who's completely different, but taking advantage of differences and helping each other out. Yeah, I can definitely see why they used a picture of him and Thomas on the Thomas and his friends help out video. Yeah, it's pretty hard to dislike Birdie. I mean, if you haven't seen it, someone created a Birdie memes page, and it's, again, probably the facial expressions, especially without the eyebrows. They just make some unintentionally creepy moments, but yeah, Birdie memes are hilarious. Alright, now with 50 appearances, we have Devious Diesel. It's always weird, like, because he's just called Diesel, when you first introduce him in a video, I always feel like I have to give him that label, because just calling him Diesel, it's like just calling a character Engine, if you know what I mean. Steam Train. But, he's the first Diesel introduced, so I give that a pass. Although, that does beg the question, did he have a number? Like, what was he called in the workshop? I doubt they just called him Diesel, because he was probably built among so many other Diesels. I don't know what I would have named him. Boko, as I said, looks like a berry. I don't know what Diesel looks like, but anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Yeah, so I'm gonna put Diesel in B. I think he's a pretty good standard train villain. Weird way of putting it, but yeah, so Diesel, yeah, again, he was the first diesel engine introduced, but he was also pretty much the first real antagonist. So in the Railway series, he appeared in Duck and the Diesel Engine, and then he was sent off. And then, so Thomas and the Evil Diesel, I know it was written by Christopher Audrey, but it's a standalone book, so is it meant to be canon? It sounds like it was written for the TV series to adapt, but they never did for whatever reason. He appeared again in season 3, and yeah, I'm glad they brought him back. He's a pretty interesting character. So Diesel does it again. I can understand him being brought back for a second chance. And his other appearances in season 3 can just be chalked up to they take place during Diesel Does It Again. Kind of like, the Boulder Quarry being used in, other episodes of season 5, despite it being introduced and destroyed in the same episode. But anyway, season 4, he was in the Rusty to the Rescue scrapyard set, and, like the Class 40, it's not established to be him, but it definitely could be. That's a cameo. Season 5, he didn't appear on screen, but interestingly, in the behind-the-scenes, in one of the extended shots, you can see Diesel shunting some trucks for cranky bugs. And yeah, I'm sure that was just kind of like a Markland situation. They're just using him to push trucks off screen. Kind of like what they did with Mavis in a Surprise for Percy. And then season 6, he came back again. World's Strongest Engine. He reappears in season 7. Fergus breaks the rules. So sometime between season 6 and season 7, I think that's supposed to... I guess, what I'm getting at is, at what point did Diesel become a permanent member of Sodor? It's got to be between season 6 and 7. And I say that because Fergus breaks the rules, it just casually says, one day the Fat Controller brought Diesel to help. Again, I doubt Fat Controller would have bought him from the mainland again. And then at the end, he's like, oh, I'll send Diesel to the smelter works. And so... yeah, that also implies that he didn't send Diesel away, from the island. So, yeah, I definitely filled in the gap with that, with my Engines of Sodor episode, Revolutionary Redemption, yeah. Yeah, again, so Diesel's definitely, probably the main antagonist of the show, recurring at least. Comparing Diesel and Diesel 10, Diesel 10 is definitely very aggressive, more explicitly evil or bad-tempered, per se, where Diesel's definitely more, he's cunning, he's very sly, very smooth. And I forget who said this. I saw in a video someone mentioned how Diesel's theme, it's very much like snake charming music. And yeah, now that I hear that, that definitely fits. Yeah, he's very fake, at the beginning. And that's why I sometimes feel like, yeah, Duck may have gone a little overboard with tricking him with the trucks, but yeah, Duck was kind of like the one who saw through his bullshit at the beginning and just tried to expose him, I guess. In the CGI series, yeah, he has some pretty funny moments. Diesel's always trying to play pranks or just very grumpy, but then, he ends up, making a fool out of himself. Those moments are always pretty funny. Like, even though they add nothing to the plot, the scenes of him, like, trying to sneak into the Great Railway Show, like, hiding in the boxes, I thought those were hilarious. I haven't seen any episodes of All Engines Go, but from the clips I've seen, I get why they chose a Diesel character to show diversity and all that, but my god, he's completely different. He sounds like a kid. There's so many other Diesel characters they could have used, like Mavis. Yeah, it's really odd seeing Diesel with a child's voice. He also has some pretty scary moments, too. I mean, he's definitely more intentionally scary than, say, like Boko or Donald and Douglas, but yeah, kind of another example of these scary Season 2 moments, mixed with the music and all that, just the speed of the footage. My god, that scene where he just shoots towards the camera, wow, that scared the crap out of me as a kid. Oh yeah, so there's Devious Diesel. Alright, now with 54 appearances, we've got Harold and Rocky. And I'm gonna put Harold in the same rank as Birdie, A. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear why one would love Harold. It just, he just captures, like, the epicness of aviation, especially with his music theme, in the electronic era, particularly, Season 2, just, oh my god, it's so epic, man. It gives me the feels. But it's clearly based off the music from the movie Dam Busters. If you listen to it, you'll see why. But yeah, and also the song, too. My god, that's one of the most unintentionally emotional songs in the show, I'll put it that way. But yeah, again, Harold just really captures the gracefulness, I'll put it that way. Just the grace of aviation. Honestly, now that I think about it, I know I said Donald and Douglas's theme is my favorite, but I don't know. I mean, Harold's theme is just so brilliant. I'm kind of torn on this now. Donald and Douglas definitely favorite of the engines, but yeah, Harold's is just beyond perfect. But also as far as aviation, I mean, the way that they pulled Harold off, I mean, having him interact with the characters, all these flying shots and stunts, oh my god, it was just so masterful, just a technical marvel. And I say that because, with the limited space they had, model train sets, yeah, the way they had them just, like, weave in and out of these, like, mountains, these trees, over the engines, my god, just such masterful technical planning. In fact, if a helicopter tried doing these stunts in real life, he would very high likelihood it would crash. But yeah, I mean, Harold was, he wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but he wasn't like a drone, like a remote control model. He didn't actually fly. I think he was more of just like a puppet. But, I never would have guessed that because you don't see any evidence of that in the show. I'm curious as to why Audrey decided for it to be a helicopter as opposed to a biplane. Maybe it's because, a biplane, you can't have him interact that much, kind of like with Jeremy, he can only go on the runway, whereas Harold can land anywhere. Yeah, that's probably it. But, the similar reasons as Thomas and Birdie. I mean, his relationship with Percy is just really wholesome. The Harold prop I actually saw in the Audrey extravaganza on the Talyllyn Railway. Yeah, so he was the first original character I saw on that trip. His model just looks amazing. I really like that they painted him white. I don't know why, but it just fits him so well. And yeah, I mean, as I said before, Harold is just such a great aviation character. The way he interacted with the characters, both physically and, like, in the script, is just done brilliantly. Alright, next up we got Rocky. I'm gonna put him in B. Let's see, I have to scale all these guys again. But yeah, I'm gonna put Rocky in B. There's no, like Marion, there's no front CGI transparent image of him. Yeah, probably because of the crane and all that, but yeah, I like Rocky. I've probably said this before, but I actually don't dislike, what was it, Edward Strikes Out, particularly not on the level as most fans. And yeah, maybe Edward was worried that, I don't know. Again, I fully understand the issues with it. I guess I'm kind of neutral. It's kind of the same as Edward Trevor. I mean, Edward the Really Useful Engine. I understand both sides. But anyway, on to Rocky himself. Yeah, so I, like Rosie, I didn't see season 10 as a child, so I didn't have much exposure to Rocky, but I do really like that they actually gave a crane a face. It's interesting they chose Rocky as opposed to a regular breakdown train, like Judy and Jerome. And as I said before, Harvey started appearing less after Rocky came, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, just trying to think. Again, I don't really have any thoughts on Rocky, but I like him. Kind of like with Harvey and Henry too. His face, like when he's sad, it's just with Rocky though. It's more kind of funny. It's just something about his sad face. He just looks, yeah. He just looks. I don't know. It's not sad. It's just funny. He looks like I don't know. Someone said something really insulting. He just. I don't know, it's just something about his sad face, but, I think I saw Rocky's basis at the Bluebell Railway. I passed by it. Yeah. So, yeah, I like Rocky. I don't really have much to say about him, but, yeah, he's a nice addition to the rolling stock characters. Alright, now with 58 appearances, we've got the most popular character. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what this guy's name is. It was a type of bird. It was Turkey. Yeah. Turkey. Turkey, the Great Western Engine. Fans seem to love Turkey. I don't know. I've never really liked Turkey. You know what? I'm gonna put Turkey in F. But having said that, Turkey had a twin sister called, another type of bird. Bush tit. Yeah. Bush tit I'm gonna put up in S. I like bush tits. And then, the third sibling was called Duck, another type of bird. Yeah, drum roll, where am I gonna put Duck? I'm gonna put Duck in B. Yeah, I like him. He's got some fantastic moments, just really iconic stories and all that. Yeah, I like Duck fine. But the user Skarloey Railway 01 said something that I 100% agree with. He theorizes that Duck's popularity wasn't so much his character, although that definitely did help. It was more of the fact, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just my observation. It was more of the fact that he was such a key character in the Railway and TV series, and then he just suddenly disappeared. Poof, gone in the hit era. Not just like shunted to the background, he was just completely gone. He vanished. And yeah, again, being such a key character, one of the main characters pretty much. Apparently he was supposed to be on the Steam team, but they decided to drop him in favor of Emily, and that I can totally understand, but that doesn't explain why Duck was just gone completely. Like, you didn't see him in cameos, shunting around, nothing. I think he suddenly showed up in like a learning segment or a song, but until season 12, that was his only appearance. So yeah, I don't think I need to tell you that this such key character just suddenly disappearing, people noticed. It's like his disappearance was a hole in the main cast of characters. He was a representation of the classic era, just completely gone. So that's why I think Duck just got this huge aura around him. Yeah, so he reappeared in season 12, like most of those quote-unquote returnees. But, before that, compared to Bill and Ben, let's say, Bill and Ben, at least, you still saw him here and again. But Duck, nothing. And it just makes one wonder, like, if they had his model around, why was he not at least, in the background? Yeah, I would have argued that Duck appearing should have been given more priority than, like, Bill and Ben. Yeah, do you guys know what I mean? So it just makes one wonder, was there like a deliberate decision to not have him in the show at all? Or did they just completely forget about him? Yeah, that just the whole idea with these characters who just disappeared. It just makes you wonder, especially if they had the models around, why not make good use of them? It would still get them merchandise and all that. So yeah, that's, something I've always wondered. So naturally, people kept requesting Duck to come back, and he finally did in season 13. Yeah, I'm really glad they brought him back, but I'd be fascinated to hear people's opinions on Duck now, since he's returned, 12 years after he reappeared. I say that because, I'm interested to find out, is he still held in such high regard? I say that because when he came back in season 17, yeah, obviously everyone was very happy, very excited, but it just seemed like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the whole consensus I gathered was people got tired of him very quickly. Yeah, fan service was the term I kept seeing tossed around. And yeah, I do agree with that, but honestly, I'm torn. I'm mixed thoughts on how his return was handled. On one hand, again, seeing this major character reappear was great, but the Thomas way, I really did not like that episode. Because they took, a small catchphrase Duck had in his early years, and they made that his whole identity. And, yeah, ooh, Great Western, oh dear, that's the wrong way. Yeah, so, but at the same time, I don't want to say I can't blame the screenwriters, but at the same time, I think I can say that. I don't know. Again, that's why I'm kind of neutral on it, because I'm not saying Duck doesn't have any character, but it's clear the screenwriters just didn't really know what to do with him. And I guess it's kind of like what I was saying about Boko, who disappeared for a while. I mean, Boko never came back, but the whole way where this character's been gone for so long, other characters have kind of taken their place. Yeah, I think that definitely applies to Duck, but at the same time, though, Duck was such a major Audrey character. Him running the Great Western branch line with Oliver, it was a big part of the overall collection of characters, I guess I'll put it that way. So, I was just going back to thinking of his lead roles in the early days. So, the Diesel Saga, Bulgy. I think Duck works well when he's not an asshole, I guess I'll put it that way. Or at least, he works well in the stories where he's I'll put it this way, his greatest episodes are those where he gets bad characters to make a fool out of themselves. He exposes bad characters, gives them an ounce of karma. Yeah, that, I think, is where Duck works best. Other episodes where he just going on about the Great Western, one episode would be fine, but it just gets old really fast. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, Duck, I think, would work well as a side character, see him now and again. But if you did give him main roles, go back to, again, episodes like the Diesel Saga and Bulgy. Yeah, I guess All at Sea, too. That shows Duck's kind of got his head in the clouds. I think a simple way to describe Duck is, he just basically doesn't let anyone order him around, push him around. He stands up for himself. And that is what I was trying to emphasize with his NWR Origins episode. So, yeah, based on his experience on the Great Western Railway, where the other engines bossed him around, he helped Percy stand up to the big engines, and Duck takes charge. I haven't seen a single episode of All Engines Go, but I do know, seeing his merchandise, he did reappear. Or did he? So I'm curious, what's he like in All Engines Go? Is it just a cameo? I'll say this, one of the few episodes of the BWBA era that I've seen is Duck's School. And honestly, I really liked that episode. Yeah, I thought that was an episode where he worked great as the main character. Granted, I think there are lots of other characters who, if they were the main character, it would have worked just the same, but yeah, I really liked how they gave him that role. Yeah, is there anything else I can say about Duck? Like tons of other characters, I really love his design. Just something about the pannier tanks. Kind of looks like he's wearing a wig, like what those British judges wear, or he's kind of a bird, basically. They kind of look like wings. Yeah, apparently he was called Duck because the model Audrey had of him would shake a lot, so I think it was his children who commented he waddled. So yeah, that's really clever. Oh yeah, that's all I can really say about Duck. Nothing more, not even a quack. Alright, now with 59 appearances, we've got Salty and Victor. And I'm gonna put both these guys in A. Yeah, I really like them. Let's start with Salty. Yeah, for some reason I couldn't find there's no good picture of Salty just head-on CGI promo, with the transparent background, so I just had to go with this. Kind of like Marion, Donald Douglas, but, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious why one would like Salty. He's just such a jolly guy. Just so fun he'd be so fun to be around. He's the guy like you want to have a drink with. Him telling his life story. Yeah, although some might think he's too loud, talk too much, like especially Cranky. But yeah, it just the Salty's just he's so optimistic, he just loves his work. He's able to make fun out of any situation. So, Salty's really nostalgic for me too, because, as I said with, Elizabeth and Harvey, season 6 was the first season I remember seeing for the first time. I remember very clearly, so this must have been like late 2002, early 2003, so I'd be a very little kid. But I do clearly remember getting both his VHS, Salty's Secret, and his Wooden Railway, the same trip to the toy store. And I remember it clearly because, before I put the VHS in, that same day, I was expecting him to sound like a chipmunk for some reason. It was the same thing with Mater from Cars. Yeah, I don't know why, just the buck teeth and all that, yeah. Yeah, just the voices the narrators gave to him, Alec Baldwin, Angelus, and all that. I think Baldwin, it's supposed to be Irish, but yeah, it just fits the character so well, pirate-like. What I really like about Salty is that, despite being very jolly, he's also very quick. He can very easily see someone's bullshit, if you know what I mean. And the way he calls it out, it's so funny because it's done in such a sly, still-sounding jolly way, like, he just happily says, like, "Oh, it means an engine's too big for his buffers." Yeah, it's just the way that delivery is just so funny. Yeah, because he's such a jolly character, when he's first sent to the quarry, especially that scene at night, with the sad, what is it, a flute or something playing his theme. Yeah, that just makes you feel really sorry for him. And of course, even when he does get to finally go to the docks, it just makes it more wholesome. Yeah, again, Salty's just the type of guy that you would want to always be around, always optimistic. Well, I guess not always optimistic, like I just said, he was sad he didn't get to go to the docks at first, but at the same time, though, he's, takes his work seriously, very useful, yeah. I mean, pretty much what I've already said summarizes Salty pretty well. He's just such a clever, joyful character. Alright, and then with Victor, I'm also putting him in A, but kind of the same reason. He's not loud like Salty, but he's also just, very friendly, reliable guy. Just a guy the guy you'd want to have a drink with, like I just said. So kind, so helpful, you can just rely on him. Just always loves, kind of like Harold, he's just always happy to help out, and I just found it very clever how they created a character to work at the Steamworks, because, then when anytime an engine goes to the Steamworks, you would always see him. It's also really clever how Victor was the first character to speak another language. That, I thought, was a really great way of bringing that aspect in. Yeah, and obviously the twist with him in Blue Mountain Mystery. Correct me if I'm wrong, did we ever see Victor on narrow gauge, or at least with the narrow gauge engines? Because I know his basis, it's like a Cuban sugar plantation tank engine. I think it was kind of I know why, because in Sodor Island 3D created a model of Victor. It may have just been a reskin, but that was standard gauge. So I think in real life his basis is standard gauge. So, what they should have done is have like look up the locomotive Pet from the National Railway Museum in York. I have a picture of him right here. I think this would have been the perfect guy. This is kind of designed for going around factories. That would have been a perfect engine for it. But don't get me wrong, I still love Victor. Yeah, again, he's just such a respectable guy. I really like, his relationship with Kevin. I mean, he clearly gets annoyed with Kevin, sometimes he's too stupid for his liking, but at the same time, though, they're clearly, like, best friends. I forget what the episode was called, but that episode where he went out in the snow to try and find Kevin, that was really inspiring. They both form a very nice working duo. So, Victor or Kevin, whichever one appeared first. Maybe they both appeared at the same time in the same shot, but I guess what I'm saying is, either Victor or Kevin. They're the first ever fully CGI characters, so they're quite key characters in that regard. Yeah, Victor just adds a really nice aspect to the show of just like helping people. He's basically the doctor, the friendly doctor. When the engines have trouble, they go to him. Yeah, and I don't know why I didn't make that connection before, but yeah, I really like Victor. Alright, now with 71 appearances, we've got Cranky the Crane. And this is shocking, but Cranky has made the most appearances out of any non-rail character, or at least non-human character. Yeah, you would have thought like Birdie or Harold, but no, it was Cranky. Like, wow, that just blows my mind. That's almost 20 times more than Harold, more than 20 times than Birdie. Like, this guy appeared 4 seasons after Birdie was introduced, and yet had way more appearances. That's just mind-boggling. Yeah, especially since the fact that he was the first completely non-Audrey character, not counting Smudger. Yeah, so I'm gonna put Cranky in S. I think he's just such an iconic part of Thomas, and just such a great character. Like, the fact that he's just a crane stuck in one location, he's quite a dick, but at the same time, you feel so much sympathy for this guy. That poor guy stuck there all the time. Wow, just such a great, dynamic, hilarious character. Yeah, and as I've said before, Cranky Bugs is just pure mayhem of like season 5. It's the greatest season opener episode. Again, what they managed to do with just a static object, basically, him falling over, just funny character interactions. Again, he's just such an iconic part of Thomas. So I guess, just logically, the reason he has so many appearances, Brendan Docks became used quite a lot especially in the newer series, so, yeah, naturally, you would always see Cranky, static object. But again, I'm only including appearances where he actually spoke or was referred to, so no cameos. So yeah, I'm not including Magic Railroad. I think one of the funniest, at least memories of Cranky, was just the voice Alec Baldwin gave him, at least in Season 5. I don't know, the way he speaks in Season 5, it's just so funny. It's an odd way of describing it, but he sounds like he's talking while he's straining on the toilet while constipated. Oh, Henry, my, I hope you'll have some fishy tales to tell. Oh, put your cars on the inside line. All these are for you. Oh my god. But then also, as I said before in other videos, when he falls over in Cranky Bugs, he sounds like Chris Griffin. Help! I can't! Wow. Such great energy. And also, I think it was the UK dub of the CGI series. I forget who the voice actor was, but he sounds more just, fed up with life, and that also fits him really well. What was it? The Will You, Won't You song, going to the railway show, he's like, I'm not going anywhere. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but in Season 6, he seemed like he got younger. It must have been something to do with, they changed the face mask and, I don't know, added less wrinkles, but yeah, he looks younger in the Season 6 onward. I guess the question I've always wondered is, what color is Cranky? Because most of his merchandise has him as, green, or in my Wooden Railway Cranky was gray, but in the TV series, especially in the 5th series, he was definitely brown. Later on, he kind of somewhat olive-ish, but yeah, he seemed to always be brownish. So, yeah, it's another kind of Harvey or Elizabeth merchandise situation. Just so amazing how they created such a dynamic character who's just static. First non-Audrey character created, wow, they made such a high bar. Alright, we've officially reached the Steam Team characters, or what once was the Steam Team. With 113 appearances. Wow, we jumped quite a lot from 71. We have Toby the Tram Engine. Wow, Toby's appeared less than Emily. That is more shocking to me than Sir Handel appearing more than Duncan. Wow, that's crazy. Even if you take into account that, in later years, Toby seemed to... Basically what I'm saying is, a lot of people think Edward was the first Steam Team member to be shunted. I think it was more so Toby. It was definitely more subtle, though. But anyway, let's rank him first. Toby, oh Toby, what shall become of you? Well, I guess Toby shall become an A. Yeah, I've always really liked Toby, especially as a child. In the latter half of the classic series, he always seemed to have the most memorable episodes. So, yeah, a lot of them are, what I call atmosphere episodes. So very spooky, very intense, or just crazy mayhem. So we've got Toby and the Flood, Toby's Discovery. I guess you could argue, who's the main character of Horrid Lore? Is it Percy or Toby? So yeah, I guess you could argue that. In season 6, you've got Toby Had a Little Lamb, and season 7, you got Toby's Windmill. So, going back onto like Toby being neglected, I think and this wasn't intentional, obviously, but I think what describes that perfectly is in the engine roll call song. They're talking about the engines and their personality traits. When they get to Toby, just the way they say it, it's actually kind of funny. It's just like, Toby, I don't know, let's say he's square. Yeah. It's just like this one physical trait about Toby. That's the only thing they can think of. But yeah, I highly disagree that, well, first off, yeah, Toby's more than just being a tram engine. But also, people say he's the same type of character as Edward. And yeah, he's quite similar in that way. Funny enough, and I'm sure I'm not the only person to bring this up, but Edward and Toby, the only interaction between the two that I can think of is in Cows. Yeah. I'm sure there's others in the new series. Is there? Yeah. Maybe it's because they're so similar. But anyway, so yeah, Toby's definitely wise. The old wise. He's not even that old, actually. People keep acting like he's old, but in reality, he's only like a year or two younger than Thomas. So yeah, comparatively, he's not that old. But anyway, so the way I can describe Toby, like the character role he plays, I can't think of the one word to describe it. What I'm about to say might sound very confusing, but I'm trying to describe this. I don't want to say Toby's like in touch with nature. That's not what I'm implying. He's not like a Bear Grylls type engine. But I guess what I'm saying is, Toby, he's working in a very remote part of Sodor, very rural, the quarry, the branch line, and, Toby's branch line, which is what they call it, it's implied that it's the same line he was rescued from at the beginning, so unlike the Railway series. So, Toby's line, it pretty much takes you to the most rural parts of Sodor that are accessible by standard gauge tracks. So yeah, Toby definitely represents the more countryside aspect of Sodor. Yeah, especially the fact he's always working with farms. Yeah, so it's like comparing, a rusty old but reliable tractor to, I don't know, this way, Gordon would be like the big, posh, I don't know, urban Rolls Royce going between big cities, whereas Toby is like the old rusty tractor that's still reliable. You know what I mean? Kind of like Trevor. I think a quote that really captures that perfectly is in Horrid Lore, when Toby finds that lorry at the flour mill. The driver says, Toby might be old, but he's reliable. Yeah, I think that's Toby's character in a nutshell. Yeah, I don't want to say off the beaten path or track, but so yeah, that I think is what Toby's character represents. In the Railway series stories, I just always found it so funny how Toby's the type of guy who just loves to see shit go down with other people. He gets enjoyment from other people's drama, if you know what I mean. In like Thomas, Percy, and the Coal, Thomas and Percy are arguing with each other. Toby's in the middle, and he's just smiling, like eating popcorn, watching shit go down. Yeah, same thing with Mavis and Daisy, just watching them get into trouble because they ignored his advice. Oh, and of course, Magic Railroad, I think that's peak Toby, just using his old wit, Basically, he's unapologetically like, yeah, Diesel 10 thinks I'm useless, so I'm gonna use that against him. He rings his bell and Diesel 10 gets into a huge scrape with the shed. That is peak Toby, one of his greatest moments. But after that, Toby kind of did become the worry wheels. It wasn't as bad as what happened with Henry, but a lot of his stories just became how he's odd, old, loses confidence. There was one where he thought he was going to be sent to a museum. That was really stupid, but it's weird. Like, these two separate characters, if you ignore, like, continuity, I don't mind it too much. I guess what I'm saying, it's not as bad as, like, what happened with Scarloey, if you know what I mean. But anyway, going back on, like, Toby being a very old rural guy, another great example of that is, Mavis tries doing things her own way with the trucks, getting variety, where Toby's very much a stickler for the rules. This is tradition, this is how we've done it. So I guess you could argue Toby is like a four-way cross mix between Harvey, for being different, very odd, Duck for a stickler for the traditions, Edward for, I haven't done Edward yet, Edward for his wisdom, and then Henry for both his, like, peacefulness, nature-loving, and anxiety. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. I do think when I did those episodes ranked video, I was too harsh on Toby and the Stout Gentleman. I just think, the pacing was a bit too slow. I'd probably put it in the B rank now. But, it has some pretty gorgeous sets. And again, that goes back to Toby just being a representation of, off the beaten path, basically. And also, Toby Had a Little Lamb, as I've said before, just encapsulates perfectly what being in a nasty blizzard is like, and just this very old rickety bridge. That's what I mean when I say Toby had a lot of the great atmosphere episodes. And, Toby's windmill, just the sets of it raining at night, the lightning, just great atmosphere. And I guess also helping Percy play a prank on Thomas by pretending to be a ghost, just being all in on it. Yeah. Oh, and speaking of Ghost Train, with the exception of a character that I'll be talking about later, and you might be able to guess who that is, Toby has perhaps the scariest scared faces in the show, in the model era at least. These two, oh my god, these creeped me out. Like, I guess Thomas's face here too is pretty scary, but I don't know, it's something about, especially the lighting and all that. This is scarier than the actual Ghost Train scene, when Percy comes to the shed. But anyway, yeah. Oh, that was a long section, but I've always liked Toby. He's got some pretty great episodes. Alright, now we're on to Emily with 114 appearances. Yeah, so that's one appearance over Toby. I was not expecting that. I don't need to tell you all, Emily's quite a key character, pivotal character, first major female steam engine character. The lady was the first female steam engine overall. She has the most appearances out of any non-Audrey character, which, definitely understandable given the fact that she appeared at the very end of the classic series, yet still has that distinction. I think that tells you everything. So, ranking Emily for me is very hard because I'm trying to decide between B and C. I don't know if in other videos I've done, I don't know if I gave off the impression that I don't like Emily, but that is not the case. I like her fine. Yeah, so I guess based on that, I'm going to put her in C. Fine. It's not even that I don't have an opinion on her. I'm just kind of neutral on her. Yeah, but it would be a high C, like 78, 79. So, Emily was introduced at a time where, very close to when I was starting to grow out of Thomas, so season 7. I saw a little bit of season 8, but so the only, I guess what I'm saying is the only exposure to Emily I had, at least as a child, was, just through season 7. So I bring that up because had I been ranking Emily just based on season 7, I probably would have put her in B. And I was trying to find the words to describe why, and I just couldn't. But then I keep bringing up the Thomas and Tuggs man. He said a quote in a video he was in that I think is a perfect description. He said, Emily is very much like that big sister we all need, Yeah, not motherly, like, she's not like nagging people, but she's like, the big sister who knows how to have fun, but also looks out for everyone's well-being. Yeah, I think that is a perfect way of describing her. Yeah, I think Salty's Stormy Tale is a great example of that. So yeah, and as I've said before, I'm not a fan of Emily's new coaches, but that has nothing to do with Emily herself. It's just the overall story. So, in the hit era, I'm gonna try and choose my words very carefully, and you'll immediately understand why. I do think, Emily was put in the Steam team to have a key female character in the main cast, and, good on them. I applaud them for that. But, however, I do think in the hit era, sometimes I got the impression that maybe the creators people just saw her as female was her defining character trait. And, yeah, I bring that up because some of the episodes she was in, like her lead episodes, again, I'm really trying to choose my words carefully, but she kind of was just downgraded to some very tired stereotypes. Bossy, that's the word I'm sure everyone throws out. But yeah, I mean, I don't remember the name of the episode, but the one that immediately comes to mind is the one with had both her and Elizabeth in it. The lesson was like Emily learns to be asked nicely for things and all that, which, is a valuable lesson, but again, I really don't want to get into some big discussion on it. But I'll put it this way: I don't think she's as bad as a lot of people say, but there were some moments where she just did become quite an unlikable character. But then there's episodes where she isn't that. Funny enough, I think Emily's rubbish. I think that's an okay episode, but the overall idea, I can totally relate to Emily, not wanting to be seen with this filthy guy I don't know, I just find that so funny, but, yeah, there's just really not much I can say about Emily that hasn't already been said. Obviously, she does contribute well to the main cast of characters. I guess, again, it just has to do with I haven't seen many episodes of her from the hit era, so I feel like I'd have to watch more of them to get a full opinion, but I guess that's why I'm putting her in C. I think overall, she's a fine character. I mean, yeah, sometimes she can get a bit annoying, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think she's as unlikable as I've heard a lot of other people say. One thing I've always wondered is how old is Emily? Because her basis, I think I've seen at the National History Museum at York, and I think it was built like in the 1870s or something, so that would make her older than Edward. But, they don't treat her as being older than Edward. It's probably just more like a Percy situation. Percy was, again, they don't know Percy's base. Yeah, I'll talk about it when I get to Percy, but, she was maybe just a replica built later on. Well, yeah, so anything else I can add? Not really. Yeah, I have nothing against Emily, really. That's really the best way I can describe it. Alright, now we're on to Clanny and Arabelle, who appeared a whopping 122 times. Yeah, Annie and Clarabelle. So, obviously, like Henrietta, I'm only counting times where they either spoke or were directly acknowledged. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if I did every single appearance, it would be like 99.9% of the whole series. I mean, they're in the intro, for God's sake. And that kind of brings me to my next point, where I think they're definitely the second most iconic part of Thomas, after Thomas himself. Especially being in the intro and all that, and being his coaches. So, as where to rank them, honestly, these two characters I'm the most unsure about, because yeah, C or B is where I'm debating, but it's kind of the opposite of what I just said about Emily, where, when Emily first appeared, I liked her, but then in the hit era, she sometimes got on my nerves a bit, where Annie and Clarabelle, when they were first introduced, back in the 40s, obviously they're a product of the time, the first female characters, but, they're the coaches, so, yeah, I mean, I don't need to go into a whole debate about that, you already know. But then I'll talk about their specific appearances later on, but it was when they started speaking again. I think it was Blue Mountain Mystery, because they didn't speak at all, like season 13 through 16. I think, the ARC era, they actually, just their interactions with Thomas, I thought were both really funny and just really wholesome. Yeah, so I really like what they did with them, in later episodes. So, I think my favorite has to be The Adventure Begins, because they kind of twisted the whole relationship, Thomas and the coaches, on its head, where Annie and Clarabelle are kind of the mentors, giving Thomas advice, they're very fond of him. Yeah, I thought that was a great character interaction. For example, like, they're the ones who explain to Thomas, like, what the breakdown train is used for and all that. Yeah, I thought that was really clever. So, as where to rank them, again, you can see why I'm so torn, because first off, there's such an iconic part of Thomas, and yeah, it just, well, I'll put it this way, if it weren't for, like, the ARC era, I think they would definitely be in C. Just the type of characters they are. Again, I don't want to say they don't offer much, but yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words. Let's see. Yeah, for now, yeah, Annie's in B, Clarabelle's in C. Yeah, or whichever one is on, I don't know, but oh boy, this is very difficult. It's weird. They're characters who don't do much, but it doesn't really matter because their overall purpose is... Do you guys know what I'm trying to say? So, and this is probably an odd example. Harvey, for example. Well, again, I don't want to say Harvey doesn't have any personality, because obviously he does. But, you know, a character doesn't have to be a solid, fleshed-out personality. It could just be things about the character itself that, you know, the physical aspects, you know. Harvey is the crane engine, and that, you know, forms a huge part of his identity. Now, again, Harvey definitely has some specific character traits, but I guess what I'm saying is not every character has to have a solid, developed, you know, complex character personality, if you know what I mean. So yeah, Annie and Clarabelle are coaches. They transport the passengers, so that's their purpose, and, you know, obviously, again, such an iconic part of the whole franchise. Yeah, so I put Henrietta in C. Should I put them in C? I guess what I'm saying is, correct me if you're one of these people, let me know, but I don't think anyone has, like, Annie and Clarabelle as their favorite characters, if you know what I mean. You know, it'd be like having the Breakdown Train as your favorite character. You know what? I'm gonna put them in C. If I put Henrietta in C, I think, yeah, I could... Honestly, my opinion is so neutral that I just have to put them here. Yeah, it's just the fact that I just don't really have an opinion on them. But not, like, no opinion as in, like, forgettable. Or it's just more of a, yeah, they're fine. You know, they serve their purpose. So I guess I should just talk about their general appearances throughout the show. So obviously, especially the Railway series-based stories, you know, as Season 1, the classic series, I'm just double-checking right now, but I believe they spoke at least once in every classic series. Actually, no, every season except Season 6. And now that I think about it, yeah, that makes sense, because in Season 5, the one time they did... Oh, actually, no, it wasn't the only time. They sang that song and put upon Percy. But anyway, for some reason, in Top Matt's Holiday, Alec Baldwin gave him, like, that very, you know, like Caroline, the old Southern accent, which, you know, I always found very funny. I think I would have remembered either if he had given that accent in Season 6 or just, you know, the regular accent like he did with some other characters. But anyways, from there, and also Magic Railroad, they had one line, I think. And then on from there, yeah, they did not do much in the hit era. They didn't speak in Season 8, had one speaking role in Season 9, yeah, none in Season 10, one in Season 11, none in Season 12, and then Season 13 through 16, like I just said, they barely did anything aside from just being there. Like I said before, that's why when they started getting more lines in the hit era, the ARC era, I really like those interactions. I always found it interesting, like, in the TV series, you know, the Railway series, they were, like, bogey coaches, I think. Whereas the TV series, they were just these tiny little things, like, I think probably the decision to do that was just, you know, to keep them both in the shot, you know, easier to film both of them at the same time. But, you know, it just always seemed weird when, you know, Thomas was just pulling these tiny little coaches, and then all the other branch line engines are pulling at least 3 or 4, you know, Yeah, that's not really an issue, but that's something that just always baffled me as a child. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I can say about Annie and Clarabelle. Alright, with 146 appearances, we've got the guy who started it all, Edward. And I'm gonna put Edward in S. Originally, I was thinking of putting him in A, but when I really thought about it, yeah, I just think he really does deserve that S tier. And just for the fact that what I really like about Edward is just how he just does not give a shit about what others say about him, especially in his the earlier episodes. Just oh my god, like the things others say about him, even his so-called friends, Gordon, James, and Henry. Oh my god, it's downright horrible. Like, they're wanting him to be scrapped and all that. But rather than just being sad about it, Edward, again, he just does not give a shit. He just kind of laughs it off and goes about his day. Man, that is just so respectable. And I think that's the thing that elevates him up to S, is just he just does not let anything get to him. And just the episodes where Cows, Old Iron, Edward's Exploit, and even in the Edward the Really Useful Engine. They're all episodes about just characters saying some really nasty stuff about Edward, and then kind of later on, not even through like Edward's own actions, unlike say Duck, these engines like make a complete fool out of themselves, and then Edward comes along and he's like, see, I told you so. Yeah, like Edward the Really Useful Engine, that's one reason I kind of give it more of a pass than other people do. He doesn't say anything outright that's like, snarky or, payback, but yeah, just the fact that, again, through no action of his own, he just proves that Gordon's just talking out of his ass. Like, it's just such great karma. Yeah, Old Iron, James is just so fed up with Edward, and Edward just laughs and goes on about his work, and, later on Edward saves him, and, Cows as well. And then Edward's Exploit, I think, it's definitely my favorite Edward episode, for obvious reasons. I mean, just the fact that it's kind of like that culmination, the peak of like that anti-Edward rhetoric we see, at least in like the earlier episodes, where, oh my god, just Edward's theme, when it just roars into action at the end, just Edward's theme in season 1, it was just a nice little ditty, but here, oh my god, the way it was redone, oh, it's just, I'm sorry I keep saying this, but it's just like, you just want to... It's like that meme of the Emperor's New Groove, this guy here. I haven't seen that movie, but you probably know this meme. Yeah, this is a great way of describing it. Gordon and James remain respectfully silent. Like, yeah, that sums it up perfectly. And also, out of all the characters of the STEAM team, I think Edward is definitely the one that you would want to hang out with the most. And I say that because... yeah, Edward is able to just see the goodness in everyone. He's just so kind. Yeah, I mean, even the characters who were pretty mean to him, he still has a great relationship and respect for them. Again, he just sees the greatness in everyone, and that is just so wholesome. Yeah, so definitely Edward's that, mentor figure. And I like those type of characters. However, it does seem, unfortunately, that that's why the writers just didn't really know what to do with Edward in later episodes. They thought that whole character dynamic, I guess, limited story potential. I don't agree with that, but I can see where they're coming from. Especially in the Hit era, they kind of just saw Edward as, his only character trait was he's the old guy. And so a lot of his episodes kind of just became like, Edward feels old, he's reluctant, he's sad because he thinks he's not useful anymore. And the thing that differentiates that between the classic series was, again, Edward just did not give a shit about what others said about him. He just carried on his merry way and just showed them that he was still useful. Whereas in the newer episodes, I'm trying to remember what it was called, Helping Edward, Saving Edward. I think that's one of the worst examples. But, if you've seen that episode, I think you know what I'm about to say. Just, oh, I'm too old, I can't do anything anymore, please hide me, make sure the Fat Controller doesn't think I'm useful, or I'll be scrapped. I just hate those types of stories. So, I'm sorry, that's kind of a long tangent, but I guess what I was saying was, the type of character Edward is, the old mentor guy, that does kind of limit I don't want to say it limits his potential, but basically, since Edward's the role model, you can't really, it's very hard to write stories of him behaving badly. Because it would just be so jarring. I'll get to Edward Strikes Out in a minute. Something that really does emphasize that well is, I forget which DVD it was on, but it was a bonus feature where it was called something like Sodor Memories, or you might know what I'm talking about, but it was basically a collection of the engines talking about times where they were useful and times where they weren't so useful. So, Thomas, I was useful when I rescued James and not so useful when I fell down the mine. When it got to Edward, he said the time he didn't feel so useful was it was in Percy Runs Away. After the big engines are let out, Thomas, Edward, and Percy go basically shunt trucks around in the yard. And Edward said, I didn't feel so useful when I was bumping trucks around. Okay, that is, yeah, especially compared to all the others, that is so minor. Like, did he bump him too hard? That just doesn't make much sense, but you can see how that emphasizes the point I'm trying to make, where Edward's so well behaved. It's for this reason why I think Edward Strikes Out is not a very popular episode. Yeah, it's just very jarring, out of character. Personally, I'm kind of 50-50 on Edward Strikes Out. I understand both sides, where, yeah, Edward acting this way is definitely out of character, but I will make one slight argument that I kind of saw it more as like Edward being afraid of like useless new technology, especially since Gordon kind of just put that in his head. But at the same time, yeah, that episode, I can definitely see why people would have issues. So anyway, long story short, I think that's why, they kind of just shunted him to being the old guy who always needs confidence. And then later on, they felt like they had to write him out of the STEAM team. And I'm not going to go into that. You already know my opinion on that decision. What I've said about Philip, I think you can probably gather what my thoughts is about how he left. Yeah. But I will say, Edward the Great, that's an episode I didn't see as a child. That's one of the few times I think it actually works because, well, first off, having Spencer back is great. And the thing I really love about that episode is, yeah, Edward's kind of old and not as confident, but I do think just the overall tortoise and the hare message, I thought it was done brilliantly. Especially the fact that, after Gordon says some pretty asshole things, the fact that he sees Edward later on trying his hardest and he feels so bad and then he encourages him. Wow, yeah, that was a great moment. So that's why I think Edward the Great works, whereas something like Saving Edward doesn't. Oh, I guess I will add, I should have said this earlier, some of the episodes where Edward, it's kind of just Edward on his own, just doing, Edward, Trevor, and the Really Useful Party, Edward's Brass Band. A lot of these episodes are just what I call like those simple, wholesome episodes. I've already talked about Edward, Trevor, and the Really Useful Party, but Edward's Brass Band, it's just such a nice episode. I know it's a pretty cheap way of describing it, but, just Edward being happy about pulling the brass band and then sad that he can't. But then, luck would have it, he does get... Yeah, it's just these simple episodes. I think Edward works really well with those. That's all I can really say about Edward. Again, I can understand why people may think that he has less potential, but I don't agree with that. There's still so much you can do with him. Alright, next up, with 167 appearances, we've got Henry the Green Engine, my utmost least favorite character. Yeah, Henry the Poopy Engine. I am so sorry. I don't know why I just did that. I've been watching too many YouTube poops where they, call him Henry. Henry has had an accident. But, this is the biggest example of what else can I say that I haven't already said. If you haven't guessed, Henry's my favorite character. What else can I really say? The simple reason as to why he's my favorite character. It's a few reasons, and I've talked about these in other videos, but I tried to sum it up. First one, he just seemed to always he was the lead in a lot of my favorite episodes. So, Haunted Henry, Flying Kipper, the, Henry Tunnel Saga, Henry and the Elephant, Something in the Air, the list goes on. And also going back on the sad story of Henry, as I've also said, that Henry was my dad's favorite character when he was a child, because he had a few books in the Railway series in the 60s, long before the TV series. So, as I've said before, it was kind of like Henry was the baton or the torch passed from my dad's childhood to mine. Yeah, definitely special in that way. And I think it's because of that That's one big reason why I never found the sad story of Henry disturbing, like a lot of other people do. It's kind of hard to explain why, but I think it's the way my dad emphasized the moral of the story. It was just Henry was being a selfish ass by not caring about his passengers who had to get to their places despite all the weather. Everyone was dealing with the bad weather, so his punishment was deserved. I mean, obviously, knowing there was another story did help too, but yeah, I just thought I'd point that out. And the U.S. edits and all that, it's a whole other topic. But yeah, just, the third reason, Henry has quite an inspiring character development. Cole, Flying Kipper. As I've said before, I don't have any physical disabilities, but I do struggle with a lot of things. And so I can definitely relate to Henry as far as feeling like a failure, feeling hopeless. But yeah, the whole Cole and Flying Kipper saga, they really do emphasize that it's okay to have help. It's okay to get accommodations and all that. And again, that's just so inspiring. If you ask people, like, what's the saddest moment of the show? Let's say Grandpa, Henry's Forest. Honestly, one moment I think would definitely be up there. I don't know about you guys, but the scene in Cole where he pulls into the station, his sad music is playing and oh my god, this sad face. As I've said before, it's just one of the saddest things you can see. But the way he just says, like, oh dear, I shall have to go away. Oh my god, that just hits really hard. Again, I don't have any physical disabilities, but I've definitely felt at times that I was a hopeless case, I'd never live a normal life, stuff like that. So, yeah, that really hits hard. And it makes, his conclusion in that saga even more inspiring. One thing I should say about Henry is I've always wondered, this kind of goes on to relating to how a lot of people, and Audrey included, they felt like they just didn't really know what to do with Henry. I guess with Audrey it was more physical, with the illustrations and all that, but I always wondered, had James never been created? I wonder if Henry would have taken on the personality type of being the, very arrogant, flamboyant, boastful, always narcissistic, I guess. I say that because, the sad story of Henry, that's a story that would be perfect for James if he was the lead, not wanting to get his paint dirty. And the reason I bring that up is it definitely does, I think, explain why a lot of people, in the new series particularly, have felt that, Henry, they don't really know how to use Henry's character, I guess, what I'm saying. I don't want to say he's a placeholder character, one that you could pretty much add any story to, but I do understand why one would have trouble. That said, though, the whole idea, Henry not having any personality, I think that is completely false. And I've said before, Henry's a combination of Murdoch and James, Again, he's not flamboyant like James, but he's definitely arrogant at times. He can be a bit boastful, not so nice. But, he's also very kind at times, too. Very gentle, At Henry's Forest, he loves his peace and quiet. And also, for that reason, Henry and Murdoch are similar in that, and again, I'm not a medical expert and all that, but this is just my observation. I think Henry does have a lot of autistic traits. And I say that because, the way he is, he says things that are, how do I put it? He's the type of person who would give advice to people, but like in the most blunt and cold way possible. Like advice that, is true, but said in just such a not so nice way. Him being grumpy with Percy, I think, emphasizes that a lot. I'm not saying Henry has no social filter, but he's very much the type of guy who says things as it is. When Henry makes rude or harsh comments, it's not usually from, like, arrogance or, narcissism. It's more of just, like, general cynicism or just general annoyance, honestly. But that said, in the newer series, they kind of evolved him into, like, this timid guy who just needed, like, a nudge of confidence. I'll say this about it. I think the overall execution was horrible in some episodes. I mean, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Henry spots trouble, and honestly, the adventure begins too. That's one of the few downsides of that special, but it's quite significant. Henry being portrayed as like the complete scaredy cat, I thought was handled pretty poorly. But what I was just saying was I do like how they at least tried to give him some sort of defined characteristics. So yeah, the execution was not always great, but the overall idea of Henry being, the timid guy, I do really like that. And Henry and the Wishing Tree, that's an episode I don't like either, and I'm sure a lot of you will agree, but that's one of those episodes where I really liked the overall idea, but it was just executed horribly. The idea Henry wants a change from his peace and quiet, being in touch with nature. He wants, again, I mean, obviously the continuity, that's one big reason why I don't like the episode, but you can understand what I'm saying. The overall, be careful what you wish for. I think that's a really good use of Henry's character, but again, it was not executed that well. But anyway, so with The Adventure Begins, I think they completely screwed it up because Henry did not stay in the original stories. Henry did not stay in the tunnel because he was just completely scared of water. He was I'm sorry to put it this way, but he was a selfish asshole who just didn't give a shit about his passengers. He was just being so selfish, His passengers have to get to places despite the weather. He's not the only one being affected by it, and that's why I think, again, going back to how my dad emphasized it, and I think it's also emphasized well, just his overall facial expressions in that episode. Yeah, he just looks pissed. It's not like he's scared or anything. But, this whole timid personality, it works well in episodes like Haunted Henry. Oh, going back on his character traits, I need to say this. I think what happened was, because Henry's character traits and dynamics are not as well... they're more variable than some of the other lead characters. I think what happened was, if they wanted to do a story that required a certain character type, they had other characters to choose from that were more defined as far as being that character type. Do you know what I mean? So, if they want to do a story about an engine being a narcissist, wanting to keep his paint spotless, they could go for James. Or if, being arrogant and boastful, they go for Gordon. Even like what I just said about him being the timid guy, if they wanted to have like a scaredy cat episode, they could go for Percy. Yeah, I think you can understand what I'm trying to say. But again, I guess that's me just overanalyzing it. But there's really nothing else I can say about Henry that would really add anything. I will say I am working on a project about Henry. I'm not going to reveal what it is specifically, but I'll put it this way. I hope to get it out before the end of the year, because it does relate to the 80th anniversary. Okay, now with 205 appearances, we've got the third most iconic character, Thomas and Percy. What do you call that? The tritagonist? Especially in merchandise. He's Thomas's second best friend, I'll put it that way. Let's see, I'm going to put James in... I'm going to put him in B. He's not my favorite out of the main characters, but he definitely has some great moments, some iconic stories. So, I heard recently, apparently James the Red Engine was Audrey's least favorite Railway Series book he wrote, and I think it was because he felt like he had to rush it out. I can see a little bit from the stories, but I guess what I'm saying... that relates to, I see a lot of people claiming that James either has no character arc, or he's just a carbon copy of Thomas's. And I disagree with that. Thomas and James are very similar in that, they were new engines who arrived and had major screw-ups, but then, got really useful. But I think the key difference between Thomas and James is, Thomas, his... screw-ups were not... Yeah, he was cheeky, but it was more of like him just being so overly eager. Oblivious, just inexperienced and all that. Whereas James, I mean, honestly, he was quite a prick in his first episodes. I mean, the way he treated the coaches and all that, just being so arrogant. And so naturally he gets shut up in the shed for a while. But then afterwards, he proves himself with the troublesome trucks, and later with the express. So... I think the moral James has is that just because you are badly behaved, it doesn't mean you're a bad person. You can get a second chance. And that's a very simple lesson, but I do think that's a really great message for children. The early James stories, I can definitely see why people would find them boring, you know. Yeah, as I said in my episodes ranked video, James and the Coaches particularly, yeah, it's definitely a not very interesting story, but at the same time, just the overall idea of having to fix a train with just some bootlaces, I don't know, it's kind of like Thomas and the Guard. It's a funny idea, just not executed that interestingly. My favorite episode with James, honestly, that's a hard one. I'd probably say James and the Queen of Sodor. Yeah, season 7. I think that was a perfect use of James, you know. It's just really funny. It just shows him his boastful personality. The fact that he somehow doesn't get his paint dirty, only for Percy to get it dirty at the end. I mean, yeah, I think that just shows James at his best. I think what I remember most about James, aside from him being red, which is my favorite color, is just the voices that the narrators gave him, you know, just Alec Baldwin especially. I mean, even Baldwin himself recently has kind of confirmed what we all suspected, you know, he kind of did lean into James being gay. Percy and Terence were so right to warn me. Oh my goodness, you were quite right, Thomas. I'm sorry. But I think my favorite James voice is definitely Carlin. I don't know, it just seemed to fit his personality so well. I preferred, like, the stuck-up, nasally... Do you know what I mean? I'm a splendid red engine. Percy, what are you doing? Yeah, I think that captures him well. And, you know, Michael Angelis, too, that very shrill Liverpudlian accent. Stuff and nonsense! I'll be ready for anything! Yeah, so, honestly, there's not really that much I can say about James. I always liked him fine. Yeah, you know, the jazzy character, anything else I can add? One interest, and I've probably said this before, but I always found it so odd how, despite being the third main character, James's full theme, you never heard it after season 3. After that, it was just like short snippets of it or like a remix. So, see, James and the Queen of Sodor, he had that. It was kind of a remix of just the first few notes. Yeah, that's something that I always noticed, especially as a kid. Yeah, as far as like James in the newer series, yeah, there are some episodes where obviously he wasn't done very well, but I will say, Journey Beyond Sodor, I do like the interaction, you know, him being the secondary character. I thought that worked quite well. Yeah. Honestly, that's really all I can say about James, you know. I don't really have many thoughts on him. Sometimes he can get annoying, but, you know, there's other times where, again, it's just really funny. Yeah, I mean, the worst episode with James, I guess Middle Engine, obviously. James and the Fruitful Day, Percy and the Fruitful Day, but I guess that was more Percy. Yeah, again, I like James. I just don't really have that many thoughts on him. Next up, we've got Borden the Gig Engine. Yeah, Gordon the Big Engine appeared 224 times. And yeah, I think it's kind of obvious. I'm definitely putting him in S, and I'm sure most of you will agree. Gordon seems to be, you know, a fan favorite. You know, there's just tons of videos about why he has the best character arc and all that. As I said many times before, he was definitely my favorite when I was a very little kid. I'm not sure when it changed, but it was definitely when I was getting older. I can't tell you how thrilled I was when I found out there was a Best of Gordon DVD. And I forgot to say this for Henry, but, you know, I kept looking for the Best of Henry DVD. You know, kept nagging my parents and all that, not knowing it was never made. But, the reason why I think Gordon has so much popularity, it's the same reason, and I keep bringing this up, but it's the same reason why so many people like Squidward. You know, the type of character he is, where very unlikable, but extremely relatable. And yeah, so that makes it more, when these type of characters get humbled down and they have their moment later on, it just makes it more rewarding. So Squidward obviously would be Band Geeks, and you know, Gordon definitely, you know, Down the Mine, Paint Pots and Queens. Yes, so I think that's one reason why, you know, a character development of someone like Gordon is more fascinating than Thomas. You know, this is a very odd comparison, but it's a similar vein as to why I find like Darth Vader so fascinating and all that. I know it's a big stretch, but you can know what I mean. Well, Gordon's not bad, but again, questionable character gets, it just feels more rounded. I guess I'll put it that way. Gordon's just also just such a funny guy. I mean, especially in season 5, and I think a lot of that has to do with Baldwin's voice he gave him. And yeah, I know a lot of people don't like it, but I'm sorry, I just find it so hilarious. It just fits like the tone of the season so well. I mean, he sounds retarded, but at the same time, like, yeah,
I'm a big express engine. I don't think you can go faster than me. I'll show him.
And my favorite has to be from Snow, where he's like,
oh no.
The season 6 voice was alright. It fit him fine, but obviously, the season 5 one, it's just always stuck with me. Yeah, and, Gordon's definitely a very quotable engine, too. Like, again, comparing it back to Squidward, just, I'm sorry if I keep saying things I've already said, but, he says all, like, this very narcissistic stuff, and then later in the story, he gets karma. Better view for Gordon, off the rails, yeah. I think my favorite episode with Gordon is definitely a better view for Gordon, again, for what I just said. Other episodes are definitely like, Gordon takes a tumble, even though it's a pretty silly, standard gimmick episode. Again, I do really like how he was used there. Gordon Spencer, too, I forgot. Obviously, Gordon and the Famous Visitor. I guess another thing I should add is Gordon does convey a lot of interesting real-life railway history to the reader or viewer. Talking about how he used to work at London, thinking the station was King's Cross, LNER. His rivalry with Duck and City of Truro. Tender Engines. And as I said before, obviously the TV episode toned it down a lot, and I understand why. But, man, the reaction that Gordon, the big bully character, the fact that, he's basically only has one surviving brother, man, that just hits real hard. And of course, Gordon can be an arrogant, pompous jerk, but at the same time, you just get the sense that he just has so much pride of his heritage, he just loves his job. And yeah, obviously that can go to his head sometimes, but he's just always trying to do his best, and you just gotta respect him for that. And also, when I was talking about Hank, Gordon definitely has one of the best sounding whistles out of all the characters. Second to only Hank, I think. Yeah, just the deep tone. Oh, it just fits him so well. I definitely agree with, I've heard people, I think Unlucky Tug said this, but I definitely agree that he should have been the main character of the Great Race. But yeah, that's all I can really say about Gordon.
Express coming through!
Alright, next up with 264 appearances, we've got the second most iconic character, Percy. Yeah, and Percy does not like it if you call him dirty, so I'm not going to make any of those jokes. I think that meme has run its course. So, honestly, I was thinking quite a lot, and honestly, I'm going to put Percy in A. I don't know what you guys think, but when I really thought about it, Percy is such an inspiring underdog character. Like, he definitely deserves a lot of respect for several reasons. He's kind of the opposite of Gordon in a way, obviously the size difference, but also, not as strong, not as confident, more timid and all that. And also, let's be real, not as bright. I'll talk about that in a minute, but like what I was saying with Bill and Ben, though, that makes his heroic moments that much more inspiring. And also going off of Bill and Ben, man, Thomas definitely has some cheeky moments, but oh my god, Percy can be a downright savage. I think the best example is the funnel quote from The Scar for Percy. He tells Henry, your funnel's too small, and again, as I've said so many times, that just... wow, that is just downright savage. Obviously that applies to the pranks he plays, Ghost Train. I love that episode for that reason, too. It's just like his interactions with the other engines, especially in Season 2, where either he's, like, definitely pushing their buttons, but also... This is why I was saying, kind of like Bill and Ben, too. Definitely not as much as Bill and Ben, but Percy is also definitely adorably stupid. Yeah, the interactions between him and Gordon, one reason I love him so much is, the instances where Gordon would, or some other engine would say a very big word, and then Percy would mispronounce it and not know what it is, and then Gordon has to angrily, correct him. How can you not love that? But, that's how I learned a lot of these big words as a child, like deputation, dignified, celebrity. Rather than, Gordon boasting to Percy, Gordon's just fed up of Percy just being so stupid. I'm sorry to put it that way, but, Percy, honestly, he can be a real trooper, definitely more so than Thomas, in my opinion. I think you all know the moments, the fact that he goes through so much, he has taking the children through the water despite there being a flood, and being buried by an avalanche. Oh my god. Going out in bad weather to rescue his friend despite everyone else gaslighting him. Yeah, just so respectable. I was talking about Percy Gets It Right, if you didn't know what I was referencing. But yeah, I think that's the greatest trait of Percy, where even though he's not as bright, he's definitely more cheeky and all that, he is dedicated, man. He will do anything to protect both his passengers and his friends. As I've said before, Season 5, I think, is the greatest example, because you just really see the evolution of his character. In Season 2, and I guess Season 1 too. You don't really. I keep forgetting he wasn't really that present in Season 1. He had, obviously, Percy runs away, but he was kind of just a side character. But anyway, at Season 2, again, he can be. I'll put it this way: in Season 2, he acts like a little shit. Definitely not on the level of Philip, but in Season 5, he becomes a character who takes no shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry to put it that way, but yeah, and as I said before, his music theme definitely reflects that too. Yeah, obviously, every main character has at least one bad episode, and Percy has some really bad ones. I don't think I need to tell you. Middle Engine, duh. Percy James and the Fruitful Day. But then, there's also episodes like Ghost Train, Percy's Promise, Put Upon Percy. I just think it comes down to Percy just has the most rewarding moments of the show. You just feel so proud of him. This guy, he just won't go down. I think I should mention, a question I get asked a lot is, so Percy's basis, he doesn't have a single one. I think he's kind of like a hybrid of these two Great Western tank engines. The thing is, these engines were built in 1901 or something, so if that's the case, Percy's based on those, that would make him older than most of the engines. In fact, Edward would only be 4 or 5 years older than him. And so that's why, even though in an earlier episode of Engines of Sodor I made a comment about his age, I kind of retconned that because it just didn't make sense, for Percy to be only 5 years younger than Edward, older than Thomas. So yeah, that's why in my universe, Percy was just kind of like Henry, an experimental engine built. And I had fun writing his NWR Origins episode, just showing that character development where, Percy started off as just a real asshole, but over time, through his mistakes, given a second chance, he becomes a really useful engine. But, he still has some of those cheeky traits. Yeah, I think, Percy definitely deserves all that praise. I think my favorite episode with Percy is probably Ghost Train. Put Upon Percy would be a definite second if I'm missing any. But, yeah, Percy definitely deserves that praise. Okay, so before we get to the number one character rank, and I'm sure you can guess who that is, I'm going to do a few characters that I didn't include in the regular, with all the other guys for various reasons. They're on special charts. So, yeah, first up, here are the pack characters. I put them to the side, and now I'm bringing them out again. But anyway, so I'm going to try and make this quick. I pretty much like all these guys. Even these four down here. I don't really have anything against them. It's just more of these guys up here are more memorable than these four down here. But anyway, Anyway, so Ned's always been my favorite, especially when I saw the actual miniseries. I've used these words to describe so many other characters, but Ned it applies very well to. Adorably stupid, and oh my god, the episode where he and this is by far my favorite episode of the Pack series, but Thomas's trusty friends, where he accidentally knocks down the whole building when Oliver can't do it with professional equipment. Oh, that is just so funny. Yeah. And I also put Buster up here, kind of similar reasons. I guess similar to Edward in a way, where the idea that he just doesn't really care about how slow he is, despite what the others say, and they just use it to make such funny jokes. What was in one of the episodes where he was racing Max and Monty, especially the UK dub, the way it was delivered, it was like Buster was going as fast as he could. Well, which wasn't very fast at all. That had me cracking up the first time I saw it. And then finally with Patrick, so Patrick, if he only appeared in one episode, had he appeared more, like if the canceled episodes were made, it's possible he may have been in a different rank, but I guess there's two reasons. One, I always wanted to see a cement mixer in Thomas, because the cement mixer you see everywhere. And then also, he's kind of like a combination of Gordon and the Horrid Lorries, Gordon, in what I was saying, says some very arrogant stuff, but then gets karma later on. And then the Horrid Lorries, just like, oh my god, that accident he had, where he, flies off the road, goes down the hill, and into the concrete. That is just so over the top. I just love it. Yeah, and all the others, I think these kind of speak for themselves. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about the Pack characters. I'm not going to go into their, specific appearances for time, but yeah, I really like this, no pun intended, pack of characters, yeah. Okay, and now I'm going to do the Journey Beyond Sodor engines. I didn't forget these guys. I decided to do them up here in one section rather than each one down in the, 1 or 1 plus cameo ranks. I just didn't want to have too many characters in those ranks. But, anyway. Yeah, so, Journey Beyond Sodor. Honestly, the 3 experimental engines, I really like these 3. They just have such positive, charming energy to them. Yeah, I mean, as I've said before, I think Lexi is a much better example of a quirky character, ADHD-ish character, as opposed to Philip or Marion. And I think it's hard for me to really describe why, but I think it's because something about Lexi, she's legitimately funny. Just the different voices she would do, and I remember there was a part where she was describing Merlin, and she basically did like a Gollum voice, Oh, that's Merlin.
There's a stealth engine, precious.
I'm sorry. And then Merlin, the 3 funnels, he gets a lot of laughs, pretending to be invisible when in reality he's just clear as day. And Theo is honestly just such an adorable character. Yeah, charming definitely applies to him. I heard they were trying to make him an autistic-coded character. Was that true? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if I saw that necessarily. I mean, I guess he's nervous. He shakes a lot because of all the cogs, but regardless, I just think he's such a likable guy. I put Frankie and Hurricane in C because I just don't really have any thoughts on them. I think they're fine, yeah. Frankie did kind of get a little annoying when she started wailing like a baby at the end, but other than that, I think she's a really good, she's a pretty legitimate threat, villain. With Hurricane, I just don't really remember much about him. Yeah, he didn't really do much. He was kind of, I think he was physical design over character, meaning that, his design is pretty intimidating, especially, the big face, large eyebrows. He looks like the steam engine version of Aryan Burt, if you know what I mean. But he just didn't really do much from what I remember. I guess he almost melted. I think a better aspect would have been if he was like Frankie's thug on a leash. Odd way of putting it. But again, though, I think both these guys are fine. Yeah, I just put them in C. I'm just kind of neutral on them. And then down here, let's get to him. So, when I was talking about Philip, I said Philip wasn't quite my least favorite character. Well, as you probably guessed, that dishonorable rank belongs to this guy, Beresford. Jesus fucking Christ. I was talking about characters like Charlie. Sometimes their antics can like have the plot screech to a halt. With Beresford, the plot basically screeches to a halt and crashes right into a brick wall. Jesus Christ. This guy, it is so clear he was made at the last minute to extend the runtime. He adds absolutely nothing to the special, and that itself wouldn't be a bad thing if he was very funny. But with Beresford, he's just so unfunny. That doesn't even describe it, God, this guy's like smacking you over the head with a sledgehammer with how pointless he is. And honestly, he's really creepy too. The fact that he just hooks engines like on the backside, picking them up without their consent. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh yeah, Beresford just has no redeeming qualities. He is one of the worst pointless I'm sorry, I'm just going on a rant, but you can see how much I hate this guy. He just exists to, cause a disturbance. That's it. Yeah, Beresford, by far my least favorite character. Beresford. And I guess I'll put in the Fat Controller too in this section. Originally, I was going to have him as the only human in the original section, but yeah, just for time, I decided to take him out, just put him here. So the Fat Controller appeared 395 times, so he'd be the second rank. And as far as where I put him, I'd probably put him in B. Yeah, I think he's a pretty reasonable authority figure. That's a whole topic for another video. As far as which season he appeared the most in, or less, the season he appeared the least in was season 4, with just 11 appearances. And yeah, that makes sense, with the narrow gauge engines. And the series he appeared most in was Series 8, with 25 appearances. Season 7 is a close second with 24. I really like how he's a much more likable guy in the TV series than in the Railway series. And again, that's a whole topic for another video, but yeah, I think he's definitely a really good father figure of the engines. Alright, with 428 appearances, the character who appeared the most is Terry the Toilet. Yeah, so you may not know who this guy is, but actually he's a pretty major character. Thing is, he's always on screen, but you don't really see him because he's actually the toilet in many of the engine's cabs. He has the ability to transport himself, teleport basically. Oh boy, finally, with 428 appearances. Well over 4 hours of his video. Yeah, we've got Tankmas the Tonk Engine. Yeah, obviously, Thomas the Tank Engine appeared in every season and special. Do I need to tell you guys that? So, the thing is, I think ranking Thomas is pretty difficult for me because do I do it just... I'll put it this way. Do I do it just based on his overall character traits, personality, likability, or, do I have to include, what he represents as far, being the namesake character of the show? That definitely creates a whole topic. Yeah, I guess you can't really separate those, they're both intertwined. I guess good place to start. I have to ask, in the Railway series, before the TV show was created, was Thomas considered the main character? If anyone knows, please tell me in the comments. But yeah, I guess the number one. But he was definitely unofficially the number one character. I think he was the most popular. But I guess regardless of what your overall thoughts on Thomas himself are, you gotta admit, Thomas is definitely, at least with his introduction, he's a character that the audience can most relate to, latch on to. Yeah, because his overall introduction, his character arc, his journey, it's pretty wholesome. It's a simple story about a small guy learning the ropes, finding his place, climbing the ladder and proving himself, basically, making a name for himself. Yeah, so, the first Thomas book, the overall arc of that book is pretty wholesome. Especially when you watch it in the Adventure Begins style, probably because of, all the music and cinematography, but yeah, I mean, especially, really useful engine. It's a pretty wholesome story. So, being the namesake of the show, Thomas is a lot like Elmo in that regard, where both are characters who were not introduced at the very beginning of their overall franchise. I don't know when Elmo was introduced, but, Thomas wasn't introduced till the second book. But they definitely got very popular and kind of stole the spotlight. Took attention away from others. One has to ask, with them using the title Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends, or Thomas and Friends, as opposed to the Railway series, does that take attention away from other characters who deserve it? Yeah, obviously, I can totally understand why they didn't use the Railway series for the TV show. Yeah, that's just a very technical, heavy name. It's not really appealing to children, but I wonder, had they called Thomas is definitely an ensemble cast, so should they have gone for something like the Sodor Engines or Engines of Sodor? Yeah, I know a guy who made a series like that. It's pretty weird. Anyway, obviously that leads to points where Thomas definitely feels forced in. It's not so bad in the Audrey-based episodes, There's a few minor moments where he just appears in places where it just doesn't feel. What was the term Audrey used?
Crane shunted to the front.
Here's a minor example. Like at Henry and the Elephant, there's that random scene at the beginning where he arrives at the station. Fat Controller's like, oh, you're right on time. And that just, it does not segue into the next scene of the big engines being angry, or, you know what I mean? You can understand the point I'm making. In like season 1 through 4, he was kind of like sprinkled in, just to keep him in the show. And ironic, season 4 is the season that had the least number of Thomas appearances, and that makes sense. It focused on narrow gauge engines. Oh, and of course, season 2, I forgot to mention, they requested Christopher Audrey to write more Thomas stories to adapt. Yeah, I've said this before, but I think those are hit or miss. I'm not a fan of Better Late Than Never. It's kind of the same with season 3. Those non-Audrey Thomas stories. They're hit or miss. Trust Thomas. It's not a bad episode, but yeah, it just feels it's an awkward episode. It definitely feels like another episode where Thomas was crane shunted to the front. To have more Thomas stories. Ironic, crane shunted, that episode had him crashing. But they have some good episodes of Thomas too in that season, like Thomas, Percy and the Mail Train, Thomas and Percy's Christmas Adventure. And I think my favorite iteration of Thomas is definitely season 5. I mean, not just because it's my favorite season, but you just see how much he's matured. Same thing with Percy. It's the same reason I was just talking about with Percy, the music theme and all that. But at the same time, you still see like traits of his original cheek, I guess I'll put it that way. He also still gets annoyed very easily, like James in The Trouble with Trees, but he's definitely matured. But and then of course the hit era, and then especially the CGI era. God, his appearances skyrocketed. At season 19, he appeared in every single episode. So in the classic series and somewhat in the hit era, he was definitely more as the years went on, he was definitely more well behaved, but he still had that cockiness to him. In fact, I think that's a better word to describe him later on in the series. Not so much cheeky, but like egotistical, but not on the level of like James or Gordon. He's very proud of his branch line, and and this can lead him to, as I said before, he can get pissed off very easily. Especially if he feels like he's being challenged, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And yeah, that trope, especially later on, can definitely go to his head, where he becomes quite an unlikable character. I mean, Emily's New Coaches, especially ones like Heave Ho Thomas, where he's like too proud to ask for help. Yeah, so I think that's kind of why in the hit era, Thomas started to become more generally sometimes unlikable, I guess I'll put it that way. And I think that the episodes I hate the most are the ones where there's always the narrator's line, Thomas felt terrible. I've let everyone down. I should have listened. Yeah, I mean, even more so in the CGI, or at least the early CGI series before Ark took over. Yeah, Thomas just kind of became an idiot, to be honest. Obviously, Wonky Whistle, I think that's the prime example. Yeah, so sorry, this is a long section, but I have to say that my point is the big question is, does being the title character kind of lessen Thomas as a character? I guess I think it definitely does, because here's a good way of putting it: by obligation, because he's the title character, you have to have him in so many episodes. like 80 to 90% of the time, and that's why he feels shoved in so many places where he just doesn't fit well. Here's a perfect way of describing it. It dilutes his character. I'm sorry that was a long section, but let me rank him. So back to my point. Season 1 through 7, I thought he's likable enough. Oh yeah, Magic Railroad. No offense to Eddie Glenn, I just didn't really like that voice he gave him. It was, I don't know. It's just, I'm a really useful engine. But I will say, I think overall it is really wholesome. That arc of little engines can do big things. Yeah, it's just really epic. The music. He basically saves the universe. Yeah, so it's definitely well earned. It's between C and D. I mean, it's C and B. So should I put him next to Annie and Clarabelle? I don't know. Well, this. I guess I should start. My favorite episode with Thomas. I don't know actually. I haven't really thought about that. Were any of my favorites in that like top 20, were any of those with Thomas as the main character? Oh my god, I don't think any of them. Oh, Thomas and the Jet Engine, duh. But yeah, that's the only one I can think of. Obviously I love that episode, but yeah, I mean, you could pretty much use almost any character in that role. So, I guess based on that, yeah, I'm gonna keep him in C. I think that's a good place. I'm kind of just neutral on him. I don't have anything against him. It would be a high C, like 78, 79. But yeah, I'm kind of just neutral on Thomas. I like him fine. He's just not my favorite. And, he has some really good traits to him and some really good stories. And, he definitely deserves the title of being that really useful engine. Oh, yeah, so I guess that's it. Yeah. I mean, you can see why I only went season 1 through 21. I mean, this video's approaching 5 hours, or if not over 5 hours. God damn, I need to get a life. But, yeah, so, all I can really say is, I had fun making this, even though it was so long. Again, I'm so sorry this video was so long. I should have written a script, but, yeah, so, thank you guys so much for watching, and, yeah, that's pretty much it. Bye.